That's a very confused picture. That's quite on brand, isn't it, really, for we don't know which way the US economy is going. Okay, well, thank you. That was a great volume. We're going to have more quiz questions during the show. But first of all, let's get cracking on our podcast. First of all, Sally and Howard, did you spend more or less on Black Friday?
You got teenagers, I got grandkids, so it escalates.
Oh, it does?
Well,
Sally,
beware
less? Not enough bargain hunters for you?
I don't know why I spent less, but I spent less.
Okay, well, let's get into the US economy. Okay, so Howard, Trump obviously swept into power with plans to shake up the US economy, to shake up the global economy. Obviously, one of his signature policies was on trade. What has the actual impact been?
Yeah, shaken up everything.
Right.
And I had to come on with a cheat sheet because so much is in motion. I mean, we know tariff rates are now averaging about 15%. That's way up from the 2-ish that he inherited, right? This is way beyond what he did in the first term. So the U.S., we know the U.S. is collecting money, $200 billion so far, $40 billion a month or something like that. We don't know if that's going to stick. We know prices are higher. Federal Reserve estimates maybe 0.5 percentage point or so of the current inflation, 0.4 of the current inflation is due to tariffs. We don't know if that's going to be sticky or if it isn't going to be sticky.
Right.
Maybe it's going to fade away over time. Has manufacturing rebounded? Talk about a manufacturing recession. We lost 50,000 jobs in that sector. Is that due to tariffs? Is that due to slower growth, weaker demand? We're going to see next year the 2026 forecasts that are starting to roll out tend to be for pretty resilient demand, despite the bifurcated consumer.
Yes.
But an inflation risk as well. So this is restructuring a lot of relationships. Where it's all going to land in terms of reshoring, in terms of jobs, in terms of where prices settle out, I think is just going to take a long, long time to really sort through.
The other signature policy, of course, is on immigration, the immigration crackdown. What impact is that having on the labor market? What are we seeing?
So you see, kind of episodic reports of shortages in skilled trades.
Right.
Construction employment's down. Maybe that's related. You can see this very clearly in the chart if you plot the civilian labor force. The foreign-born share of that peaked at almost 20% under Biden. It had been in the mid-15s, going back to the Obama years, and been scaling up. Leveling out under Trump and then scaling up. That's back down to 18%-ish or so, 1.5 million fewer foreign-born workers in the labor force today than when Trump took office. Are they gone? Are they gone underground? This is one of the things people are trying to determine, but they are officially a lot fewer of them. That does have implications for growth in a country that's aging, for sure. But there are fewer foreign-born workers today than there were a few months ago.
Sally, Howard obviously referenced inflation there, right? We are seeing the impact of the tariffs on prices. It's a big problem for Trump, isn't it?
I think it's a very large challenge for Trump, as it would be for any president, as it obviously was for Biden. I mean, some of these things are just inescapable. I think it's fair to say that Trump is really running into what is probably, in his second term, the first sort of significant challenges that he's faced. There's a combination of things. It's obviously the debate over affordability in the United States, the looming midterms. There's other issues like Epstein that have sort of put him off his game a bit for periods of time. We have a lot of indication that he is going to, really try to aggressively address the inflation or affordability issue. Yesterday he talked about it. He said it wasn't, he said it was a Democratic con. He said that it was not true. It was a fabrication. But I think that he obviously faces, real voter perception, right? And I think there are two things that we see. First of all, last week, they very much sort of internally had turmoil over what to do about the health care costs, about whether to extend these ACA health care subsidies. Essentially threw up a trial balloon. It was deeply unpopular with parts of the Republican base, and so they sort of pulled that back. But that issue still is out there. And then also we've seen recently where this sort of, dichotomy where they sort of are saying constantly tariffs aren't causing inflation, but then they pulled back some very sort of discrete and specific, tariffs on some food issues and food items and things like
right,
that,
bananas,
as a
coffee.
way to try to mitigate that. Right. We also know that Trump is really planning to, I think, aggressively go out and talk to the country and try to make the argument that the economy is going okay and that affordability is not an issue, probably referencing the tax cuts and things next year.
Right. I mean, we're obviously talking about, sort of Trump's world, but it's also AI's world as well, isn't it? I mean, is it really is it really AI that's driving the economy at the moment, Howard, right? I mean, you see it in terms of, obviously, the stock market, which helps with consumer sentiment. You see it with business investment.
Right. Certainly aspects of it. I mean, there's been this tremendous run-up in capital investment, and business investment has been one of the main contributors to GDP growth this year. But, the mystery, I mean, maybe it's a mystery, maybe it's not to all y'all, I don't know. But the consumption still, rolls along.
Right.
Everybody's been expecting when are you going to see the consumer weaken, and the retail sales just continue to grow. Is there stress in certain parts of the income distribution? Sure, but modestly so. The last Fed report on financial instability said overall household balance sheets pretty healthy. You hear narrow tales of defaults on subprime car loans and things like that, but nothing systemic and nothing big. So sure, AI. But embedded, kind of resilience. Haven't seen anybody saying when AI disappears, the economy's going to disappear.
But isn't that like the K-shaped economy, right?
Sure.
I mean, one stat that I'm always drawn to is it's like the top 10% of Americans in terms of income, they account for nearly 50% of consumer spending, right?
Well, yes, and that's the question sort of the day is how weak that lower, branch of the K is, and, does it extend so far up that the whole thing topples over? I don't see many people calling for that. Rather, recession odds that I've seen people sort of hover around aren't really out of line with what is normally the case.
But I do think there are political implications of that, even if there aren't economic implications.
Right.
Because I think one of the things that is very important to remember is that when Trump won the presidency the second time, he went well beyond his base, right? I mean, he actually went well beyond his base, and he did attract what we might call, lower middle income voters and things like that. And a lot of the improvement in, certain demographic groups in the United States was very much driven by people having, or at least telling, they said they explained their vote by, we trust Trump on the economy. And so I think there is some vulnerability, even if the vast majority of the economy sails along, as Howard is saying. I think that affordability issue, that is clearly why they're nervous about it. And I think that's an issue for Republicans going forward, once you have sort of the intrinsic trust among some people that Trump is good with the economy. For future Republicans, that is a bit of a challenge, I think, in some ways.
Right.
And you do have, just to close the AI question off,
the
labor market implications of that potentially.
Right.
Some people think you're starting to see the beginnings of that with the difficulty college graduates are having.
Kind of the AI layoffs.
All of that, does that start to really accelerate in the next year or two, or is this something that's still, long enough down the road that you can conceivably plan a transition of some sort to that world?
Yeah. Quiz time, guys. All right. I think we all remember where we were back in April when Trump announced his Liberation Day tariffs. And there were obviously some surprising announcements that day, one of which was a 10% tariff on a frozen island in the Antarctic, largely inhabited by penguins. Can any of you guys remember the name of those islands? Was it either the McDonald Islands or the Mackenzie Islands? Okay, so if you think it's McDonald, shout McDonald now. Was it McDonald? Oh, was it Mackenzie? Are you guys on ChatGPT? Are you? I mean, very well done. Right? This is a clever crowd. Okay. All right, well, let's leave aside the penguins. They did pretty good. They only got a 10% tariff. Other grouping that probably are doing pretty well right now, Sally, is the big business, right? I mean, they seem to know, or many of them seem to know how to navigate Trump's world, right? They make the big investments, they flatter, they put the donation down for the ballroom. But there is a risk with that, isn't there? Because we're also seeing a much more interventionist approach by Trump in terms of big business, right? We've seen
Oh,
the stake
absolutely.
in Intel, the golden share. Right.
I mean, this is one of the most fascinating things of the Trump administration is just this, everything is Trump is really a deal maker. He's a deal maker when he's dealing with individual foreign countries. He's really dealing. This is an obvious thing to say, but he's also doing that with individual companies, right? And I think the volatility level for companies because of that is extremely high. We hear that a lot when you're talking to people. Obviously, they're trying to navigate, do we keep our heads down? Do we try to aggressively go in there and cut a deal? Will he notice us? Will he notice our industry? And Trump, obviously, I mean, one of the things about this administration is they have just taken on a lot. They are always constantly juggling 9 or 10 balls on any given week. And I think that there is a lot of, this week we're paying attention to chips. The next week we're paying attention to finance. The next week we're paying attention to agriculture. Then we pop back to this. And so I think even though a lot of companies have figured this out, I also think that there's a lot of people in the country who are like, we didn't have to worry about this as much in the past, and now we have to have sort of a strategy to either try to really be talking with the administration or keeping our heads down.
Right.
And just that uncertainty about when do we pop into the attention frame of this administration, you hear a lot about that just being something that people really have to pay attention to.
Right. It's kind of changed the nature of lobbying in DC.
Oh, it has incredibly changed the nature of lobbying in Washington. I mean, there's so many people who have, long-standing lobbying or industry-wide lobbying standards. And at the beginning of this year, you could just see them sort of trying to figure out, like, what do we do? How do we, I mean, obvious things like, do we have people, does anyone we know anyone in Trump's inner circle?
Right.
And who's making the decisions in Trump's inner circle on this particular issue, right? But I think it's also been, a lot of it is much more Trump deals person to person. And so you might, your CEO might need to now be your primary lobbyist, where maybe in the past that wasn't needed. I think the energy level of this administration is something, and that emanates directly from Trump, is something that is just extraordinary and somewhat historic, I would say, in some ways.
No, just I want to like. Can I ask a question?
Go for it, Howard. It's a live podcast. You can do whatever you want.
Okay. So there goes my mic. So EV tax credits, right? That's steering capital as well, right? Okay. So is this different from that? And is the level of, I guess, energy being spent having to get at this guy, right? Distortive, a problem in the long run?
I mean, for companies or for like the country?
Both.
I mean, I think it is. It's a great question. I think there are a lot of people who like the idea that the president is hands-on and is really, really trying to solve problems. I mean, he is talking directly to, world leaders. He is trying to, and I think there's an attraction to that to people. I think the downsides of that are that one of the reasons that we sort of have systems of, inside the government, there's an interagency process. The National Security Council brings all the best minds together, and they come up with 3 options for the president, and you can sort of assume that there's, the best ideas have risen. That process no longer exists in the U.S. government, right? And you can see that in a situation like Russia-Ukraine, where when Witkoff and Kushner are talking to Russia, the conversation is here. And when Rubio is talking to Russia, the conversation is here. And I just think that the volatility between where the actual, where it lands is the risk in that is immense. Let's put it that way. And I think every individual company faces essentially that same sort of, how does the administration make decisions? How does the administration make decisions? How does the President of the United States make decisions? I think there is much more uncertainty about that now. Even if you think that Biden was not very well involved, you sort of knew who in his administration was probably making the decisions. And I just think the volatility factor with this administration is, I'm not saying it's unprecedented. I think it is quite unique in the last several decades in the country.
Right.
So some people like that hands-on approach. Does the Fed, Howard? Certainly getting hands-on there?
Yeah, I got to give a big no on that one. I think this has been, there have been times when the economics going on inside the Fed have been, more interesting. Certainly the COVID program, standing up things at a moment's notice to fix the crisis or back during the the Bernanke years. But in terms of the sort of politics, the institutional threat, what's going to happen, down to the point of, is the White House going to make a play to start firing Reserve Bank presidents? No sign of that yet, but certainly within the kind of possibility. So in terms of the politics and the institutional issues like that, yeah, pretty interesting.
It's like Succession with Excel spreadsheets, right?
Well, and not, and there aren't as many potential successors, but thank goodness.
Let's talk about the successors, because obviously Kevin Hassett is considered to be the guy.
Right.
Maybe we'll get an announcement on it, I don't know, in the new year. If he is the guy, what does that mean for rates? What does that mean for markets?
Sure. The working assumption is that the Trump chair will bias, the curve lower, right?
Right.
The question is how far and how fast. And got to keep in mind this is 12 people voting,
right?
19 people sitting around the table. You have to get a consensus. There may be some leeway. There may be some grace given to a new chair to make those first couple of rate calls. But at some point, if the policy gets too far out of line with economy, inflation, prices, et cetera, there's going to be a market reaction. And as we all know, when things start to react, they can escalate and move really quickly. So I think you still have, there's been no sign of market discipline yet around this decision. But I think the world seems to be saying, let's wait. If there's a policy mistake, that's when the reaction comes. So I think there are limits.
So what you're saying effectively is the markets will put manners on you when you're in the Fed, right? He keeps you.
The Fed chair does not have carte blanche to go in and declare the zero lower bound when there isn't a crisis.
But we are staring into the prospect of a divided Fed, though, right? Which we haven't had in a long time. I mean, that's going to create volatility, right?
That's volatile. That's the discipline itself. There is nothing to say that the 5 Reserve Bank presidents, including the vice chair, who is the president of the New York Fed, can't say, you know what, this is the wrong. It's happened before. It happened under Volcker. A group of them pushed back and, basically overturned the chair's wishes in a meeting. We'll see where that heads. And you've got 3 Biden appointees on there right now who will remain, presumably, depending on the outcome of Lisa Cook's case in the Supreme Court. But legal minds seem to think that's more likely going to break in her direction than not. So are they going to go along with, overly aggressive cutting program? I don't think so.
What's your take on, though? Do you think if it is Kevin Hassett, will Jay Powell leave? Will he? There is a question mark over that, whether he might actually stay on as a
Sure. He has his option, just to be clear. His term as chair expires in May. He has another year or so left on his term as governor, so he could stay around. Only one other person did this, Mariner Eccles, back in the day. Would he stay on? Listen, he's an institutionalist. He's one of sort of last man standing in terms of the old Washington, right? The way it used to work. He's a bipartisan figure. He's been appointed by both Democrats and Republicans. So I don't think he's going to walk out the door if he thinks there's a real serious threat to the institution.
Right.
What would that look like? That would look like him being skeptical that there would not be an effort to start firing Reserve Bank presidents if his seat was filled with somebody else. That would be skepticism over how internal communications, internal staffing levels, the research freedoms of that the Reserve Banks now enjoy, the budgets that the Reserve Banks now have set centrally. If he thought they were going to get starved out of their ability to, conduct the research they felt they needed to, I could fully see him sticking around if he wasn't assured that the institution, as he knows it today, was going to, sustain itself.
That's a signal for us all to watch out for then.
Sure.
Beginning next year. Yeah. Okay, quick quiz time. We're making it rapidly through. So, back in August, a U.S. tech boss gifted Trump a plaque with a 24-karat gold base. Do you know who it was? Was it Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, or was it Tim Cook of Apple? Okay, so I'm going to roar out Mark Zuckerberg's name. Was it Mark Zuckerberg? Was it Tim Cook? Yeah. You guys read the news. This is super impressive.
I follow the news.
Thank you. All right, we're in the final part of our show. Let's scoot back to the global economy. So in theory, Howard, right, America's trading partners were meant to be big losers from this trade war. And obviously China was a big driving force, I think, of what President Trump was doing. Here we are now in December. Who's winning in that US-China tensions? Can we say, or is it just too early? I mean, I know we're kind of in year zero of this.
I know. It feels like we're just seriously in year zero, because here's what I wonder. I wonder if we're going to look back 20 years from now and really see this as the moment when, the U.S. kind of lost the plot, in a sense, of innovation, science, research. I had friends over for dinner on Thanksgiving, an Indian couple. They're research physicians. We came here, they say, because this was the place in the world where you could follow the evidence and conduct your line of research and see where it ended, and hopefully end up and contribute to knowledge, to human knowledge. They don't feel that's happening, to the same degree, or that it's at risk, right? So down the road, maybe AI tools become, with protein folding and all the things that can do, that becomes the engine of productivity, and we don't need doctors, people from all the world to come and do their research here anymore. I don't know. But you do wonder if we haven't hit kind of a turning point, if this continues on the current path, where this sort of raw inquisitiveness and knowledge is as valued as it has been.
What's your take on that, Sally?
I mean, I think that there is a short-term, a medium-term, and a long-term question of the impact of the Trump administration. And I do think that I agree with Howard that some of the, pullbacks on research, some of the issues in terms of rule of law, executive power, those things have potential to impact the country, obviously, for years and years to come. And I think that is not also protectionism, trade, obviously, is a massive thing. I mean, you hear a lot of people, specifically in Europe, but also I think all across the globe, private companies and also other sorts of people saying we're sitting here and just watching to see what will happen, right? And many private companies obviously are sort of hedging their bets. They're certainly not leaving the U.S. market because it remains incredibly the most,
world's
safe
biggest economy still is.
And growth. But they are hedging a little bit, right? And so I think the question for the U.S. is whether this enormous sort of, breaking of precedent, breaking of norms, which is we could talk about, 9 different areas where that has happened. Whether that has any unintended long-term consequences. I think it's also a question of whether it lasts. I mean, the volatility in U.S. politics is real. That is one of the things to just kind of keep in mind. Right now, the Democrats are obviously, very much at a low point in their fortunes, but that doesn't mean that there isn't this continual swing back and forth between, between the politics of this country. And so I think long-term uncertainty, I think, is quite high, in my view, right now in the United States.
As we head into, and this is a question for both of you, maybe and the final question, as we head into 2026, what are the key things that you were looking out for to sort of signpost how this evolves?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple. There's obviously, Howard referenced the Supreme Court ruling on, Lisa Cook and the Fed. I think that's a critically important one. There's the tariffs ruling, which could potentially still happen this year into next year. Epstein and what happens with that, whether it continues to be an issue, maybe not as big of a deal, but still has some real staying power to it. What happens to the economy, how the Democrats react to that, how Trump reacts to that, whether he is defensive or whether he actually, goes out and talks to the country about affordability, the midterms. I'm sure I'm forgetting things.
Yeah, no, I would say, look, this is going to sound very old-fashioned and very simplistic, but I would say, the unemployment rate.
Absolutely.
Right.
Keep an eye on that, and particularly some of the spreads within the unemployment rate. The black unemployment went from 6% a few months ago to 7.5% now, and it seems to be staying up there. That's often an indicator, sort of a precursor to other problems in the labor market. So are we going to see a demand-driven rise in fading demand finally from the consumer and a rise in unemployment about that? Are you going to see larger job displacement or much slower hiring as a result of AI investments, et cetera? 4.4, not so bad historically.
Right.
When you start edging towards 5 and above, that usually causes, starts to be a problem for whoever's in office. So
I would say just one other thing, which is the president right now is spending an enormous amount of time on actually foreign entanglements, right? And his base wants him to pay attention to the United States of America. And I think that balance is really, really interesting for the future of his presidency. I think, and it's been surprising to me, this is one of the things that has really surprised me about this administration, is how much time he has spent on, we know he wants to end wars, and that's obviously
really wants
a good
the Nobel
thing.
Peace Prize.
Right.
You've got to work for it.
But, I mean, I do think that the aggressiveness toward Latin America has taken a lot of people by surprise. And, presidents, one of the big risks for presidencies is whether they become distracted from the core things that they need to do. And I think that is one of the risks for this presidency. I think he has a lot of people urging him not to become distracted.
Right.
And so there might be some course correction there, but I think him becoming distracted is a potential risk that I would just watch for next year.
Sally, Howard, thank you so much. Audience, thank you so much. You have been wonderful. Let's take the show on the road. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, you can move. Thank you very much.
Stuff. Well done to all of you. That was wonderful. That podcast will actually be out later today. That's how speedy we can do things around here. So you can hear yourselves in the background if you listen to Reuters Econ World. I now want to let you know that we have a workshop coming up at 11 on a topic that is already changing the way we work, agentic AI. All about using low or no code AI to do the grunt work so you can focus on the big ideas. That is being presented by the CFA Institute at 11. But up next, and in the same vein, our next session is with the LSEG Group Head of Analytics and AI, Emily Prince, all looking at how trusted financial data empowers safe and accurate AI. So this is going to be moderated by Melissa Martani. So let's invite Melissa onto the stage alongside Emily Prince.
Good morning, everyone. Well, I'm delighted to be joined by Emily, whose job is literally at the intersection of finance and AI. Emily, LSEG provides over 200 billion daily data updates, and essentially it's your job to make sure that this data is AI ready. What does this actually mean? What is AI ready data? How is it different to the traditional market feeds?
So it's a hugely, hugely important question. So we often think about AI, and sometimes we think about the words like trust come up quite quickly in terms of, but to what extent can you really have confidence in AI? For me, and certainly the role that I play and LSEG plays, a lot of that is to do with making sure that our customers can access what we regard as trusted data. And there's a few tenets of what we regard as trusted. Firstly, we have to make sure that we can really understand what the origination of that data is and attest to the quality of it. Quality absolutely is a hallmark of that trust. The second thing is there's actually a really interesting science around how you present data together in a way that actually brings broader context into the question that someone was asking as part of something like a chat experience. And we'll talk about things like semantics and ontology and those type of things in that context. But what it gives is the ability for you to ask multi-layered questions and still retain the robustness and quality of that answer. Alongside that also sits things like citations, which I mentioned part of that quality piece. The third piece, and I think we'll talk about this a little bit later, is it doesn't mean just because something exists that it's accessible. And so there's things like Model Context Protocol or MCP, which you might have heard about. For those who haven't, really think about this as a way for the model to be able to discover and use, with the right controls in place, underlying data in the context of that AI experience. Hugely, hugely important. There are many people who maybe don't feel particularly comfortable with random data being used and surfaced to make critical decisions. Not many people are, certainly in financial services. So making sure that you have the right controls, but accessibility into that data is what we regard as truly AI ready, but also hallmark trusted as well.
So for people in this room who aren't very tech savvy, so in its simplest form, this MCP is like a model context protocol that essentially is allowing AI assistants to connect with LSEG's verified data.
Yeah.
So what processes do you have in place to ensure the standards of accuracy and everything that these AI assistants can connect to?
Yeah, so this did not start 3 years ago when ChatGPT was announced. It started more than 3 decades ago. This is a long journey, and it's decades worth of quality data and actually expertise and feedback that goes into what do our customers expect in terms of quality, how deep do they want that data, how much metadata they want associated, which gives them that confidence in the quality of that data to be then surfaced.
Okay, so this is what LSEG's doing. But just so I can understand, explain to me from a customer perspective, what does this mean like for their workflows? So I know you've had recent partnerships with Microsoft, you've had recent partnerships with Databricks. What does this mean for your customers?
So I actually see this as a real step change. This is the point where you see this democratization, where anyone with a question, you don't need to be able to code, you don't need to be able to speak English, but anyone has the access and the ability to curate ideas, and now with that trusted data. So that data is now available with MCP, and actually what we've been doing over the last few weeks is actually establishing connection with multiple different agentic platforms. So Databricks Genie, Snowflake Cortex, Microsoft Copilot Studio, Anthropic Claude, and today, OpenAI. Now, it's a massive step change in making sure that anyone within these environments or using the tools from these providers is not only able to get the incredible power of AI, but also with the trust of the underlying data. So it is a true step change, and the fact that you can, as an end individual, build these agents without having to have a degree in engineering is incredible liberation in terms of ideas.
So in practical terms, so this partnership today with OpenAI, this means that anybody here sitting in the audience can go to ChatGPT and connect to LSEG's data. Okay, so this is fascinating because the ease and efficiency is clear, but I mean, it's also very scary because there's huge risks associated, right? Trust, compliance, IP. I just want to run through those. So first of all, with trust, where does LSEG draw the line with human oversight and automation when you're getting this data ready? Because it only takes one tiny little thing to be wrong for there to be huge ramifications.
So it's an incredibly important question. So when I think about AI, and I spend a lot of time also working with clients around the world thinking about what are the really good use cases for AI, and it starts there. AI, I'll be the first to say it, I'm responsible for AI at LSEG, is not the answer to all problems. And I think as soon as we accept that and say, actually, there are a lot of deterministic processes where we're actually very comfortable with the way that we solve that problem today, and actually AI introduces a level of risk that isn't commensurate with the benefits, then we can actually start to navigate and say, well, this is where we can get the best uplift and benefit from AI. Now, there are many good kind of examples across the industry in terms of where people are really effectively getting the benefit of AI, but they're also protecting the way that they solve for some of those deterministic processes that they need to be able to fully repeat and explain. And I see this more and more becoming a pattern across the industry. Now, alongside that clear understanding in terms of where to apply AI, which problem to solve, to put it differently, it also comes with two other things. One is LSEG has spent a lot of time on what we call RAY, or Responsible AI Principles. And this really looks at how do we put those underlying safeguards in place. And it's not necessarily completely reinventing the wheel, because we already had a lot of pre-existing standards from an industry standpoint which we were able to evolve, and other elements that are new and really recognize some of the nuances of AI itself. The third thing that we're very focused on is how do we make sure that our end users have the right training? So as an end user, how do you really understand how to interact with AI, what to expect from it, how to challenge it, and how to critique it? And this is where the education has to go hand in hand. We can think about enablement, but it has to be hand in hand with that level of education and understanding on how to apply it as well.
So, again, this sounds amazing, but from a compliance point of view, if one of your clients, customers, or somebody in this room is using OpenAI to access your data and making a financial decision off the back of it, if something goes wrong, is that person to blame? Is OpenAI to blame? Or is it fundamentally you with the data set that you're providing?
So another great question. So there's a little bit of nuance to this, and this actually speaks very much to what problem someone is actually trying to solve for. So there are what you'll call closed experiences, where actually it's a complete experience that someone is providing, and then there's other instances where a customer is going to be orchestrating. And we will connect our data directly into those experiences. Now, that isn't actually, you can strip away AI at this point and say that's actually how the industry has always worked. And that's true. So that perception in terms of control has always been a decision that the industry and industries have made in terms of what problem they're solving, how much control, proprietary control they want on that stack, and how they want to build. Then we can layer in AI and say the only thing that really changed there was arguably that it's so new. We're learning how it works, and we need to put in the safeguards in terms of the operation and controls that go with it. What I've personally been so impressed with so many of the clients that I've been working with is they've been so swift in terms of establishing that governance framework, really understanding which parts of their business they're comfortable using AI, which parts they're frankly not yet, which data sets they're comfortable using, which they're not, and actually things like the work we're doing at LSEG around making our data available with those governance standards actually gives them much more confidence in being able to safely use AI. So it's a balance, it's an evolution, it's a training. I think there's many kind of cycles to go in terms of people really understanding how to play it. And what I see at the moment is, frankly, a lot of people that are putting AI into existing workflows rather than actually recognizing that they could have re-established how the workflow worked in the first place. It's that old adage of, what was the first thing you did when you got Google Maps? You looked up your own house. And we see the same phenomenon happening with AI, where the first thing that people are doing is automating the thing they were already doing, rather than actually exploring another way to solve the problem entirely.
Well, I do want to take some audience questions. I can see them coming in. And if you have questions, please do send them. So how do you get bad data out once it's in a database that Gen AI can access?
Yeah, so this is a really important question. There's two places that data is really relevant from an AI perspective. One is at the point of training, which is where you hear a lot of news in the industry. And the other is at the point that you're asking your question, so prompt. Those are two different places that we're using data. Now, in the first instance, that training is where you'll hear a lot of what the foundational model providers talking about their training data sets. LSEG does not do that training, and the data is not used in that context. The second piece is much more akin to how we interact with data today, which is how accurate is the underlying data. It's what we just talked about. How accurate is the underlying data? If there's an issue with the data, how do we then have the right governance and controls in terms of running a correction? But that is truly no different to how it works in a standard ETL today.
You know, the analogy you gave about Google Maps is really interesting, because to me, one of the first things I think about people like me doing is using ChatGPT, now that we can, to access financial data, but also to see how I could benefit from it, right? But that is a big danger, because then you end up putting your own financial data. What do you say to people's concerns about IP and privacy?
So it's absolutely something to be very aware of. So really understanding what data you're using, and there isn't a standard to this, so you really have to understand the context in which you're exposing information and how that information can get used. One thing I will say is the whole community has become much more sensitive, much more supportive in terms of the protection around IP, but you still really have to understand the context and the tools that you're using, and then how that data is going to be protected. What is nice is you have a much stronger draw. So one of the things that we all have is, as humans, we have limitations in terms of just how much information we can consume in any one period. We have limited attention spans. And arguably, when you get AI right, you get much more expansive planes of access to data, which can actually inform much better decision-making. Now, that is, of course, predicated on having the underlying trusted data and having that orchestration and knowing that the data you're presenting as part of that is being safely applied.
You know, one of the interesting things about AI at the moment is it's developing much faster than regulation. And LSEG and what you're doing, you are really betting big on building this data infrastructure, if you like, before the industry has regulated it. What do you say to people who say this is putting the cart before the horse? Is that true? Or is it more of a case of if we build it, they will come?
Not at all. So we were on this path in terms of how do we have that gold standard in data before some of the energy in AI over the past 2 years. Data has always been really important to us as a whole industry, as a community, in terms of having the most informed decision-making. Arguably, with AI, it became even more important. So it's less of a change of strategy to us and more a question of how do we make sure we're doing it in the most powerful way from an AI perspective, because that last point I introduced earlier, where I mentioned about accessibility, is extremely important. We want to encourage this really easy, democratized, safe use of AI. But what we don't want you to have to do is build a lot of ETL associated with that, a lot of processes to be able to use that data first. So it's trying to strike that balance between ease and safety at the same time.
And so I've asked you about a lot of the risks, trust, compliance, all the rest of it. But tell me about some of the best use cases you're seeing of how your customers, clients are actually using this.
I have the privilege of seeing some extraordinary things actually at the moment. And yes, you get what you will expect me to say in terms of some of those kind of operational pieces around. I was able to generate that report. I was able to run multiple changes through a report that I was generating, a presentation that I was creating or something of that nature, or through the extraction of something like unstructured data. Those are quite expected types of use cases where we're seeing very good examples in terms of ROI for a lot of different customers. Some of the more emerging types of examples that I'm seeing are actually where people are able to build signals and actually find relationships in data that they didn't expect. It's an interesting thing where with AI, we often think about some of the dangers around bias, but it's also true with humans. And actually based on our education, our how tired we feel in a particular day, how creative we feel, that might all inform what information we use when we're trying to build and see different insights. So what's really interesting about this, and I've seen a few great examples from customers, is they're actually starting to see new types of information, which is allowing for them to make much more accountable and better decision-making in real time. Now, when you think about the practical consequences of that, is that it's actually opening up access to financial services to more people, which is an extremely powerful step change where we actually can make sure that more people have access to that trusted information where and when they need it, which allows for the best decision-making.
And to that point, another audience question here for people, when and where they need it. How do you address regulatory requirements across geographies when applying AI to financial data?
So I'll speak more from person. I spend a lot of time with the regulators. The regulators have been actually extraordinary in terms of really trying to encourage the kind of safe, scaled use of AI. So it is very much a partnership in terms of how we think about that. One of the things that I think about, and I serve a lot of global customers and I work with global policymakers, is how do we think about making sure we've got the right sensitivities from a global perspective across different countries, the right openness as well in terms of use of different types of foundational models as part of these stacks, but then also the right accountability for end users. So I see it in multiple layers, geography, one, but I actually see another layer in terms of the types of roles that we have in any given organization. One of the things that I see very commonly is, particularly with larger organizations, they tend to be quite siloed in terms of how they operate. And one of the things what you're seeing with AI is it's starting to bring together communities that aren't used to actually working so closely together because they're actually starting to become dependent on similar components, which is allowing a new form of collaboration and synergies to actually emerge across community. And that's actually one of the more interesting things that is starting to emerge. You see the same trend across industry. If I take financial services has been very focused on optimization within financial services. Arguably now, we're actually starting to see a lot of very interesting innovations that we can learn from other fields, like science, that are actually very relevant into the likes of financial services and beyond. And we have never really explored that in the same magnitude that's happening today.
Final question for you.
Sure.
What is on LSEG's agenda for next year? What are you hoping that we'll be sitting here talking about at Reuters NEXT 2026?
So my goal for this group is that we have truly fulfilled that ambition, first of all, making sure we've got trusted data in your hands. And you're able to apply that trusted data in the context of your AI ambitions. And different people's AI ambitions looks like different things. For some people, it's a chat interface, and there's variations on that. The thing that I'm really hoping we've really solved for is we've got that fantastic framework around scaled use of agents in a way that actually people can safely adopt and use to be able to do task execution alongside individuals. And I think that can actually be extraordinarily powerful in terms of scaling knowledge and actually access to information for global society, I'd say.
Well, it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out in the next year.
It's going to be a busy year.
Definitely. Well, thank you very much, Emily. I know that there were some questions that we didn't get to, but Emily will be around. So find her in the break, and I'm sure she can answer all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Right, it is break time. So very quickly, I want to let you know this afternoon we've got Wikipedia founder Jimmy Wales, we've got Sarah Jessica Parker. The Future of News sessions start at 11 at Crossroads Hub 1, and we will be back here at 11 a.m. to kick off. Again, enjoy your coffee. See you then. Bye-bye.
counselor to the US Treasury Secretary. And the conversation will be moderated by Reuters White House correspondent Andrea Shalal. And this is a session hosted by a Reuters journalist under the Reuters trust principles. As we went through before, that means no question is off the table. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, hello. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, big news yesterday on the Trump accounts. The Dells are going to give a ton of money into these accounts. It'll get people started with the $250 out of the $1,000 accounts, the Trump accounts. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you're going to get the rest of the $750?
So we're very thankful for Michael and Susan Dell. Very extraordinary, generous contribution. $6.25 billion. That'll be covering 25 million boys and girls, and it's $250, as you said. But this is in addition to what the government is going to do. In the Working Families Tax Act that the president signed in July, also the one big, as is also known formally as the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Trump accounts and the form 4547. You'll be able to fill out next year when you start to file your taxes, but it's $1,000 for any child born between 25 and 28. Michael and Susan added $250 to that $1,000, which can go up in total to $6,000. So you have $1,000 that the Treasury is going to put in people's accounts who've signed up for it, and then 5,000 additional monies could be put in either by the parent, the guardian, an employer, another entity. So you could get upwards of 6,000 in year one and then give 5,000 per year thereafter. So Michael and Susan Dell's contribution is $250 in addition to the $1,000 that the Treasury will provide.
So, Secretary Bessent this morning said that you're going to be looking for other volunteers to put, their large donors to put money in there. Have you identified a few already? I think there are some, I think they're probably figuring out how much to give and when to do it. But, yes, I'm hopeful that there will be many others that will come forward because it's a pretty novel idea. And it does make young families or old families that have kids. I have old family who had a kid. It does make them, put money away. It's an investment in the future. They take ownership in the American economy, which has thrived unlike any economy in history. And it's a great investment tool. It also will be an excellent financial literacy tool as Treasury itself tries to increase financial literacy. But people, from a practical perspective, will see how compound interest works, how it grows. Oh, if I put a little bit of money in year one, oh, my gosh, by year 4 or 5 or 6, it's actually really worth something. So how soon do you think we'll see some more announcements? Could that come before the end of the year? I would hope so. Now that the Dells have paved the way? Yeah, I don't want the old economist adage, don't give a date or a number. So I can't give a date or a number, but I'd be pretty confident there are going to be others that are going to contribute. And again, this is in addition to the Trump accounts, which, as I said, are $1,000. So anything anybody else contributes above the Dells' generous contribution is extra. Okay. So if you're not going to give it dates or numbers, and I'm sure the president will be calling people and say, listen, you said you're going to give, you better give. So exactly. I think it's going to happen. Oh, well, that's great. So the holiday season is in full swing. As you know, we're here in New York, big epicenter of shopping. And shoppers spent $44.2 billion over the Thanksgiving weekend, and including Cyber Monday. That's up from last year, not up as much from 23 to 24. But President Trump's approval ratings are lower than they've ever been. And they're like the second lowest in history, mostly because Americans are really worried about the economy and inflation. So can you help us square these two, things? I'm generally not a huge fan of the polling. And we found historically, and since President Trump has been running, the polling is pretty inaccurate. So I think what really matters and what will matter is what do the data show? And the one key factor I think people may not fully appreciate are the parts of the bill that was signed in July, of which the Trump accounts were a key piece. There's other growth labor additive parts to it. So what do I mean by that? We need to design policies that will lift worker wages, lower the inflation rate, and increase after-tax incomes. And in the bill, the full expensing of capital, to me, is very powerful, because when we had that back in the first Trump administration, you had increasing productivity, capital formation led to faster growth and very high wages. In the bill that was just signed, it's now permanent. That's really positive. We're already starting to see the CapEx cycle turn up. And as Treasury Secretary has mentioned, you look historically, when CapEx turns up, hiring always follows. This time will be no different. We'll start to see that next year. The second piece, and even more important, and the rules are almost out, they will be out by the end of the year, is the full expensing to build a factory. That's not a data center. That's a factory. That's a factory that's going to employ Americans, be built by Americans, and the factory sector pays higher than average wage rates. That will come, and because it's only a 3-year phenomenon, where the full factory can be expensed, which is really a big deal, because historically it's almost 40-year depreciation cycle. So you're taking nearly 40 years and you're compacting it into only 3. That's really positive for growth. And that's going to increase the supply side of the economy over time. That will also tend to lower inflation. And the last piece is reducing taxes and trying to get labor supply higher. How do you do that? Well, don't tax overtime. No tax on tips. So those are things for everyday working Americans. They're going to see the benefit of that in their paycheck. They're going to see it in the first quarter. And because that's when they'll get refunds. That's when they're going to change their withholding allowances. And then we can come back to some of these polls, and you're going to see things turn.
So that sounds very familiar to what I heard during the Biden administration. It's not that bad. Things will get better. We're going to have all these bills, and then there'll be all this investment. I mean, what's different this time from your point of view? So the key thing,
well, I would say I guess I'd say I'm an anti-Keynesian, but as a more supply side, focusing on the supply side, I say President Trump's policies are very, very different than the Biden administration policies, which were focused much more on the demand side, giving stimulus to people that they could use and spend. And the Trump's approach is, no, we need to have a bigger pie that creates more depth and growth at the middle and lower income levels, as we've had on the first side. How do you do that? You got to encourage the private sector to create and build, because when they create and build, they're using American workers to do that. So I'd say that the focus really is on the supply side, not the demand side. And I'd also say, one of the things that's hard to quantify, but certainly is very positive, is the deregulation side of business. And I think it's very clear, whatever one's politics in the room are, the Trump administration has a much different view on business regulation, which we believe has meaningfully hurt, than the prior administration, which really was, we'd say, regulatory overkill, onslaught of regulation.
Sure. I think I'm very concerned, though, about an issue, which is that the president now is saying that affordability is a con job invented by the Democrats. Americans, when I go out in the field and I talk to people out in the middle of the country, they're telling me that affordability is a critical issue, and you saw a little bit of that reflected in the elections in New Jersey and Virginia, here in New York City. You're a New Yorker. I mean, how do you get Americans to understand that the future is better when they're obviously viscerally concerned?
Absolutely, and the president takes it very seriously. And I guess what I would say to you, as we were talking before we walked out, is that we've got this bill in place, and the president knew, I've got to get this done early, because I don't think what I realized, and I was in the first administration, you have to write all this tax law. And companies want to wait to see what the law looks like before they start to invest. And you had to do it early, because if you do it in July, you can get all the Office of Tax Policy and IRS can write it by the end of the year, so you get the benefit of it. So if I'm correct, and I'm confident that I am, as a professional private sector forecaster, I'd have to make bets, and I'd be predicting 3% growth next year with low and falling inflation, in part because of lower rents, lower energy costs, especially for gas and things of that sort, that we're going to have a boom. So let's talk a year and see what happens. So we're going to get there. It just might take us a little bit longer.
The president has a couple of ideas. He's floated the idea of a 50-year mortgage. Is that officially off the table?
I don't know if it's officially off the table. That was an FHFA. I'm old. I used to know it was OFAO. When when it was called a fail. But anyway, I can't say it's officially off the table. I think the president just really was going to look everywhere he possibly can as tools to raise affordability, to raise living standards. The 50-year mortgage, they're good. I don't want to say much more on it, but what I can say is that interest rates are high. This is why the president, in his unique way, has been very critical of the Fed. From an academic, intellectual perspective, I think he's exactly right. Monetary policy has been too tight. There are sectors of the economy that have suffered because rates are high. We know rates are high because we know inflation expectations are low and falling, which is why I would say just let our policies get into place, and you're going to see different results from the prior administration. The yield curve is very flat. The real broad trade weighted dollar is very high. I mean, these are all factors that would suggest monetary policy is tight, and the Fed itself has admitted. So if the Fed can actually lower rates and get rates to neutral, if not somewhat stimulative, as my former colleague Stephen Myron had said, then you're going to get mortgage rates down. And mortgage rates fall, you're going to help lift affordability. We won't need a 50-year mortgage if the Fed was lowering its rates, which I think it will, but it's been, I think, very slow and uneven on that score.
So another idea that he's raised is giving Americans a $2,000 rebate. That would require congressional approval.
That would require congressional approval, and I think the president really wants to try to help the working class. So for that to happen, you need congressional approval, and I'm not sure where that sits at the moment. Depending on who you talk to in the Congress, there would be a reconciliation bill, there won't. We'll see what happens, but I think as the year unfolds, as the year concludes and we go into 2026, I don't necessarily think we'll need that if the growth backdrop is as strong and robust as I believe it will be.
I mean, the president has also talked about the revenues from tariffs coming in, trillions coming in, which is a lot more than you've reported. But and he's saying that we could eventually do away with the income tax. Is that another idea that is maybe a little ahead of its time?
I would say it's innovative. On the trillions, he's correct in that if you look, even CBO had scored the tariffs as lowering the deficit roughly $4 trillion over a 10-year period. And by the way, I'm not a huge CBO fan, but the numbers actually so far have been a little bit better than what CBO's numbers would imply. About a $300 billion tariff jolt this year, $400 billion next year. Then if you have lower debt, you lower interest costs. I mean, it would be nice, again, focusing on the supply side, reducing taxes on capital and labor, removing anti-growth business regulations, having cheap and abundant energy. These are all things to galvanize and rejuvenate the private sector, to hire people, to create value, and to pay them high-paying jobs, which is why the U.S. economy post-COVID has thrived. And it was thriving prior to the pandemic. I believe you look at the GDP numbers. This is why I'm saying just be a little bit patient here. GDP numbers look really good.
What are the numbers that you're looking at?
So GDP in the second quarter grew 3.8%. If you take out the federal side, which fell over 5%, we grew at 4.5%. It appears that we grew close to 4% in the third quarter. Again, private sector led. So that's a combination of consumption, which you were mentioning. And that's just goods. If you look at services, which is the bulk of consumption, that's been strong. But also on the CapEx side, we're seeing really good growth in capital spending. And that, to me, makes me very positive in the outlook. And we're seeing that in the stock market with very strong earnings growth in the last quarter.
So, a lot of economists, and we're looking for some audience questions. I'm not seeing them here, but maybe our staff can get some audience questions up. You may be seeing them behind us. Most economists say that tariffs are clearly inflationary. The president says they're not. So, I'm confused about this.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. So this is, okay.
It's like a no-brainer. Can we just say that?
This is not, okay, I'm going to get on my soapbox here a little bit. Because tariffs are not, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. It's one of the few things economists agree on. You want to add credit, money, and credit phenomenon, fine. An inflation rate. Tariffs, if there was an effect, it's a one-off price level effect. If you look at goods prices and the personal consumption expenditures deflator, they've not gone up. They've been flat. Where the inflation is in services. Now, does this not mean maybe at some point we could have a tariff impact? I've been hearing that since March. And it happened in March, and it happened in April, May, June, July, August, September. No, I don't see tariffs as being inflationary. I think that's economic malpractice. I don't think people understand how the inflation process works. We've seen the vast majority of the tariff be absorbed in margins. And I also think, because I mentioned earlier, equity earnings in general have been so high, a lot of it's being absorbed effectively by the foreign exporter, who's lowered the price so that when the importer pays the higher tax, the end user consumer doesn't pay it.
But you can see that the shoe could drop next year.
What's that?
You can see that there could be some further impact next year.
Well, there could be, but again, the effects would be very de minimis. The fact that I think most people are still arguing about, well, how much of the tariff effect is there? Already, the argument for me is over, because you were telling me back in March, and it was like some crazy cockamamie argument about inventory building, it's going to happen. I'm like, okay, we're waiting for Godot here.
We do have a question here from the audience. What's the single clearest piece of evidence that you'd point to that modern supply-side economics is actually causing the economies, is actually raising the economies?
Sure, speed limit. So if you go back to the first Trump administration, you look at the change in productivity growth, it went up every year incrementally. And, if you remember, in 2019, we were talking about AI, we were talking about robotics, we were talking about how innovative the economy was, and they had all this disinflationary pressure. We will repeat that again with the policies in place, where you'll see higher productivity growth. Okay. And you'll get economy growing at 3%. I mean, in the first 3 years of the Trump administration, we grew almost 3%. In the third year, we were almost 3.5%. Inflation was low and stable. So if my thesis is correct, we will see growth at 3%, and we'll see inflation move lower. And by the way, when you get 3% growth and it's driven by capital spending, your deflators are not high there. Your deflators are low. So, you even go back to the 90s. You'd see another scenario where, in the 90s, we had reduction in capital gains rates, reduction in capital broadly speaking, more friendly business environment relative to what it had been. So I would go back to the late 90s, and more importantly, where we were in the first Trump administration as evidence to that question.
Well, let's get to one more, which is really good, is, all these rebates that you're talking about, if it comes to pass that there is a direct rebate, wouldn't that be inflationary in the way that you've said that the Biden administration policies were?
It depends where the supply side of the economy is. Mm-hmm. If the supply side of the economy doesn't grow, then yes, that would be inflationary. But if the issue is the potential of the economy is growing, mm-hmm. because we've increased productive capacity, basically we have the capital and resources to produce more goods and services that people want, then no, it's not inflationary.
Okay, and then one final question on AI. We're asking all of our guests this during this conference. What do you expect the impact to be on jobs? How many job losses do you expect, and what parts of the economy will be hit? So
to me, AI is an incredible tool that I think is complementary to the existing workforce. And so I don't look at this as, I'm not a Luddite. I believe AI is very helpful. But, we need plumbers and electricians and carpenters and skilled trade. We're building. The factory sector, we're going to build. We can't have AI build something. You need a worker to do it. So I think, we get, fear sells. Fear is a motivator. And I think too much of what people read about this job losses and everything. By the way, I'll argue with my Democrat friends. They'll talk, we gave you a great economy. No, you really didn't give us a great economy, because we had 2 million job downward revisions in 23 and 24. Labor market's been slowing. That's not because of AI. We need policies that are going to encourage business to invest. And again, AI is a complement to it. And you look back historically, the U.S. has always innovated with all these technologies, whether it was moving from to the steam engine, to a motor vehicle, to telecommunications. I'm an optimist, as is the president and the secretary. So I think the economy should turn. We need the Fed to help, but the economy will turn.
Sounds great. Sounds like we're going to get an announcement soon on a new Fed chair. Have any?
Well, the president is keeping us in suspense. It was going to be maybe before Christmas. The other day he said it might be after Christmas. So we'll see. It'll happen soon enough.
You think there's still a chance that your boss, Secretary Bessent, could be persuaded?
Look, the secretary would be a wonderful Fed chair, but he doesn't want it. He loves the job he's got. I think the president respects that. But as they say, those decisions ultimately are made above my pay grade.
And we're going to have to leave it there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Great job.
All right, I want to take this moment to encourage everybody with the standing room at the back, come on forward. We've got spaces. If your bag is next to you, maybe pick that up, give some room for someone to take a seat. We love to see that there are people standing at the back. We're that full, but get comfortable. Take a seat if you can. Okay, we are going back now to AI, but very much looking ahead, talking about 5 trends to watch in 2026, everything from agentic enterprises to physical AI. So next, we have a session in partnership with EY. We have EY Global Chief Innovation Officer Joe Depper with an illustrious moderator who also happens to be my boss, Thomson Reuters President and Chief Executive Officer Steve Hasker. Give him a round of applause.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's a great honour and privilege to have a chance to ask Joe Depper, the Chief Innovation Officer of EY, a few questions about this AI environment and get a few of his predictions for 2026. Just as a reminder, EY is one of the most important cogs in the sort of global economy. Over $50 billion in revenue and almost 400,000 people. And I think it's worth sort of reminding everyone as just what a behemoth the organisation is, obviously one of the biggest of the big 4. But before we jump into the questions, Joe, Chief Innovation Officer, what does that mean, day to day, year to year at EY?
Well, first of all, thanks for having us, Steve, and thanks to the Reuters team. For Chief Innovation Officer, I've got 3 main components of my role. First is I've got the data office. So at EY, people sometimes don't realize we process over 50% of the Fortune 500 companies' data sets. So that's a massive amount of data. One of the largest data producers, data consumption in the world sits within our EY databases. The second is around AI. So I run our AI program globally, and that's 400,000 people, 150 countries. And so when you think about AI, what we're seeing now, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, is sovereign AI and how that's going to impact the way that we run our business. Right. And we'll talk about that. And the third is what we call Next Frontier. This is the fun stuff. This is physical AI, quantum, blockchain. We just announced today that we launched a new physical AI lab, and we're going to go invest in physical AI because we think that's the next big trend to come.
And does that lab have a particular location?
It's actually in Alpharetta, Georgia.
Is it?
And,
okay.
It's actually where I'm from. No bias there. But Alpharetta, we've got actually our central technology team is headquartered there as well. And so what we did is we've got a lab where our clients can come, and it's really a hands-on application of both the simulation, which is data focused, in the Omniverse environment that's led by NVIDIA, and it allows our clients to actually touch and feel and truly apply physical AI before it even gets to the robotics stage of things. We call that the last mile of robotics.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the data side, the whole sort of frontier of AI as it pertains to the entire organisation, and therefore the clients, and then the new fun stuff. Okay. So I heard recently Peter Thiel make a reference to particularly consulting, and obviously consulting is and sort of broader change and transformation is a huge part of EY, as the assurance practices, audit and tax and so forth. But Peter sort of made the prediction that consulting will go the way of the wagon wheel, and it will be replaced by the sort of Palantir type data and analytics offerings. What's your view on that? I mean, is there an element of truth to that? And as you look forward for EY, is there more opportunity than threat? Is it equal opportunity and threat, or is this something that keeps you up at night?
So absolutely, the world is going to change very, very quickly, and consulting in particular will also change. I think we're seeing that. If you think about it, ChatGPT's only been around for not even just now 3 years as of Sunday. It was his birthday.
Sunday, okay.
Yeah, that's right. ChatGPT was just 3 years ago, and it's amazing how fast things are evolving. Now we're talking about agentic AI. We're talking about physical AI. So when you think about our consulting business, we have something we call EY Client Zero. And the idea is that we have 400,000 people. We have 150 countries. Let's leverage and use AI on our own business first before we bring it to our clients. And what that does is it helps us filter through the noise. So the way we're thinking about our consulting business is absolutely AI is going to help assist and enable our consulting teams. And we're going to use agentic AI in some of those situations where we can actually drive better margins for our clients. But we don't expect a net job loss in consulting. We actually
You don't?
We don't expect a net.
So the same or more consultants going forward?
Same or more. the jobs are 100% going to change very, very quickly and already have. And I think the companies that actually adapt quicker, I call it the innovation muscle, so the ones that have the right training, the right assets in place, and the right data, the data is really important, are going to be the ones that absolutely take advantage of this market over the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years. The ones that don't are going to fall behind very, very quickly. And I think that's the difference that's going to happen over the next few years.
And do you think about sort of the recruiting, the next year's intake and the following in terms of humans versus agents? And is there a way to think about, EY will have for every one human 3 or 4 agents? I've heard other, sort of heads of consulting practices talk. Do you think in those terms or not?
I think that you're going to see the job descriptions are absolutely going to change. So I often say to our teams, adaptability is the new job security, meaning your job is going to change, it's going to change again, it's going to change even faster than it has in the past. And so when you think about agents, the expectation is that you're going to manage agents in the future. Humans are going to manage agents. You're not going to manage just team members. You're going to be managing other agents. That means you need to onboard them, you have to recruit them, you have to train them, you have to certify them, you have to attest to what they're doing, it's the right thing to do. And then you retire them and you bring in new agents. Same thing for physical AI and robotics. That's now becoming mainstream, right? You have to treat those as human protocol with recruiting, onboarding, training, certification, and then retiring those robots of the future. And so I think that a lot of the job growth, I think, is going to sit in that realm of training the agents, recruiting the agents, monitoring the agents. Same with physical AI. And with physical AI, you've got a whole job space there around manufacturing, configuration, maintenance, that nobody's quite understood yet either.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, your sort of sense of optimism and projection of growth, I think, is a compelling one. I'm a big believer in the sort of history of these disruptive technologies, whether it's go back to the steam engine, the combustion engine, the railroad, the internet, in that ultimately it creates tremendous upticks in economic activity and therefore wealth creation and standards of living. The intermediate disruption can be, is the sort of hard part, right? And so with that in mind, Joe, based on what you've been doing over the last 12 months or so, or since the advent of ChatGPT, what's working at EY and what's not working?
Yeah, and I agree with you. So if you think about the history of technology evolution, I think it's a great point. There's always been job growth out of every industrial evolution that we've had in technology, whether it was manufacturing or to the internet, to the iPhone, to ChatGPT. Now we're in that point where we're like, maybe not this time, but again, every time we've been proven wrong. I think the difference this time is that the disruption is going to occur faster, right? And the speed is faster. Okay. And so there is going to be some temporary disruption that's going to occur, and you're going to see some companies that invest in the right tools, the right training, the right technologies exceed at a rapid pace. Some governments that do that as well. Some that don't will continue to fall behind. I think that's what we have to watch when we think about the future. In terms of what we've learned over the years, in terms of AI, I think there's a lot of hype out there. We've all seen that.
Is there a bubble?
So the question around the bubble is, I think AI is here to stay, and I think it's going to massively, hopefully, positive impact on society. That's my belief, that it's going to help. It's going to help society when it comes to job growth, I think, in the future. It may be a little painful now, but it's going to help in the future. When it comes to medical outcomes and precision medicine in particular, robotic surgery is already seeing great success in certain geographies. And also when we think about water supply and some other areas of growth, I think that AI is going to help improve the quality of life for people in the future. And that's hopefully what we all believe too.
Yeah, and so as you think about, you've got in the audience here many people who lead their own companies, who work for other enterprises and government agencies. What's your advice in terms of where they should start? So in other words, do you start with sort of trying to automate tasks today? Do you start with things that cut across the organization? Do you start with sort of the highly specialized professional roles? Do you start with the back office? Where should people get started?
So when you think about, again, the speed of things, generative AI is moving to agentic AI, moving to physical AI in a matter of a year or two.
Right.
And so when you want to focus in on, okay, where do I get started? There's really, in my view, 4 key elements that we focused on at EY and with our clients too that are important. First is you've got to get your data right. Yep. Whether it's generative AI or it's agentic AI or it's physical AI, it's even more important to have that strong, high-quality data. Right. A study we did at EY this last year shows that 83% of clients say they still don't have the right data infrastructure. So therefore, they can't leverage all the latest and greatest AI. So that's going to be really, really critical. The second key that we believe is important is you have to embed responsible AI into everything you do now. Right. So that's from the data, the models, to the algorithms, to the way that you're training your employees. Responsible AI has to be embedded. And what we see now, another study that we did recently, the companies that have embedded responsible AI, not just like a PowerPoint, right? Not just a motto, but truly putting it into your algorithms. They've seen less compliance risk from a penalty perspective, but also better job growth and better revenue. And the reason for that is when you talk to these companies that are truly taking responsible AI and embedding it into their organization, people, the processes, is that it gives people guardrails to experiment. Right? So instead of saying, I don't know what to do with AI, they say, okay, as long as I play in this sandbox with this technology and I don't do these certain things, I can experiment with AI. And so you're seeing that's showing up in revenue growth. So that's important when we talk about trust. The third is value. There's a lot of innovation theater that's occurred. Yeah. So anybody that's seen this in the last few years, some of that's okay. You're learning, we're growing, we're learning about new tools. But you really want to attach to use cases and values. So to your point on back office, that's a big opportunity for value there. Finance, procurement, back office. We are seeing true productivity savings, for example, there, but also in software development. That's an area that's absolutely been impacted by AI very quickly. It went from one of the top job growth areas in 2 years, 3 years ago, to literally almost net zero now in software development and programming. And that tells you that there are going to be jobs that are going to be impacted by AI, and you've got to retool and reskill those. So value is going to be really important. It's not just productivity; it's also engagement. It's also quality. And the last one is what I call adoption. End of the day, you can have the best tools, the best technology. I can have the best data. If nobody's using it, it doesn't matter. So I was joking with the client the other day on adoption. I've never heard, Steve, a client say that they've over-invested in training. Never once have they said they've over-invested in training. Training is going to change. AI is going to help change training. It should be AI-led training, and not the training where you take a quarterly sort of training with a video camera. It should be at the point of service and AI-led. But training is going to be absolutely critical in the future.
Yeah, we're seeing the sort of greatest impact when we apply our tools. The legal AI assistance called CoCounsel, the tax AI assistance called CoCounsel. When it's applied to those professions where there's deep expertise, where there's a very clear understanding of the role at different tenures, and we see less traction in some of the generic tools that are trying to apply where everyone has a slightly different take on what the job is. And interesting your point about the sort of importance of humans to guide the AI. I was reading about a study recently where they had the agent run the sales team, not the other way around, and essentially what the agent did was figure out that extortion was one of the best ways to incent the sales team. And so you actually need the human being to apply some values and some guardrails.
Yeah, that's right.
Fairly obvious point, but I think it was well made by this particular study. Okay, so as Kim said, we're going to get Joe's take on 5. Feel free to have more or less predictions for AI in the year 2026. So
okay.
Over to you, Joe. What do you think we're going to see?
Well, so I think, again, the world is moving so quickly. There's the 5 key trends that I would see happening. One is data is both the lifeblood and the bottleneck.
Can AI help on the data front?
It absolutely can.
Okay.
So when you talk about data, master data management now can be automated with AI.
Okay.
Right. So there's ways that you can use AI to help improve your data quality. I'd actually say some industries, like financial services in particular, have invested in data over decades. Right. And so they are actually more equipped right now to take advantage of some of these next generation technologies than other industries that haven't. Right. So again, about 83% of clients still say their data is not in the right state. But it's not just the quality, it's also the access. So can I use the data? How do I use the data? What do I have consent to use the data? Right. You have new tools like synthetic data that actually Gartner is expecting by 2030 that it's going to be about 50% of the data in the world. It could be higher. It's synthetic, right? Basically fake data that's mimicking real data.
At Thomson Reuters, we prefer the real to this. In case anyone's worried.
You like the real data. Well, there's actually a whole, there's some, when you think about synthetic data, the issue is if you have too much synthetic data, you have model collapse.
Right.
Then you don't know what's real or what's not anymore, right?
Yeah.
So synthetic data it's good because you can actually do some things that you can't do today from a regulatory standpoint, not using real data. Clinical trials is a great example of precision medicine, where you can actually use it to predict how a patient will respond before they get the treatment. But there's also some downside as well. So data is going to be important, I think, in 2026 and beyond. Right? I think that's a standard that's going to continue to happen. Self-driving enterprise is the second component. You're starting to see this happen in some smaller companies and startups where they've got agents running and there's one CEO and agents are running the business. When you think about the self-driving enterprise, I think for corporations, it's going to be in certain pockets, like back office to start, finance, HR, procurement. And you're going to have agents that are going to be orchestrating amongst themselves with humans in the loop. And then you can actually have, again, you're going to have recruiting of those agents, onboarding of those agents, certification and attestation that they're doing the right things legally in compliance and they're not extorting people, right? And then you also are going to add in, eventually, to the self-driving enterprise, physical AI and robots, right?
It's interesting you say that because, the sort of the importance of putting a human in the loop, incredibly critical. But at the other end of the spectrum, it's not lost upon us, and I'm sure many in the room, that if you look at the average SaaS company that's at scale, revenue per employee around $300,000-$400,000 at the better performing SaaS technology companies, whereas companies that are created in the way you're describing, sort of agentic first, agentic AI native companies, revenues, particularly when they reach some version of scale, $3 to $5 million per employee. And heaven help the first cohort if they have to come up and compete against the second. And so, in my view, that's going to be the impetus for everybody who's starting a company to start AI first, and everyone who's running a legacy business to start to automate every part of it that they possibly can, because they're going to have to in order to compete. That's right. Okay, so number three.
Number three, I think the sleeping giant right now is sovereign AI.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just curious, how many people know about sovereign AI? Anybody? See, not many. So that's one that I think is going to be really, if you think about it, at the end of the day.
Can you define it for us? Just
right. So USA, the way that they're going to treat AI and data is going to be different than, for example, China or the Middle East or Europe, right? Anywhere in Europe. And so countries are starting to establish policy around how to treat data, how to treat the models, how to treat the employees in terms of where they have to sit and live in order to use those models. So sovereign AI is the concept that you may have situations where countries say or dictate that in order to have AI in your company, you have to have the team, the data, the infrastructure, the technology layer sit within that country or that geography. And you think about what that does, it creates, I call it AI islands. You would have, if you're a multinational company like us, you would have AI infrastructure, technology, data in 150 countries.
Right.
If we use the extreme example, around the world. And so that to me is what I call the sleeping giant, because if that starts to happen, then what you would then create is a compliance layer that doesn't currently exist. Good news, it's net new jobs, right? But you're also going to need to deal with the technology and the infrastructure challenges that would occur as a result of that. It also would help improve privacy and safety and security in some areas. So there's pros and cons on sovereign AI, but we're seeing more and more discussions with our clients around how to enable that.
It's interesting, isn't it, that this sort of AI era is coinciding with a pretty significant pullback in globalization.
That's right.
Which I think leads you to that conclusion. I mean, we're in the middle of some vigorous debates on a version of this question, which is, the way AI has been characterized, it's a race between the US and China, okay, which is sort of a version of what you're describing. And then the extension to sort of fair use and copyright, which is relevant to us, is that, well, China does not respect copyright, and if it's a race with the US, ergo the US shouldn't either. And we would argue the opposite, which is, China has cheaper power, has more engineers, doesn't have better chips but might. And so you sort of layer on what are the differentiators. The thing that the US has better than any other country on the planet is great content. Great filmmakers and musicians and recorded music artists and, in our case, journalists and lawyers who are capturing, IP. And if you erode the incentives to those creators, then the world will be flat. And in fact, it will be a race with China. Anyway, enough of that rant. Number 4.
Number 4, work reimagined, right? So the whole discussion we had earlier around jobs, I think that's going to be a continued discussion. You start to see, what I would say is that, again, adaptability is the new job security, right? So the ability to adapt is going to make the difference in your job growth and You're going to see some people that really adapt well, and they're going to continue to grow in their careers. They're going to adopt AI, and they're going to continue to see success, and others that don't. Some of that is the middle management layer. We're seeing some crisis, I call it, because the middle management layer, if you're in finance, procurement, if you've done governance and PMO operations, what can often happen is AI can do that better now. Yeah. So those jobs are starting to see displacement in some areas. Entry level is also seeing, I would consider, some displacement. But entry level, what's happening is most of the graduates that are coming in are well equipped with the tools in AI, and so I feel like they're a little bit better equipped to handle some of the challenges. I am more worried about that middle management layer and how fast they can evolve and be adopted into.
Yeah, it's sort of the adage that I think we've all started to hear or use. You won't be replaced by AI, but you might be replaced by someone who uses AI. And the wrinkle could be middle management, which is use it all you like, but if ultimately fewer middle managers are required, we may move to a bit of an hourglass type model. Yeah. Okay. Last and final.
Just trust is the new currency.
Okay.
Right. So if you think about, and everybody can look online now and see there's deep fakes and there's issues with trust, and consumers are starting to recognize. You mentioned the events in the U.S. I saw a stat the other day that concerts and live sporting events are actually the attendance is up, right? And I think part of me is believing that people are getting somewhat tired of the AI and the fake AI and the deep fakes, and they're saying, I just want to talk to a human. I want to see humans. I want to interact with humans. So trust is the new currency, and I think the organizations that embed responsible AI into everything they do, that are trusted brands, trusted with consumers, trusted with their employers, are going to see much greater success. The ones that don't or make mistakes along the way, I think, are going to see rapid decline.
Thank you, Joe. That's. I hope everyone agrees with me. I think that is, in 15 or so minutes, as clear and coherent a view on the state of AI and the immediate future of AI as I've ever heard. And I've listened to a lot of these kinds of conversations. So thank you, Joe.
Appreciate it, Steve.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. A fascinating discussion. I'm going to have to grab you at some point, Joe. I want to know, what should I be encouraging my teenage son to study so that he can not be lost in the middle management at some point? Speaking of, if you want to hear more conversations like those, we have the technology and AI stage, a whole lot going on there tomorrow. I'll be moderating and emceeing that stage, so please join us there tomorrow if you can. Up next, we have someone with a truly unique perspective on the future of storytelling and its social impact. This is a discussion moderated by Reuters US entertainment business correspondent and podcast favorite Dawn Chmielewski, who is speaking to Cherie Redstone, who leads the Redstone Family Foundation and chairs Sipor Studios. Let's give them a round of applause.
We ready for this?
We are always ready.
Thanks for joining us. This will be a lively conversation. So Cherie, look, Cherie is the former chairperson of Paramount Global. She is currently president of the Redstone Family Foundation, which is a philanthropy, pardon me, I can't speak, focused on combating racism and anti-Semitism through education. And earlier this year, she took on a new role in entertainment as chair of Sipor, which is an entertainment studio behind the Emmy Award-winning documentary, We Will Dance Again. So we'll talk about that shortly. Let's start the conversation with the industry you know so well, the entertainment industry, which is undergoing this rapid consolidation. You, of course, sold your family's stake in Paramount to the Ellison family over the summer, and in recent days we've seen that another major Hollywood studio, Warner Brothers Discovery, is in discussion, contemplating a sale. So what are the factors contributing to this consolidation? What do you think the industry looks like over the next few years?
Well, I do think there will continue to be consolidation in the industry. I think, as we were talking off stage, consolidation is hard. It's very hard to integrate new companies into old companies. So I think we're going to see a lot of successful integrations and also ones that become more challenged. I think one thing that will stay the same, as my dad always said, is content is king. So for me, the entertainment industry has always been about creating great content. I don't know how it will end up with Warner Brothers, who will get it. But what's interesting, you see those of us who have traditionally been in the content creating business, and then companies like Netflix, who are a great distribution company, but now realizing the importance of creating content and creating content that people want to see. So I think it's going to continue to evolve. I think you'll see more AI, which will be opportunities for the industry, as well as challenges that we need to think very seriously about. And change. Change is the one constant, I guess, other than death and taxes.
Well, let's dig into the AI question, because you know, because you've seen the sort of existential moment that the industry has had. There are moments more recently in time where we've had the introduction of an AI-generated actress, that caused all of Hollywood to have a breakdown. Where do you see the applications of that technology, and who will be displaced in this process?
Well, if we're not careful, I think everybody will be displaced. I don't want to be the voice of doom, because I do think there's an opportunity to manage this. The problem is that it happens so quickly, it doesn't give you enough time to plan. So in real time, we're going to have to sort this out. But I think there are a lot of opportunities using AI that are going to make our business more efficient, more cost-effective, and that we're going to have to be able to find a way to take advantage of that. And some of those people who have been involved in those positions will be displaced. I think when it comes to talent, yeah, there was a lot of controversy, whether it's acting, whether it's music, et cetera. And that's where I think we really need to be very aggressive in protecting the creative talent and making sure that they are not replaced. There's nothing like the real person. There's nothing like the real thing. I think that was Coke. But the reality is, I think it's going to continue to evolve. I don't have an easy answer for you. I think there are going to be places for it in every aspect of it. I mean, you look at the legal field now and all of these, law associates who are coming in, and you look at how discovery is done. All of these people are going to be displaced. We're going to have to find other opportunities within the fields to create jobs, and not enough jobs are going to be created. So I think it's a challenge.
Yeah, totally. So talk with me, a related challenge, as we're talking about sort of the disruption of the entertainment industry, is another part of the business that you know really well, theatrical. I mean, the theatrical business has been in decline since COVID. We're at something like close to $8 billion in domestic box office gross this year, which is well off of the $11 billion it was in 2019. Are we going through a structural change? Is there any coming back from this? And how might eliminating one of the major Hollywood studios from the equation impact theatrical? Talk to me about that. This is something you know so well.
Well, first of all, I think there's nothing like the movie-going experience. But you have to create the experience around the movie if you want to get people out of their homes going to the movie theaters. So we used to do cocktails. We used to have concierge. We used to have pre-show performances. We used to really make it about a night out. And I still think that nothing will replace that. But that being said, I think it's not so much the consolidation that is going to have an impact on the industry going forward. It's more about streaming. It's more about the quality of home theaters, about changing consumer habits. And I think even with consolidation, if you have more limited content being created, at the end of the day, right now in movie theaters, people only go to see the hits. It's much harder. You used to get them to go see a C movie. And I said, if we give them a drink, we can get them to see a C movie. Instead of now, you're lucky if you can get them to see an A movie with a cocktail. So I think that those hits will continue to be created. And even if there's consolidation, and we'll get to this in a different way, there's still a lot of independent and foreign film and foreign content that people want to see now, which is much more much more approachable than it used to be, and people really are very comfortable going to those. So I don't think that the consolidation is going to be the biggest impact. I think it's just going to continue to be the success of streaming, and that puts the onus on exhibitors to create that experience that makes people want to get out of the home.
Interesting. I think this is a logical segue to your work with Sipur, which, you just assumed the role as chair of this Israeli entertainment company. And we've talked a bit about how production in Israel might well address the rising cost of production that you've referenced earlier in our conversation. So talk to me about why you joined this company after just exiting a global media operation. What attracted you, and how does it shake up the industry's economics?
Well, the way I got involved is, as you mentioned before, they did the movie We Will Dance Again. And they came to me with that film, and we were able to get it streamed on Paramount+.
Tell people what that was about.
And that movie was about what happened at the Nova Music Festival on October 7th. So it was a really tough movie, and as many of you know, it's been very hard to get Israeli content both funded and distributed. So they came to me, I don't want to say as a last stop, but I think and we ended up putting it on Paramount+, and it was an incredibly successful movie. It won an Emmy. We partnered also with BBC. It just won an award last week in London, the Rose d'Or Award, as the best documentary. And through that, I got to know the team at Support. And I felt consistent with a lot of the work I was doing in my foundation around fighting anti-Semitism and racism and addressing those issues. It was also about getting people to see Israel a different way. So it kind of very much fit in with my vision of how can people see Israel for the Israel that it is, not the Israel that people portray it as, unfortunately, so frequently. Not that it doesn't have its challenges, it does, but there is a side of Israel people don't know. And I've always felt that we can create change through content. My dad always said content is king. I always say content creates conversation that leads to change. And so that was my initial, meetup with Support. And then I got to learn more about their business. And to be honest, they had an offer to be purchased. And I started talking to Emilio, who was the CEO, and I said, it's way too soon to sell this company. You have such a vision. If you can find a way to raise the money and bring in the right people, I think you should hold on for it for longer. Not realizing at the time that I would be some of the funding and I would be the person who we brought in because their previous investors had no media experience. And what I like about Support is it is a very different model than what we have in Hollywood. So basically, what happened in Israel years ago is the broadcasters and the cable networks realized that they did not have the ability to fully fund all of their shows. At the same time, Israeli content was traveling so successfully around the world. We had Fauda, we had Homeland, we had In Treatment, we had so many shows. So Emilio came up with the idea of doing deficit financing for 40 to 60% of these shows in order to own all of the international rights. And then he brought in a partner to share in those costs and to share in the revenue generated by, the international success of these projects. And what was incredible about Israel is they did have a strong creative community. They were successful. And the first show we did was actually a show we did called Bad Boy. And that we did in conjunction with Peter Chernan's North Road Studios. And it became a tremendous success in Israel. It won all of the Academy Awards. It became top 10 in almost 50 markets on Netflix. It was the only Netflix international drama to receive any Emmy nominations. It won an award in Germany. And recently, we're now doing the second season and also working with Netflix on an English remake. And that's our model, to find communities with great creative talent. We recently did a show in Argentina that I'm going to be introducing at the Miami Content Festival in January. And it's about an Israeli actress who wanted to kind of become more international. And she's teamed up with a very well-known actor in Argentina. And it's a telenovela about a woman whose boyfriend ends up having a relationship with somebody else's wife in Argentina. So she goes over there to figure it out. And it then takes on all of the typical things that a telenovela takes on. It's incredible. It's a 360-degree approach to the content. So we not only have the show, we have a concert. And in fact, that's how it's going to be introduced. When we introduce the content, we're looking at doing something in Australia. We're doing our first international thriller with North Road called Heart of a Killer, which is about an Israeli doctor whose best friend needs an organ transplant and can't get one. So she comes up with a very creative way to save her friend's life and then gets involved with the illegal organ transplant market. So I could go on and
I
on.
know, I was going to say,
but
you know,
I'm excited about it because it is a different model and it works. And in spite of the fact that people kind of want to boycott content, I actually believe that having this content out there can lead to conversations that can bring people together.
I know we've got so little time and so many things. No. There's so many things that we could ask about. One of the audience members is raising a question about CBS News, which you knew was. We'll reframe it slightly. I was hoping you could talk about the controversial decision to settle with CBS News with President Trump over his CBS News lawsuit that stemmed from, as you know, the 60 Minutes interview with his White House rival Kamala Harris. Did you worry about the settlement being potentially precedent-setting, maybe emboldening powerful people to use lawsuits to pressure news organizations? How did you come to a decision here? Because it wasn't an easy one.
Well, first of all, I was not part of the actual decision that was made because I did recuse myself from the board just because of the appearance of conflict, which I don't really believe existed, but I try to be overly careful, in spite of the fact that people like to sue me, or because of that. But the reality is, you talk about precedent setting, every other company that had been sued by Trump settled within days. So the precedent, if you want to refer to it that way, had already been set. But to me, it was about we had a responsibility as a board to run our business. And while I did recuse myself from the discussions, and I have no idea how they reached the deal that they did reach, I do believe it was the right decision. I think the trial had been set for 2 years out. The chaos that would have been created over the next 2 years, I'm not sure the company could have survived. The internal distractions, the external distractions, in spite of everything that we were doing in the company, and during those months we became the number 4 streaming service, nobody was talking about that. All people were talking about was the distraction of the Trump litigation. In addition, Trump was threatening a lawsuit in Florida. You have no idea what discovery is going to show, and even though you think you're always in a good position, there are a lot of things that come out in discovery that you don't like. There are a lot of things that come out in trial that don't like. The responsibility of the board is to do whatever they have to do to ensure the effective functioning of the company. So I do believe it was the right decision. I do believe we have to continue to fight for fairness in news, fairness in broadcasting. I think we have an obligation to do a better job than we've done to remove bias. But the reality is I think it was the right decision, even though it wasn't one that I was involved with.
All right. We have 2 minutes remaining. There's so many questions that, forgive me, we can't get through all of them. There was a question about, if we could scroll back, about AI and its influence in creating content. Like, can AI, if you don't mind scrolling back to one of the earlier questions?
Before you get to that, I want to interrupt you, because if we're that short of time, I'd love to talk for a minute about my foundation.
Oh, please do.
If that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Because that's actually the most important thing that I feel as though I'm doing right now.
Forgive me, Sherry.
Now, that's okay. And what we're trying to do is address the issues of anti-Semitism and racism by building bridges across communities. So we try to empower individuals and communities to have civil discussions. We have a film impact series where we show films about the relationship between the Black and Jewish community and how they come together. I recently did an event at the Jewish Museum where we had a Black artist who was inspired by a Jewish artist, and it showed their work side by side and how it worked. We do a Ramadan dinner. And the reason I really want to say this to you is we're at such a tipping point right now in this world. And I would really ask all of you to use content, whatever content it is, to have the conversations that need to be had. I have a program with preschool children, 4 years old, teaching them about different cultures. And they learn about different cultures. And it has family and food and fun. They go apple picking around Rosh Hashanah. They have apples and honey. They read books about Rosh Hashanah. They do arts and crafts projects. Letters go home to the parents. It starts conversations. And we all have such a responsibility and an opportunity to use our voices, and our voices are content. So I don't think there's any more important work that all of us could be doing right now with our families and with our colleagues. So however creative you want to be or however non-creative you want to be, I just ask all of you to think about this and to have these conversations We have to make a difference. We have to create that world we want for our kids and for generations to come. This is the work I love. It's connected with what I do at Sapor, and I had to leave you with that message, so I'm sorry
No,
to interrupt
absolutely.
you.
Thank you so much, Shari, for your time.
Thank you very much, everybody.
We'll go this way.
Okay, up next, we have one more session before lunch, and it promises to be a good one. We are, again, switching our focus to AI, technology. We've got sessions on humanoids after lunch, the AI workforce, and the 2026 AI dilemma. But before that, we're talking about fast-changing markets and how they're prompting institutional investors to shift their strategies. So how are they doing it? We have a panel up next, moderated by Pavni Mittal, who I will invite to the stage to introduce her guests.
Thank you, Kim. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pavni Mittal. Bob Dylan said the times they are changing, and nobody knows that better than the lovely ladies over here with me who are long-term institutional investors. And while circumstances and the environment around us, is changing quite fast, and Kim mentioned some of those, technology and politics, one thing that has remained constant is the mandate to create long-term value. So let's unpack that over the next 30 minutes. Please welcome my panelists. From the Smithsonian Institution, Chief Investment Officer Amy Chen, she's to my extreme left. Builders Vision Chief Investment Officer Noel Lang. And right next to me is North America Head for Temasek, Jane Atherton. Welcome. It's been a volatile few weeks in the market. Could each of you talk about how you are relooking at maybe your long-term strategy when you see such volatility in the short term? Amy?
Sure, thank you so much. And really, it's an honor to be here today. The Smithsonian is a long-term patient investor that is invested across the asset classes. And so in terms of our portfolio, we have designed it more in terms of long-term assets as opposed to being concerned about short-term volatility. So we typically don't make any changes on the short-term basis.
Is there any indicator that you're really looking at right now, or does that not bother you at all?
Well, we do look at valuations, and so if we feel we've been topped off, we'll rebalance our portfolio. But if not, and then if we have market drawdowns, we will rebalance. But typically, we don't make short-term changes.
Noel?
Similarly, Builders Vision, we're a team of investors and philanthropists founded by Lucas Walton, so a member of the Walton family. And we're long-term investors as well, so have a very similar philosophy. But I would say in these periods where there is so much going on within the portfolio, distributions in the private investment portfolio, for example, have been slowed a bit, and there is, volatility in the public markets. We often think about liquidity, so we want to be looking at the liquidity, and we manage 8 portfolios in-house, foundation, taxable portfolios, et cetera. And so really thinking about, is the liquidity, managers that, for instance, may have monthly liquidity, something like that, is it accurate? Can we actually pull that out, and whatnot if we needed it? And we really want to be able to always start on the front foot. If there is an opportunity, and a lot of times with volatility, there are opportunities through rebalancing and whatnot. So that's, we're really looking, it's not very exciting, but we're looking at that total portfolio, balance and how we could, in that long-term way, through balancing, through liquidity, et cetera, take advantage of opportunities.
Jane, what has been your approach during the last few weeks?
So I would say we're very similar to my first 2 panelists in that we're a Singapore sovereign-owned entity. We are a permanent capital balance sheet, and our mandate is to create sustainable returns over the long term. Because we're investing off our balance sheet, we are not restricted by fund life. We're also primarily an equities investor. So the first piece of resilience for us comes from our balance sheet itself. We're a AAA-rated entity, and we have a high degree of liquidity. So for us, when we're looking at periods of volatility, that can potentially provide an opportunity for us to deploy the liquidity that we have on our balance sheet. And in addition, the balance sheet itself and the strength of that balance sheet provides us a degree of defensibility should we be navigating through periods of volatility. I would also say as a global investor for us, we're very focused also in terms of making sure that we have geographic diversity. The US is our second largest investment market outside of our home market of Singapore. And we also have to ensure that we have a degree of diversification as it relates to industry as well. And then I would say finally, from our perspective, we try and do two things. We try and acknowledge and understand what our portfolio companies are seeing and telling us about the environment that we're operating in, and also the broader ecosystem. We are a large participant in the market. We are also a large LP in a number of GPs, and we benefit from their insights as it relates to making sure that at the end of the day, we're looking at short-term volatility, but we have our eye on what are those long-term trends that we should be investing in for the future.
Speaking of opportunities, AI has opened up this whole world, and depending on where you are, it's either an opportunity or, a time for a lot of anxiety. Noel, for you, because, there's a lot of focus on climate for you. So what kind of opportunities has this AI wave created in climate-focused sectors?
Yeah, I think this is, AI is really transforming everything in every sector, and climate is no different. And I think it's important to recognize that a lot of people have a narrow idea of climate and climate investing. Sometimes it can be, it's renewable energy, very, very, very focused on that. But I think it's important to remember that it is that. It's renewable energy production and whatnot. But it's also energy efficiency, decarbonization strategies, food and agriculture, sustainable agriculture, water, wastewater management, so many different things. And so just like everything else, AI is absolutely transforming these sectors and subsectors. And so we've seen many interesting opportunities across the public and private markets, and our managers, we do mostly invest in third-party fund managers, and our managers are taking advantage of them in areas like grid modernization. You think we have to move away from, centralized utilities to grids that can, have a two-way flow of data and energy and whatnot. Other areas like predictive maintenance on equipment, transmission lines, transformers, siting and permitting of new energy infrastructure projects, and the list goes on. And I'll just say, as I mentioned, it's both the public and the private markets, and it's really interesting in the public markets because, I think a lot of focus this year is on the new administration in the U.S., and it's actually been a wonderful year for the clean energy markets and public markets. And we don't invest in this index, but there's an S&P Clean Energy Index, and we tend to use active managers in this space for lots of reasons. But the S&P Clean Energy Index is up 41-ish% or something year to date. The S&P is up 18, which I would take any day of the week. But it just shows a lot of this outperformance is driven by energy demand increasing and just the opportunities that the underlying companies are taking advantage of. So I would just say it's, it's a very interesting time. And again, to really expand maybe definitions of what, climate investing is, and you get a lot of really interesting AI exposure.
Jane, last year, I believe, Temasek announced it would be investing $30 billion in the U.S. over the next 5 years. A lot of that is, I'm assuming, driven by, the opportunity in AI. But now that you have all these concerns around the AI bubble, are you being more cautious? I mean, how has that changed your approach?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's obviously highly topical right now. Maybe I'll start by saying that AI is going to be and already is the defining technology of our time. But we, like everybody else in the room, I'm sure, and in the audience, are very focused looking at where relative and absolute valuation levels are, both in the public and private markets. We obviously have an eye to the circularity that we're seeing within the whole AI environment. That said, we're also seeing significant adoption of AI. It's already starting to impact various industries. You're already seeing adoption from a commercialization perspective. And if you think about it, the large hyperscalers themselves, you also have to bear in mind that they are well-diversified entities with very many earning streams. So from our perspective, it's a question of resilience. It's a question of making sure that you're looking at underlying fundamentals. It's also a question of making sure that you have a degree of diversification. You can't be just exposed to any one and own investment. You have to think about a broader portfolio. And for us, at the end of the day, the other thing that we're very, very focused on is ensuring that we are looking at AI and working out how it's going to impact the portfolio that we have, our existing long-term portfolio companies, embedding AI to ensure that they are future-proofed, as well as making sure that we're investing in those next-gen winners that we see coming.
But also, how do you, and I want to ask you this, Amy, how do you make sure that you're not overexposed? Because if you look at the Magnificent Seven, dominating the US market, by extension, dominating the world market, so how do you make sure your portfolio is not one big tech fund?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good question. We actively monitor our private and public investments in terms of the underlying holdings. And so we're able to review our geographic, our sector, individual holdings on a monthly basis and really see where we could either exploit certain either geographies or sectors and or be able to hedge out some of the risks. And I think in our case, I think in terms of any new themes, we really probably favor growth, dislocations, and change today, whether it's specifically related to AI, whether it's related to the reshoring, whether it's related to all these different sort of discontinuous changes that have been happening. And I think that, we feel that we're actually well positioned to be able to take advantage of those areas.
I want to pivot to mission-driven investing. Noel, a lot of the headlines about Builder's Vision is about the investment in climate, but you're also trying to make money. So how do you balance those?
Yeah, we absolutely do not sacrifice returns for with our to focus on investing in a sustainable future. We do have sector focuses in food and agriculture, energy, and oceans, but we manage over $15 billion in assets, so it's not limited to those sectors. We just acknowledge that those sustainable transitions are in those sustainable transitions in those sectors are an amazing investment opportunity, and they are happening. No matter what political climate it is, they are occurring, and so we think about integrating, environmental, social, and governance factors and climate, and especially these three sectors into almost everything that we do. But that takes a lot of different forms, depending on the asset class and the portfolio that we're managing. And so when we think about investment returns, our principal, he doesn't want to sacrifice anything, and we actually have a 13-year track record of outperforming our policy benchmark on the portfolio that is the biggest that we manage. And really, again, just always staying focused on what is compelling, what is long-term, picking good managers, and of course having an asset allocation that is setting us up to fulfill all of the objectives of the portfolio. So it's very doable, but I always say it's still investing, and investing is hard. So you still have to put in a lot of effort and kind of find the right opportunities. But we are absolutely tasked with achieving market rates of return with the portfolios. We do have, and if you follow us on LinkedIn, you'll see we do actually have a catalytic investment portfolio where we are able to take quite a bit of risk in the name of kind of building the markets in food and agriculture, energy, and oceans. And in some ways, that catalytic portfolio, because we are pushing the envelope on kind of going where investors haven't gone yet and building these markets and kind of trialing different things in both fund managers and direct investments, we will be wrong a lot in that portfolio. So while we're always seeking market rates of return, for that particular portfolio, one of the 8, we do have a return of capital target on that because, again, it is the one where we're able to kind of take the most risk and experiment. So it's very interesting actually to have a spectrum of objectives, and it means that we're able to kind of see these 3 sectors through lots of lenses, and actually think it makes us really, really good investors no matter what the kind of portfolio we're investing.
Yeah, speaking of spectrum, how do you integrate, Jane, climate considerations across your investments?
Yeah, it's another great question. So again, as a long-term permanent capital investor, I don't think anybody can avoid climate when you're trying to ensure that you have resiliency in your portfolio. I think the hard question is working out where you invest to ensure that you garner the returns that you effectively require. I think it also is to our mind a little bit tied to geopolitics at this point in time as well, insofar as, if you think about it, energy security is becoming a huge topic. So as we think about investing in a greener future, we also think about energy security. So we are investing sizable amounts in the United States around energy transition. We recently announced that we acquired 50% of Luminace, which was a partnership with Brookfield. It is the largest distributed generation energy business in the United States. We also have an investment in Westinghouse, which is very focused on the build-out of nuclear. And then coming back to talk a little bit about climate and earlier stage climate, again, we're a $325 billion US permanent capital portfolio. So a little bit, as Noel was talking about, we have the ability to also go early stage for a small portion of our portfolio. Again, we're trying to build resiliency, but we're also very focused on being future focused. And so another initiative that we launched in conjunction with BlackRock was Decarbonization Partners, which is investing in very early stage technology around the whole sort of decarbonization environment.
Speaking of politics, the Smithsonian Institution is facing political headwinds, to put it mildly. How do you make sure that you are, your portfolio is giving the kinds of returns that an institution like the Smithsonian needs, especially in times like these, so it can be free and flexible to do what it wants to do?
Well, the Smithsonian is an iconic presence in the National Mall in Washington, D.C. We have world-class exhibitions, collections, and we conduct multidisciplinary research across 140 countries. And so the endowment really ensures the viability of the Smithsonian's future. The Smithsonian has served American people for over 179 years out of this country's almost 250 years history. So we have a lot of levers to pull in terms of providing liquidity. We can move to our fixed income and our cash accounts, our separate accounts, as well as our hedging accounts. And so on a short-term basis, that has not been a concern. The Smithsonian does receive 2/3 of its funding from government appropriations and 1/3 from...
but that is under attack right now.
Yes.
It's a big question mark.
Yeah, so it was actually very unfortunate because during the government shutdown, out of our 6,000 workers, 4,000 of them had been furloughed. But we did provide loans to individuals, and we did provide support. And so those are the types of things that the Smithsonian is able to do.
Yeah, we are getting some good audience questions, so I do want to pivot to those. Jane, there's one for you. Where do you see mispriced risk or overlooked opportunities in North America?
That's a great question. And if it was mispriced, and I tell you, it won't be mispriced for very long. Maybe I can turn the question around a little bit. Unfortunately, I'm going to sort of repeat a little bit of what I already said, which is I think energy security on a national level, it's not just a US issue, it's a global issue. We're seeing a lot more focus on domestic resiliency in this much more complicated geopolitical environment that we're operating in. So when I think about it from a US perspective, and I go back to the conversation we just had around AI and that I know we'll be having all day, ensuring that we have sufficient energy and energy security is incredibly important. Now, do I think it's mispriced? That's hard to say. But if I am a long-term investor, which I am, are there areas where I would be focused? Yeah, absolutely, around energy and ensuring energy security, hence the conversation I just had about the investments that we have made. So that would be the one big area of focus for us.
A lot of questions around AI, but Amy, I do want to ask you, at the end of 2025, what could you share with us about your big focus area for 2026?
Well, as I mentioned, I think that some of the areas that are sort of tangential to AI, whether it's commercialization or industrial services or even, the service robots and so forth. I was just recently in Hong Kong, and I played mahjong with a humanoid robot, which was fun.
Who won?
Who won? Yeah,
a robot won. That was actually my first time playing.
That's quite brave of you, I must say.
So at any rate, I think that there are a lot of great opportunities in those areas, but also in terms of, as I mentioned before, just the discontinuity in terms of our trade and so forth that has required corporations to make many changes. And I think that those are areas more on the edges. We don't like to, I think actually industrial services and healthcare are areas that we think are going to be beneficiaries of these changes, but there's also many tangential areas, including the energy and power that we're also interested in.
Noelle, for you?
For 2026, what's the focus?
Yeah, one big focus area.
I think it's really, it's kind of addressing one of these questions. It's how to think about AI in our investment processes. I think as long-term investors, sometimes, what we focus on isn't always the most exciting, to talk about. It is about governance and processes and monitoring the investments and whatnot. But I'm very excited about continuing to think about how AI will improve and enhance our processes and therefore decision making. And so we've been goal setting this year, at the end of this year, about that. And we're already using Gemini and Notebook LM and teaching each other kind of how we're all best using these new technologies and new and exciting ways to think about how we write a memo or how we assess an opportunity. So many things. So far, I think a lot of it has been around the edges. For example, preparing for panels. I really like to be able to put a whole bunch of different manager letters or capital markets write-ups and into something like Notebook LM and then ask it questions, and really it's so efficient for things like that. But I know that we can really expand upon that and enhance how we actually do our work.
Jane, what about you? And there's also a question about biggest career regret for all of you, but let's rephrase that and look at maybe investment decision.
Gosh, so again, it does come back to AI. We've obviously seen all the enablers of AI, and we've had the conversation around where we see valuations there. They've obviously been a huge beneficiary in terms of where they've been going from a valuation perspective. But I think for me, it's very much focusing on where's AI going to be implemented and where are the areas where you're going to see the most impact, both positive and obviously also negative. And then ensuring that you are future-proofing your portfolio if it is in fact going to be impacted by AI. What are you doing to effectively shift your portfolio to address that? And then where do you see AI having the most positive impact, and how do you invest behind that? And so again, those are a lot of the signals that we continue to look for as it relates to AI adoption.
So we follow the billions, especially the ones that Temasek is going to be spending here in the US. On that note, thank you so much, Amy. Thank you, Noelle. And thank you, Jane. And thank you, all of you, and those of us joining us on live stream. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for your time. Enjoy lunch.
Before we release you, please go and check out, there's an Everyone, nice to get a little flavour of our incredible journalism being done at all times around the world. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We've got another incredible lineup of speakers this afternoon, as well as everyone in the room. I'd like to say hello to everyone watching on the live stream. So far, we've had more than 1 million people view these sessions. So welcome to all of you from around the world watching online. Now, a quick little reminder that we have a mix of sessions that are moderated by our Reuters journalism team from our Reuters newsroom. They come under the Reuters Trust Principles. We also have some sessions moderated by our colleagues in events. So there's a lot to get through this afternoon. I'd also like to mention that we want to get your feedback on these sessions. In order to give feedback, if you go to the Reuters Events app, excuse me, if you make sure that you add the session to your agenda, then you'll have the ability to give feedback when the session is over. But up next is a session that I am very much looking forward to. We're talking about humanoids and does the reality match the hype? This session is hosted by Reuters journalist, Reuters tech correspondent, Crystal Hu. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thanks, everyone, for joining us. As a tech correspondent in Silicon Valley who follows the money, this is one of my favorite topics to explore, the world of humanoids. And today, I'm so glad to be joined by two voices from different aspects of this world, which is Wendy, who runs interactions with robotics research as an associate professor at Cornell. And then we got an industry voice, Nick, who started his own robotics company last year after running research at NASA for decades. So to set the stage, I would love for you guys to explain a little bit of the frenzy and the surging in demand and the talks we're seeing among humanoid robotics. How has it changed since the burst of ChatGPT? How is it different? The research people are trying to do now, the robotics they're trying to build now is different from the last generation we're seeing. Maybe we'll start with you, Nick, because you've been in the field for a long time and you started this latest humanoid one last year.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the panel and welcome everyone. Yeah, things are materially different, especially in the last, call it, 36 months. I've been in the industry about 30 years. I've been building humanoids my entire career, got my start at NASA, and then became an entrepreneur at several companies in now. You know, if you contrast even 10 years ago, if you wanted to take a robot into a room and have it identify objects and plan on how it might pick something up, they were very fragile. It would take a legion of programmers 6 months to get a task to work, and it was not robust to the uncertainties and the vagaries of real dynamics in the environment. But now with the advent of some of the modern deep learning technologies that we're using under the umbrella of artificial intelligence, these robots are being able to make decisions in real time that were very robust. And the whole programming aspect of these have changed. We're not really so much programming them anymore as they are actually learning from their own mistakes as we teach them how to do things better. And that's really what has altered the landscape and, in my opinion, driven a lot of the most recent investments. Because coupled to the economic engine that we think this is going to produce in a number of different verticals, it makes for a very material investment opportunity.
Wendy, in your research on how people interact with robots, and now obviously we all get a taste of the intelligence of things like ChatGPT, how does that impact the way people thinking about build and potentially inserting depth intelligence into a physical body like a robotics or humanoids?
Yeah, I thank you for asking that. I mean, I think, the thing that is different about this, dare I say hype, cycle for robotics from any previous hype cycle we've had is that this time around people are really excited about interaction. And I think one of the reasons why they're excited about interaction is that the demand is not so much to replace human labor or to automate systems or get increased workplace efficiency. The goal is actually to have more data about the real world. I think earlier in this conference, people have talked about physical AI, and really we're facing the situation that LLMs, as amazing as they are, they're very data hungry, and they've used most of the data that is legally and some not so legally available. And so robotics is actually the way
that we're going to be able to get kind of the next terabytes of information that we need to kind of feed this hungry engine. And the skills that the robots need to have are a little bit less about the ability to do physical manipulation or to do tasks, but to interact with people, because that's the way the LMs are the most useful, talking to people. And so I think there's a way in which the chat-based AI has really driven like this generation of robotics, and it has a different focus than previous ones.
But to build on that, let's talk about the form factor of humanoid. Like, we can talk to robotics in different shapes and forms. Why do we need a humanoid, and where do we actually need them? Maybe we'll start with you, Nick.
Yeah, it was like, I think that question's to me, with the guy with the humanoid company. So this is controversial, obviously, and an anthropomorphic form or a robot that takes the shape of somebody that looks like a person, it's not needed everywhere. I think that's one of the things that we really need to talk about. I think the coming revolution in embodied AI or robotics in general is it's going to be a diversity and a stratification across industry. Even in some of the industries that we're focused on, the humanoid is only one aspect of an overarching strategy of automation. The reason you need a humanoid is because this entire world has been built around the form factor of you and I. The door handle height on that door was designed for the 80th percentile human being. The table height, everything that you want a robot to interact with, you start deriving a form that looks very similar to us. And then the next question is, well, why would you need legs? Legs are an incredible way to locomote. And it's not just that they deal with uneven terrain really well, but they also deal with really crowded and cluttered spaces. Imagine if you had a Segway or a wheeled device and you were trying to take it down through one of these rows of chairs. You'd be moving the chairs out of the way. But the ambulation form of bipedal locomotion allows you a whole lot of ways to locomote. And so you can kind of shuffle your way through the rows. You can kind of scoot by. And so I think sometimes we get caught up in that, oh, why do you need legs? That just doesn't make any sense to us. But I wouldn't even be able to walk off the stage with a wheeled platform. And I can assure you most of the world looks like this. It doesn't look like a pristine, flat floor in a huge warehouse. And so I think there's a lot of case to be made that bipedal locomotion is far more useful than what we kind of jokingly say, oh, why does the robot have legs?
Wendy, I know you have some evolved thinking on the spectrum of form factor. Do we need humanoids or not? Where are you now?
Well, I will say I'm one of the big humanoid skeptics. A lot
Me
of my
too.
research has revolved around interactive.
That's why we have you guys on the panel about humanoids.
We have robot trash barrels, we have robot chairs, and mostly what I want to point out about the stuff that I've done in my research is that a lot of times people say that you need the humanoid form factor so that people will know how to interact with the robot. And what we see is that people interact socially with things that don't look, like a person at all. They don't have to have googly eyes. They don't have to have arms. People have a social intuition about how to interact, and they can apply it to all sorts of different other form factors of machines. And so when it comes to any environment where there's going to be people, people have been arguing they have to be humanoid, and I have been really skeptical. I think now my thinking has evolved. I think that the humanoid form factor is one form factor, and I actually don't think that we should eliminate any form factors. I definitely think there are, like Nicholas is saying, some scenarios where you really need, you can't redesign the environment around the robot. So, for example, like the Fukushima plant, like if the whole environment has been set up by people and there's no option to go back and retroactively like install things for the robot, you actually really need things that can actually manage that and do the things that people do. But I think in a lot more situations, what you actually have is control over the environment. If every one of these chairs was robotic, you could move any kind of machine in the middle because the chairs could get out of the way.
Yeah.
So I think in some ways what we should be looking at is a federation of different kinds of form factors where the humanoid is just one.
And Nick, you obviously have picked your bets by building a humanoid robotics companies, and we have talked about advantage and why you chose that form factor. What are the real world difficulties and challenges of building a humanoid that actually have the dexterity and flexibility as a human?
I mean, a humanoid design challenge is like a 100,000-piece puzzle. And sometimes some of those pieces have fallen onto the ground, and you hope there's not a little spot missing in your puzzle of an Eiffel Tower, right? So it's an enormous challenge. It's a full software stack problem. It's a full hardware stack problem. It's an integration problem. Running a company is an execution problem. Constantly dealing with funding and hiring and clients and pressures of adoption and trying to get a pilot to work and actually close a business case. It's a very complicated thing. So on the design side, we live in a very physical world. The promise of humanoids isn't that they look like a person or that they're going to be this romantic evolution of someday folding your laundry in your home. It's that the last 50 years has been characterized by the ubiquitous manipulation of the virtual world, and we've conquered that. The next 50 is going to be the ubiquitous manipulation of the physical world. And we are looking forward to a day where being able to move things in the environment, manipulate objects at will, on demand, is going to become the status quo. And unfortunately, or fortunately, we live in a world that has been designed with interfaces for people. And so you have a human hand with 5 fingers that governs the entire infrastructure of the planet. And you're not going to go through and rebuild and redesign $1 trillion or $10 trillion worth of infrastructure to then put in an overfit, bespoke robotic system. You're going to put something in place that has the capability to interface with those interfaces. Unfortunately, for a lot of design engineers, it's going to require something that looks a lot like this. Now, that in and of itself is an exceptional challenge. There is an ecosystem of companies that are working on replicating the human hand or the functioning of the human hand. And it's a very, very large design challenge. There's as much engineering that goes into the hand of a humanoid as the entire rest of the humanoid by itself. It's its own robot attached to a walking robot. In fact, at Persona, we have a whole separate design team just dedicated to the hand, completely separate from the rest of the robot, because it's its own problem. But whoever unlocks that wins, period.
I've heard that actually collecting the data and knows like detailed things that we don't even think about as a human is the grip of how you hold something. Like if it's something lighter, you use a different grip than how you would pull the door, is actually a very technically difficult challenge.
Yeah, I mean, the human hand is fascinating. I mean, depending on what literature you're reading, it's between 18 and 20 degrees of freedom. It's got its muscles in the forearm. It's extrinsically actuated. It's got tendons that run through the carpal tunnel. There's actually really no muscles in your hand. The tendons terminate into your fingers, and you've got this antagonistic drive where you can almost extend and then flex with equal force in your fingers. Extremely difficult to replicate electromechanically. The packaging, the thermal considerations, the strength, the feeling, it's an enormous challenge. And then couple that to data aggregation collection techniques that allow us to use machine learning technologies to come up with grasping strategies in order to move objects around. I mean, it is an enormous challenge. And unlike LLMs, we can't scrape the internet for the entire corpus of human knowledge. We have to generate this data ourselves, then train the robots, teach them how to do it, then modify some foundation model that approaches grasping an object that has some utility in the business world, so some investor will give me $1 so someday I can fly a private jet. I mean, that's literally how all this thing's trying to go down.
A reminder to the audience that we can scan the QR code here to ask the panelists any questions, but also to kind of move to the adoption side where the money is going to coming from. I'm curious in your conversations with a lot of the industrial use cases and other companies, where do you see maybe the first adopters for humanoids, and where do you guys think the adoption curve for humanoid will look like in general in the real world? Maybe we'll start with you.
I mean, I think that, I'm not saying that I think this is wise, but there's going to be a real market for humanoids kind of as a, thing that you have in your home, something to talk to. And I don't think that it's going to actually fold laundry better than a person would. I mean, in the time that you're waiting for the laundry to be folded, you'll just get angry and start folding it yourself. But I think there's a way in which having a humanoid robot is a kind of performance of futurosity. It's like having a cuckoo clock, back when, like, the kind of thing that canonized what, like, Swiss ingenuity was that you could actually make this machine happen this way. So I think there's a way in which, for fun, and to show that we're kind of forward-looking, we might have humanoids, but I just don't know if they're going to be useful. I think they'll be fun to talk to. It'll be fun to show off to your friends. It will make you look like a really fancy, rich person. But I think for a lot of the things that you want a robot to do, there's form factors that are better than what humans do. Like the human hand is so cool. I definitely think I'm a nerd and I want to see the human hand replicated. And one of the things that's cool is when we try to make the technology, we actually understand, the natural hand better. But what I see is that you see these robot companies with these really cool hand demos, and then they have the videos that they show to the manufacturing, and they have these giant suction cup plates, because giant suction cup plates lift things much better than any hand can. And in fact, like a humanoid hand, like no one's demonstrated that you can do things with the 5 fingers better than you can do with 3 fingers. And so there's this way in which we can do cool things because they're moonshot things, but I think what's going to be useful, and what people are going to want in the home, that's actually something else.
It's fascinating that laundry and moonshot is in one sentence. And you'll be surprised at how many audience questions we're getting is about robotics doing laundry for them. So I think you just crushed their hopes, Wendy. But to build on that, can you explain why something like laundry, which is so mundane and simple for a human to do, but actually very hard for?
Yeah, I mean, so laundry is, first of all, it's heterogeneous. You have lots of different kinds of laundry, all these different kinds of shapes. It's soft, and things like flop around. It actually, over the course of the time that you're folding, it goes from like warm to cold, and actually the dynamics of the material change when you're doing that. And then there's these other things like the laundry machines, if you don't move them because you're trying to use the environment as a setup for a person, they tend to have the dryers up high. And like, you have to lean in. And for a robot,
yeah, it needs to look like a person to do that, doesn't it?
To like lean in and grab something, like that's super hard. I mean, it's literally, laundry service is very cheap.
The cost of perspective.
Yeah, and then you can just like buy clothes that don't wrinkle, and you can just have everything in a pile. But it will be really cool when we have it.
Yes, and Nick, I know you're trying to address a lot of questions beyond the laundry. What are the use cases you're seeing and trying to adopt for your customers?
I think we need to have a tempered outlook, like Wendy has been so generously conveying, and I do agree with that. I don't think the home or laundry is going to be a viable use case
to save money.
Whatever, in 10 years. I firmly believe that. Now, the home market might be the market. It may be the thing that just dominates everything. But let's not forget, it took us 25 years to go from the horse and buggy to the automobile. Industry transformations are non-trivial, especially when you're disrupting huge ecosystems of the way something is done. So I think we cannot underestimate the amount of time it's probably going to take to pull this off. I mean, we're still working on self-driving cars. It's been 15 years, right? And that's just like a plainer thing, and just don't run over a dog. So it's like these are tough challenges. Now, what's going to drive, I think, very early adoption, and what has influenced us at Persona has been, what's a credible business case that we can close early? And so we need to look at where there's an enormous, acute industry demand of labor that cannot be filled. What has national and strategic initiatives associated with it? What clients have purchasing power? What clients have adoption potential or enthusiastic about adoption? Because you're going to need some patience to get this done. And so what we found is the skilled trades and heavy industry have some of the most pressing use cases, not because they're trying to save money. I don't think this is a cost problem. This is a production problem. In fact, what I've learned by pitching investors is don't go in and try to say, oh, we're going to save 20% on this operation, right? No one's going to care. Not unless you can save like 90%, right? So what we're talking about is people cannot produce things because they cannot hire the folks. And we need to have a serious conversation about demographics and the worldwide population rate decline significantly. We're going to peak at about 9 billion people. The UN estimates that after that, we're probably going to peel over. It'll be the first time in human history the population of the world's going down, sustained, with the growth rate going down, sustained. So in 25 years, 1 in 3 people in Japan and Korea will be over the age of 65. 1 in 4 in the US, 1 in 6 worldwide. To give you some context, it's 1 in 11 right now. Who's going to do the things we need to do the things? So this is actually a real pressing problem. And so what we found is the skilled trades are the ones that are being very eroded. Everybody wants to be a YouTuber now. Nobody wants to be a welder. So at Persona, we said, okay, let's look at those things. They have very strong economics behind them. We can close early business cases, and we can design the machines and the AI stack to accomplish that. And that's the pursuit that we're on.
How about other industrial use cases that we already seen some certain level of the automations, like warehouses, logistics, where you stand?
I mean, I'm really bullish in a lot of different ways. Although I do share Wendy's concerns that not all markets are created equal. I think there's some incredible humanoid and robotics companies out there going about what they think the right thing to do is, and I'm rooting them all on. Trust me, I'm rooting them all on. I believe that some markets are probably better suited in the short term than others. We looked for markets that really express the humanoid form. You ever walked around a shipyard? It is enormously challenging. Uneven surfaces, grates, ladders. It's insane. You're never going to design a robot on a Segway to roll around a shipyard and do welding. And we have a partnership with HD Hyundai to do welding in their shipyards in 2027. And so this is the perfect market to be looking at for humanoids. Contrast that with the home. I think there's enormous challenges. I can't imagine a humanoid standing at your doorway, serving you coffee, trying to pack the kids' lunch as the dog is trying to bite at its ankles and the 6-year-old's running down the staircase trying not to, the humanoid's trying not to fall on everybody. I'm like, let's just delay that one a little bit and let's go after welding.
We have a very global audience, both here in the room and also watching us from live stream. So I want to talk about kind of the global AI race between China and the US, especially in the context of robotics and humanoids. You guys probably all have seen like some of the Chinese robotics dancing and playing kung fu from local companies like Unitree. And in general, they are kind of known for the manufacturing pieces and also their supply chain advantages. So as someone who are building the robotics on the ground, and Wendy, you have like looking into different shape of robotics and how people interact with them, like where are the advantages and disadvantages on both sides if like we're considering this as like problems that people race to solve?
I mean, I think that it's really fun to see like I go to robot conferences now and they have these robots like darting through the conference hall. And it's really something. But when it's not darting through the conference hall, it's a little funny. Sometimes they're just like lying on the ground. Or sometimes
a lot of the spectators are lying on the ground too when they get tired.
They put them on a lawn chair. And it's because one of the things is they use a lot of power just to stay upright. They don't have nearly the degrees of freedom that people do. And so they have to do a lot to compensate for that like bipedal form factor. So it's really cool that it can happen, but it's not super sustainable. I think some of the things they've done to try to make that work are things like hot swappable power systems and things. So if you are constantly feeding it new batteries, you can make it work. But the fact that we get so excited about it is maybe the reason why the humanoid form factor is still interesting, and there might be applications which use that. But I don't think it's a good replacement for work, though.
Do you feel like China has advantage in manufacturing or supply chain in building those robotics?
I mean, for manufacturing, I think everyone buys their motors from China. I don't know who doesn't. A lot of electronics manufacture goes through China. So I don't think it's a good idea to start a trade war at this moment in time, is what I will say for my industry. But yeah, so I think from that standpoint, they might have an advantage. On the other hand, I think there are just big blind spots in all of these technical industries where people don't really understand the human element. And right now, I don't see any culture that actually has, the lock on that. And I think there could be so much more investment on that front. And in fact, you probably have to do that investment every single place, because if you've done the research and understand one deployment site, you understand one deployment site. Every single place is really contextually specific. You really have to understand that spot specifically.
Yeah, just going back to your power autonomy remark, totally agree. If you take the best walking robot right now, humans are still about 10 times more efficient in walking than the best humanoids. Couple that to the fact that human fat stores about 30 times more energy than batteries. So humanoids are at a significant. I can walk, 100 miles on a Snickers bar, and you're not going to get a humanoid to do that anytime soon. But there are ways around it: hot swappable batteries, optionally tethered. I don't see that as being the biggest impediment. But as far as China is concerned, there are some exceptional companies demonstrating some things that we all watch on YouTube, and we huddle around our computer and we look at it and we say, how are they doing that? Like, this is insane stuff. And there's some exceptional companies out there that are inspiring all of us to, and it is a global race.
I don't know if it's a race. I mean, like, I think, for example, like a lot of the really cool technologies that have come out now have really drawn a lot from this, like, open source MIT mini cheetah motor. And this is made by a master's student, you know, at MIT.
Sang-Bae Kim did that cheetah motor.
I mean, that's the professor in charge of that lab. Yeah, and so, like, but then you see no one in the U.S. has been able to replicate those at the scale or the cost that the Chinese manufacturers have been able to do. But without the design, a lot of the things that we're seeing now, the robot dogs, you know, some of the humanoids, like, we wouldn't see them. And so it's not, I don't think it's to the advantage of this field for anybody to be framing it as a race. Heaven forbid we start locking things up or stop sharing, because I think you will just see everything stop very suddenly. A lot of what we have seen happen is happening because there's shared research and because there's shared technology and open markets where you can buy all these components. And one of the first things that will keep automation from happening is a trade war.
Have you seen any impact from trade war, from what you guys are trying to build?
Yeah, some costs have gone up, for sure. It hasn't affected us too much. We have a lot of domestic and Western country suppliers. Not all people buy their motors from China, although most magnets come from China, we'll give you that. But a lot of motors, there are some domestic motor manufacturers. Listen, I mean, you can't ignore the horsepower that the Chinese represent. I do disagree with you, though. It is absolutely a race, and there's a point in time that no one can see beyond. I don't want to call it the singularity or anything crazy like that, but there is absolutely a point in time to whoever figures some of these seminal challenges out, where those use cases are going to exist, how that's going to change the power dynamics worldwide, and it is going to be on the undercurrent of embodied AI. I can assure you of that. And everything and all of the stack that goes into it is going to have far-reaching implications. And depending on where you come down on, is that best in this country's hands or this country's hands? It's anyone's guess. But I mean, I like where I live and I like what we do, so that's where I'm at.
Well, on that note, this is a great conversation. I love when panelists disagree with each other while agree on something. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Nick.
Wow, super thought-provoking conversation. Really appreciate it, guys. I just want to remind you all that this afternoon, after the coffee break, we have a panel on how creators and influencers are reshaping journalism with Tara Palmieri, Ben Shapiro, Don Lemon, and David Pacman. So that is one to stick around for sure. Up next, we have a session that we hope will challenge the way that you think about people, potential, and the future of work. This session is hosted in partnership with WorkHuman. It is moderated by Pavni Mittal with WorkHuman founder and Chief Executive Officer Eric Mosley.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone here. Hi, Eric. Good to have you here.
Great to see you.
So we've been talking a lot about the perils and promise of AI. On one hand, there's a lot of anxiety whether machines can replace humans. Yeah. But there's another school of thought that actually AI can help people thrive, and that is your school of thought, I believe. Eric, welcome to Reuters Next. Could you give us a sense of how the economic situation, or rather the economic uncertainty, as well as whatever's happening with AI, just how it's leapfrogging, how that has changed the talent landscape?
Yeah, I think the HR community and the world of work has gone through just an unbelievable upheaval in the past number of years. Obviously, starting with the pandemic, where the entire world's workforce has just retreated to their basement and dialed into work. And even now, the aftermath of that has been hybrid working. What happened in that situation was there was a kind of a degradation of culture in companies because people weren't interacting anymore. And the fabric of a culture is the community of people at work and the relationships between them. So in that kind of time period, we found that relationships kind of withered and culture kind of decayed throughout that time period. So it's very hard for leaders and CHROs to kind of galvanize a workforce against an objective and a new set of values, for example. And then secondly now with AI, there's this unbelievable call to action to say you should reinvent the whole way everyone works in the company to be enabled by AI. And the task that's being given to CHROs is sometimes pretty severe. It's, you know, we have to be in a situation where we have 10% or 20% less headcount in a year, and you need to use AI to facilitate that. I was at a CHRO dinner only a month ago, and half the table raised their hands to say they had a command like that from the board of the company, but yet none of them knew how to get there because the AI tools just weren't mature enough. The output wasn't, efficient enough and sophisticated enough so that they didn't need the humans. So you have all of this turmoil, this chaos happening in the world of work. And it's hard for HR leaders and the C-class to kind of navigate through that.
And let's actually put this question to the audience here. Who over here has a mandate to, use AI and just isn't sure that it's going to really, you have the right tools to do that? Is there anyone here? Just raise. Okay, well, one person. So you were in a room with more nervous people. Now WorkHuman deals a lot with recognition.
Yeah.
How does recognition fit into the picture over here? How does it address these concerns?
So WorkHuman is a recognition provider. We have a software platform which provides a platform for companies to run recognition programs, which are they allow employees to give thanks to each other, to give a recognition award to each other when they see great work. So it's almost like the leadership of the company delegates to the employees to have reinforcement for a job well done. So whenever any employee sees great work, they should thank them and show gratitude. And that's a core human need that we all have, is to feel that when we do great work, that somebody sees it, there's a witness, that you feel that you're appreciated. It's kind of one of the central tenets of Maslow's hierarchy of human needs. So that concept alone energizes employees and a community. And the fact when one person says thank you to another and writes a kind of paragraph of text describing the work that they witnessed, that also makes the giver actually more connected to the recipient and more connected to their company. So both the giver and the receiver of the recognition have closer relationships, they feel more tied to the community, and their kind of performance and engagement goes up. There's energy in the workforce goes up. But the second derivative of that is that those text descriptions of the work, cumulatively, they are like a narrative about competencies and work and achievement and everything that goes on in the company. We've worked with some major Fortune 500 companies, the Ciscos and Dells and Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer and all of these incredible companies. And the recognition program is the entire workforce documenting everybody else's work in that kind of positive light. And so that's incredible data. And what does AI need to flourish? It needs data. Data is the critical factor to make AI systems powerful and intelligent. So recognition data is just laden with these kind of insights.
So, you mentioned that managers are grappling with having their employees adopt AI. So how does recognition help with that very specific goal?
So a great example of that is a customer of ours called Sanofi, global pharmaceutical company. They used their recognition program to concentrate the minds of the employee base on AI adoption. So that when somebody was giving an award or they were saying thank you, they asked the employee base to be on the lookout for AI adoption achievement and to say thank you for that. And so they were able to bend the will and the minds of the employee base to think about AI adoption and to document when it happened. We were so inspired by their use of that, we actually created a feature called Corporate Topics, and it allows customers to actually create a topic like AI adoption or safety in the workplace or Six Sigma, whatever it happens to be, but create a corporate topic and monitor the work that goes on all across the company associated with that topic, so managers then can see whether it's going up or going down, the volume of work, and whether the employees have really taken it to their heart that this is a corporate strategic initiative. And so Sanofi did that, and what they found was that, yes, the employees were more engaged, the productivity was higher, but also this concept of AI adoption was more crystal clear in the minds of the organization.
There's a question that's come in that's actually about data privacy. It says, how do you strike the balance between collecting data on employees and not being too creepy? So basically, data privacy, how do you strike that balance?
Well, we try and err on the side of not being too creepy. So ultimately, most recognition programs, and certainly with WorkHuman, there is a central public feed of these moments. So you can, when you're saying thank you to somebody on a recognition platform, you can mark it as private. And if it's marked as private, then nobody sees it other than you and the recipient. But the majority, I would say 90+% of recognition moments are marked as public, and they go up on the corporate awards feed. So they are public in nature within the company. And in fact, one of the fastest growing, I would say, aspects of recognition is being able to push that kind of communication outside the company, to LinkedIn, to other areas. So yeah, people have the choice of making it private if it is private, but most of the time, to get the benefit of somebody feeling rewarded and that there's a witness to the great work that they do, it's good for it to be shared. Because that's what gives them that proof that people noticed.
How do you, speaking of sharing, how do you implement this when you have, especially for big companies, employees around the world, and then, there's also remote work. Yeah. So how do you make sure that someone sitting in the basement is, being recognized aptly as someone who's coming to the office 4 times a week?
Well, it is a great point because, again, the people sitting at home can be very isolated. This is one of the things that happens with work from home. It feels good at the start, but then over time it starts to wither in terms of your connections and your relationships with other people. So recognition where you're receiving recognition from your colleagues or you're giving recognition to your colleagues, it deepens the relationship, so it brings people who are remote, it brings them into the kind of central community of the company. We're a global organization. We, as I mentioned, those customers. A good example would be British Airways. They've 38,000 people across the whole world, as you can imagine. A company that came through the pandemic and had to rebuild the culture of the company because travel organization really impacted. And they launched a recognition program everywhere. Their NPS, eNPS, so that's Employee Net Promoter Score, went up 60 points after they implemented the recognition program. And employees were 2x less likely to leave the company. So they recreated that culture and kind of galvanized the employees and made them feel like they belong. Another example would be Eaton. Eaton is 88,000 employees all over the world, big oil and gas services company. So they have employees on oil rigs and just in far-flung places in the world. And again, they were able to increase, 80% of their employees said that they felt connected and valued by the company. And they had a half the turnover level for those people who were rewarded. So, yeah, you can bring everybody together, no matter what languages they speak or where they live. And what they'll feel more connected to is the community at work.
So we have all this data, and then we have, a way to improve working culture.
Yeah.
How does this relate to a stronger bottom line, especially at a time when companies are really struggling to, juggle all these uncertainties?
Yeah. I think ROI is the ultimate measure of all initiatives. We, at WorkHuman, we were able to introduce something last year called an ROI guarantee, which is basically a contractual commitment that our customers will receive an ROI or basically we return their fees. And people often say, well, how could you do that? It's so dangerous and so risky. Well, the reason is that we have 20 years of data around the outcomes of this activity. We know exactly what's going to happen. And we know that the return on investment will be there when the programs launch. So we have case studies, as I mentioned a few there, but there's so many more where you can show the linkage between recognition activity and pure productivity. And it kind of stands to reason. People feel, when they feel connected, when they feel part of a team, when they feel an emotional commitment to their company, they do work harder. And then if you take that across 10,000 employees, that's meaningful. We have a customer who is a consultancy, and they were able to show higher billable hours per consultant for the people who received more recognition moments. And then we've seen things like higher plant safety for manufacturing plants around the world. So there's all manner of ROI that can be proven. But the main issue is you've got to look at it from a data perspective. You have to look at a recognition program that it's going to churn out data. That data is going to tell you all sorts of things, all about the ROI, but also all about your people. You know, the skills that they have, the talents they have, the work that they do, and you're going to be able to make better talent decisions because of that.
So when you say ROI guarantee, is that like a number that you give them, or how do you qualify it? It's
basically based on the ROI that they want to achieve, whether that's, for example, safety in the plant, or productivity, or retention. Retention is a huge one. A lot of companies want to maintain a certain retention for their very best employees, so it manifests itself in that way.
As I mentioned in the introduction, there's a lot of anxiety also around AI. One is whether machines will replace us, but also in many companies, you're working alongside machines. You know, you have, well, not robots necessarily, but, computers doing a lot of the work. So how does recognition plug, or address the anxiety, the emotional part of it?
Well, I think certainly the churn and the chaos that we're seeing, there's a lot of anxiety about will we all be working with robots, basically. And I saw the question went up there, how do you recognize employees who actually aren't employees, they're humanoids or AI? I would have answered that question differently maybe a year ago. I would have said, well, you don't need to recognize an agent, an AI agent. But actually, I've come round to think that there's actually a real benefit in allowing that, because essentially AI systems are made more intelligent through reinforcement learning. And reinforcement learning is where you tell the agent that it got something right when it got something right. That's RL, reinforcement learning. And recognition is the ultimate reinforcement learning. So in a system where you do have agents and humans, allowing the recognition to flourish and allow humans to say, you were right with that answer, will help the agents become more intelligent. But again, it's incredible, it's enjoyable to think about these kind of edge cases and how everything is going to change. But I would be pretty much an optimist in terms of how it's going to affect employment in general in society. I think, lots of individual companies may have less employees, but society as a whole will have more employees because there just will be so much more work to do and different types of work. The famous anthropologist Claude Levi-Strauss said, a real scientist doesn't have the right answer, they have the right questions. And I think that has a good connection with AI and AI agents in the future. It's the AI agents may have the correct answers, and right at the moment, I wouldn't say it's 100% correct, but it's getting better and better, but they might have to. But we really need humans to have the right questions, and that creativity and innovation will be fueled by asking the AI systems to do different things, and that will maybe evolve to be our role in the future.
Now, speaking of right questions, that's why journalists can't be replaced. But I really liked one question over here. I think it's not on the screen anymore, which was about how do you, and there are a lot of people who don't like public recognition. Yes. So how do you grapple with that? How do you address that?
Yeah, I think, on a system like WorkHuman, people can, in their profile, can elect to receive recognition privately, so that they don't end up having a public kind of celebration. And then there are people who really enjoy that, and they want that kind of public, especially if it's something that happens very infrequently. So, for example, it could be not just you finished a great project yesterday, but you've achieved 10 years of service with the company. In situations like that, they may very well want that little ceremony. All of that is good. You want to meet people where they are. And there are slight cultural differences around the world, and that's why allowing people to self-elect how they want to receive is the right way forward.
There's also generational differences, right? Like there's a great question on how do Gen Z employees differ from millennials or older?
Yeah. Again, yeah, it is different. And their ease with technology, where recognition moments originate from. So, for example, if you have a mobile application or a web-based application, you'll find that younger generations, a higher proportion of their nominations and their shopping will happen on the mobile as they're moving rather than sitting at a desk. So I think the key is that when employees receive value, so in a recognition program, normally they receive points, and points have actual currency value. When they go shopping, you need an enormous variety of things because you have, in every workforce, you have different generations, different nationalities. So you need that kind of breadth to meet everybody where they are.
Great, thank you so much. We have a lot of great questions coming in, but we do only have time for that. Thank you so much, Eric. It was great having you.
Thank you.
And yes, after you, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that discussion. Did anyone here start in the workplace before the year 2010? Put your hands up. Did anyone get used to, I started work in London, so we'd go to the pub on a Friday, and that was my kind of appreciation points. Did anyone else do that? Put your hands up. Yeah, right. I feel a little bit sad for the generation who missed out on that, It was a time. It was a time. Let's all remember that. I want to remind you all to make sure you've downloaded the Reuters Events app to participate in those questions. And also a little later on, we're going to have a little poll session to make sure that you're all paying attention. Next up, we have a session hosted in partnership with Sport Radar. We're talking about the 2026 AI dilemma, build, buy, apply. The moderator for this session is Thomson Reuters Chief Product Officer, David Wong.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us today. As they mentioned, I'm David Wong. I'm Thomson Reuters Chief Product Officer, and I'm really excited to be joined by an esteemed panel today with three leaders from very different organizations. Just to give a quick intro, we have Nicolo De Ercole from Sport Radar. He's their EVP of Technology and AI, responsible for the company's odds and sport media products, for all the AI products at Sport Radar, and the adoption of Gen AI across the company. He joined Sport Radar in September of 24, previously at Google, where he worked for almost 14 years, leading the development of things like the Google Smart Assistant, Smart Dictation on Google Pixel phones, and many of the Gemini APIs in Google AI Studios. So some powerhouse AI experience. Thank you. We're also joined by Tracy Franklin, who's Moderna's Chief People and Digital Technology Officer, responsible for integrating people and technology to enable new ways of working at Moderna. Since joining Moderna in 2019 as the Chief Human Resources Officer, she has shaped the company's people strategy and culture, guiding its growth from 800 to more than 5,000 employees during the COVID-19 pandemic. And under her leadership, Moderna has consistently been recognized as a top employer by Science. In 24, her role expanded to include digital technology, which underscores the importance of combining culture and digital innovation, as well as the use of AI at Moderna. And then finally, we have Ilario Corna, who is the International Olympic Committee's Chief Information and Technology Officer, a role he assumed in November 2020. He's a Swiss-born technology leader and previously served as the EVP for TV and smart TV products at Swisscom. And with more than 15 years of international experience across IT, services, broadcasting, and digital media, Corna has been a major digital transformation leader, overseeing complex IT infrastructure and driven customer-focused, technology-driven transformation. So we have three very different organizations, as you can tell, Sportradar, Moderna, the IOC. And I wanted to start just by asking a quick question around your AI priorities. So as you reflect on how your organizations are investing and applying AI, what are one or two of the big things you're looking to invest in 2026? I'll start with you, Niccolo.
Great. Thanks for the question. I guess, first of all, we look at what we do internally and what we do externally with the products. Internally, we use AI to optimize processes and, of course, to basically make ourselves more efficient. We are a tech company. We have a ton of developers. Developer speed is important, so we use all of these tools. Very easy to buy. There's many of these tools to improve support, developers, all of these things. Productivity enhancements can be huge. Externally, we use AI in two ways to build products that leverage our data. For this, we really rely on the most common foundation models, like the Gemini, the OpenAI models, the Anthropic models. We use all of them, kind of depending on the use case. And then we build models that are very specific to sport. We call foundation models as well, that we train using our billions of positions that we take through computer vision, so that we have models that can predict what happens in the next few seconds in a game. These are the three areas where we invest.
I mean, you're covering how you operate your business as well as changing the products and services you have with AI. It's pretty significant.
Yes, we use for both, yes.
Tracy, what about at Moderna?
Sure. So hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. So at Moderna, we are really focused on redefining work. So we want to apply AI, or we are applying AI to most areas of the business. But how we're doing that is looking at what we call kind of like a flow of work. So leader agnostic, function agnostic, and saying, how do you apply technology to the work that needs to get done? So whether that's software, whether that's robotics, whether that's AI, and then how do you put human capability in and around that? And so as the technology evolves, which it will rapidly, we heard that all today, how do you keep up with the capability of humans around that? And so that's how we're really focused. That's the construct to which we're focused on, which is why we created the role that I have. And so from a traditional way that I think a lot of organizations looked at how to build HR, individuals would focus on workforce planning and what are the people elements. And the IT team would focus on IT portfolio planning, and never do the two shall meet usually. But we've brought that together to say that's just how work gets done in the future. And so we have a broad-based approach to AI.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that Moderna has been really forward-looking in its application of AI, and I can see that application to the future work is, I think, shown in a lot of what you've shared in the marketplace. Ilaria, what about the IOC? A very different organization from
very different. I'm trying to remember. April 19 of 2024, we launched what is the Olympic AI Agenda, and that was a work that we had done. Started 6 months before that. And for us, what was very important is to go out as broad as possible to understand where we should apply, where we should not apply AI. And if you read the Olympic AI Agenda, we have 5 focus areas. Naturally, number 1 is the athletes, and how can AI support the athletes? Number 2, how do we keep them safe? Number 3 was really about how can we use AI to optimize the games, whatever it means, optimize the games from a, how do we organize them to, can we make them more efficient in any way, shape, or form? Number 4, it is naturally, how can we reach more fans? And we have done some experimentation already in Paris, which was very successful. And number 5, which is what we have discussed a bit right now, it is how can we use AI for the administration, be it for the IOC administration, but for the Olympic movement administration. So we have International Federation, National Olympic Committee. So we have applied across those 5. So everything that we do needs to touch one of those 5 pillars that we actually launched.
Well, I want to go back to the sort of the original question for this panel, which is the dilemma of building and buying to apply AI. And so maybe I'll stay with you, Ilaria, because I think this is a question on a lot of technology leaders' minds, which is, do I build it myself? Do I create something which is bespoke to my organization? Or do I try to find someone and buy or license a solution? And I'm curious, given those 5 different things that you're doing at the IOC, how have you approached that problem of build versus buy?
I think, and this is what Tracy was saying before, I think one thing that was important for us was really to get the organization up to speed of what AI is. So, and then from there on, we actually started applying AI design architecture principles. Very, very important. And there is stuff that we buy off the shelf. So we have a collaboration suite, as anybody of the organization that you guys have, and we take that off the shelf and we buy it. But if you take, and I give you an example that we are just finishing off for Milano Cortina, which will be in a couple of months, we actually develop model that actually are for video analytics for each sports. And why is that? It is because each sport is different, and actually they have different methodologies. I think hopefully I will not say something wrong, but I think it's judo, which actually the names of the kick are based in South Korean names. And actually, there is no model off the shelf that actually can give you those names. They would say, okay, you kick to a head, and that's pretty much it. So there it is where we apply and we build our own stuff. And then there is a middle of the way where you can say, okay, well, you can use off the shelf or not, but it becomes like for data, and I know we have Sports Radar there here with us, but it is for certain data you want, for example, all the media right holders, they will come back to us. And there is just a decision to say, we are the source of truth for our own event.
I think it's really fascinating, the choice to build your own models for that use case, for video processing. I'll come back to you on that. But Tracy, same question, this build versus buy dilemma. How does Moderna approach this question?
So we were an early adopter of AI. We have a partnership with OpenAI, and we moved quickly to democratize that across the organization. And so every single employee started to use AI, and there's a lot of building that was happening, is continuing to happen. We've refined our strategy, though, to say the answer is both, right? So we're looking at what are the big softwares, so SAP, Workday, et cetera, that we have in the company, and what's their AI roadmap. And so we work with those companies to understand what's coming and what we're able to leverage that's already existing that would be lower value for us to build. And then we're identifying what's unique to our company and where can we focus our effort and our time and our engineers to really have that unique advantage.
I think that's a common thing that we're hearing from a lot of our customers and from others in the marketplace, which is trying to find what's special about your organization and then building for that. So I absolutely hear that. Nicolo, Sportwriter, you mentioned applications of AI across the entire business. Again, how do you approach the build versus buy question?
I guess I will just confirm what we already heard. I think if I want to make like a more specific point, it's very hard, or unless you're a company completely dedicated to it, to compete with the large language model builders for the generic use case. You might even succeed today, but they keep moving and they will continue to invest in very huge numbers. And so it's just very hard and non-convenient, in my opinion, to do it for that. So I would just discourage anyone to do that. But for specific use cases with your data, for something that you need very specific, and for very specific use cases, then it's worth building if you can make a difference. And this is what we do with our foundation models to predict sports, and is what we're also hearing from the IOC and Moderna.
In our preparation, you talked a little bit about some of the perspectives you have on these general versus specialized models. Like, what do you see? What are your forecasts, or what do you foresee happening in 26 and 27 from those big model providers? What do you expect them to give you?
Well, I mean, of course, the technology race will continue. We see improvements in pre-training, in reasoning, in post-training everywhere. So what we see is that these models will become better. What is maybe more interesting is that the smaller model, the Gemini Flash, the GPT Nano, and the Claude IQ, all of them will become good enough to be applied in day-to-day applications in technology. And that's where we will probably see more adoption and more scale. Basically, we'll see good quality at a much lower cost of inference. And that can make a huge difference. We're looking forward to really being able to do a lot more with cheaper models. Besides, fancy advancements and AGI achievements, I think that will continue to work, and we will need more years and more breakthrough. But I think for industry adoptions everywhere, the smaller models are going to be making a big difference in 2026.
So just to play that back, it sounds like you're saying that as that cost of per token or the cost of inference goes down, then you just open up a broad set of use cases because it becomes cheap and easy to
Correct.
do that.
There is almost every company offers two layers, a good and expensive one and a cheaper one. The cheaper one is becoming good enough for many use cases. That's what's going to happen in 2026.
Ilario, just to maybe reflect on some of the use cases you talked about, do you see the same kind of expectations? What do you see as being some of the future expectations from the big model providers?
I totally agree. I'm not going to disagree with that statement. I think that's what we're seeing ourselves as well. I think you saw it already in 2025. I think it will accelerate in 2026, but that's pretty much what we see ourselves as well. I think maybe the only thing that I will add is the open source models are really picking up. And I think that's maybe the one additional thing that I will say. It'll be interesting to see what will happen in 2026.
And they're also very, very cheap.
Yeah. Maybe let's shift a little bit towards this future of work question. So Tracy, you had mentioned redefining work. You've had some great success rolling out AI tools at Moderna. What lessons learned can you share with the audience around what's worked, what's not worked? How should people think about the change management around applying AI and changing work?
Sure. So I think there are things that are obvious that you probably are all doing in your organization. I think tone from the top is really important. Access. So I had mentioned we gave everybody access to go and play around with the tools and to spend time on it. But I think that there's a couple of things that are critically important. One is you have to build it into your culture. It has to be the way that you operate. If it's important to you as an organization and you want to advance it, it should be critical that you develop your culture around the use of technology and innovation. Absolutely do not lead with cost. So no one gets excited about cost and cost savings. That's not a driver of an employee. A driver of an employee is innovation. So where we've seen the most uptick, it hasn't been around them playing to write a speech in Pirate. It has been about them actually looking at how can I innovate the work that I'm doing? How can I upskill myself? These are things that are motivating to employees. It's like, look what I've done. I've worked for a company that's allowing me to innovate the work that I have, that I can upskill. And so I think that's critically important.
Yeah. I'm curious, though. I mean, I think CFOs in the audience might disagree and say that, hey, those cost benefits are real. And we're hearing a lot of pressure going into 26 that you've got to do both. You've got to innovate and you've got to hit the cost targets. So what does that look like, inside an organization when they start to hear that from Wall Street?
We have that, right? So we have cost targets from a company perspective. We're working to rebuild our organization. But I think the specific use of AI, I think people get motivated and want to lean in when they can think about how to do work differently. They can combine two roles that didn't exist before. They can break down a barrier within function or cross-functionally. They can get product to patient faster. When you tell them, go reimagine your work because we want to save money, they're like, no, that doesn't feel exciting. So it's not that it doesn't exist. I just think the messaging around how you manage those two things that are both equally important matters.
Yeah, I mean, the cost savings is a side effect, right?
Yeah.
It's really what
you can't cut your way to innovation. And so that's a fact. And so if you want, and maybe some companies just need to cut, right? But if you want to be an innovative company or you need to be an innovative company, you can't just cut your way there. You have to allow for the freedom for people to experiment and to be bold and innovative.
Yeah, and Nicola, you mentioned a strong focus on applying AI into your development teams. Like, what does the change management look like right now for your engineering teams? Again, as a technology organization.
That's very big. I think it's a huge topic for many technology companies. We have a high percentage of our employees which are software engineers, but of course also product manager, QA testers, etc. Now you have these tools that can help you code. In some situation, it improves 30% your productivity. In some other situation, maybe 3 or even 10x, depending on what you're building. And you need to change your processes completely, even the way you think about it. We have product managers maybe building an app instead of just describing what you need to do so that you can see it as a prototype and then build it. It's like what we are today in software is like architects writing what you need to build instead of drawing it. And instead now, product manager can actually build something and iterate so much faster. You also think differently about the software lifecycle. Maybe it's less important that a piece of software is maintainable for 10 years if it's fast to be rebuilt. So there is a lot of change of mind and attitude, what's important, what's less important, that need to be reconsidered when doing these things. Just being able to code faster is not the end of it. You need to be able to review the code, maintain it, quality checks, and even plan for it. You need to have a full view, but there's many tools in the entire pipeline that are being built today exactly for this, and we're seeing very massive impact for us.
Yeah, I think within software engineering, there is definitely a trend that adoption is in changing behavior by nature of the tooling itself, right? Because if you change the tools that you're using, you are forcing a change in the way that people behave.
Yeah, of course, it's the first application. The people that are developing the models are themselves software engineers. So the first application is, of course, dedicated to that. And the gains are huge.
Mm-hmm. Ilario, I think on this topic of change management, I think you mentioned there's some interesting questions in the IOC around trust and security, scalability because of your global footprint. How has applying AI to the Olympic movement, how have you addressed some of those challenges? Where have you been able to solve some of those challenging problems around trust, security, and scalability?
I think we tried a three-pronged approach. Naturally, I go back to the Olympic AI agenda. What we did it is first, I still remember President Bach at the time came down to me and says, well, you're in charge of AI now. And I says, okay, well, great. I don't know what I need to do about it, but let's try to figure it out. It was very important first to admit and say, we know what we know, we don't know what we don't know. And so actually what we did is we went out to university, to everybody to say, listen, what is our role? How should we apply it to ourselves? And there it is, we set up the roadmap. The second thing that we actually have done is we have been doing a lot of, if you think about the Olympic movement, it's comprised of International Federation, 206 NOC, National Olympic Committees. And so what we are trying to do is a lot of engagement with them and bring them up to speed, because ultimately we'll get there as well for them. And actually then we want to make sure that everybody has the tools, because some of the 5 pillars that I mentioned before, it is really my experience that I see in Tokyo, the Olympic Games in Tokyo. And if I can share it, I was there. Remember, we were under COVID. It was 2021, not 2020. And we were preparing for the swimming venue. And I remember that there was athletes training, and that there was a nation, I will not mention which ones, but there was an athlete, and that athlete was going up and down the swim lane, and he actually had 2 people following him with tablets recording him. And 2 lanes down, there was another athlete, and there was from a different country, and there was nobody swimming with him, not understanding if he was faster, if he was doing better, nothing. And I say, look at the difference between TFs and TF not. And so part of also the Olympic AI agenda was AI can either increase the gap, or we need to, as an Olympic movement leader, we need to make sure that the gap stays. Can AI actually make it shorter? And so that's what we have done. And the last point, which we are very close to finalizing right now, we actually developed an Olympic AI trustworthy framework that we actually are applying to everybody in the Olympic movement. And that actually is quite important of what we are doing.
Can you share a bit more about that trust framework? I'm very curious to hear, what does that look like, for your organization?
It is very much a tool set that we will give out to everybody in the Olympic movement to say, how do you apply AI? When you go out to a vendor, what are the questions you need to ask? Think about all of the rules that, in Europe we have the AI EU Act. I keep getting messed up, that one. But it is very important. All of this, it is really sets of tools to give them and say, when you do an AI project, what are you going to need to ask? And also, how do you ensure that the data that actually you have collected goes inside the model doesn't create a bias? That actually is very important for us. So all of this we are doing.
Yeah, so I think principles and frameworks within organizations are incredibly important as a starting place. And I think it addresses one of the questions which was submitted, which was about what controls and governance do you suggest on top of just applying and experimenting. Maybe to come back to you, Tracy, given sort of the heavily regulated nature of much of Moderna's business, how do you think about the question around controls and governance for your organization?
Yeah, so that's critically important, and it's something that we talk about all the time. And so there's a place where you experiment, and then there's a place where you do not experiment, right? We are in a regulated business, and so that is highly controlled. And we actually have an agent or a GPT that monitors all the GPTs that get spun up in the organization, and so we can see what people are working on. Because In the beginning, like I said, we gave everybody access and everyone spun up a lot. But what you saw was some shadow, for example, HR guidance, or there were things that started to happen with the GPTs that were like, all right, hold on, we have to get control over this. So we have a really rigorous framework that we've actually shared and worked on with OpenAI to say this is how we would recommend governing, and then we have a GPT around it. And I'm going to hit on kind of the next question that's on there because I think it's important. Killing things. So this is an iterative process. When you roll out AI, when you evolve a work product or a workflow, by the time you're done evolving it, you should be iterating another one. And so it's important that you don't have a lot of agents out there or a lot of GPTs out there that you're not monitoring and turning off, particularly when you build them into critical pieces of workflow. So if you have a non-tech person build up a critical agent within that workflow, and then they might leave the company or move, functions, and no one's managing it, that's kind of the next level of where you have to start to get some governance around this. Is when this AI is actually doing real work for you.
Yeah, I think we're definitely at an early enough stage where we're only at the very beginning of this sort of zombie and shadow IT problem. So looking out for it early is absolutely critical. I think organizations are probably going to have a much worse time about it before it gets better.
Yeah.
It's just going to get worse.
Yeah.
We only have a little bit of time left. I want to come back to the theme again on this build versus buy, but approach it a slightly different way, which is around moving first or waiting and seeing and learning from others. So I'm curious. I'll just kind of go across again across the panelists. Nicolo, when you think about the applications in your organization, where is it that you want to be, again, first, when you have a first mover advantage, and where is it that you want to allow others to figure it out and maybe allow them to experiment and learn from their mistakes?
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's many, these models are evolving quickly, so being first today doesn't mean that you're first tomorrow.
Right.
And there's many areas. All of this developer productivity, for example, for sure, we're not the first. There's many companies that are adopting earlier. But what we care about is our products. There, we really want to be first. We really want to be the ones leading. And what we've been doing, at the end of the day, these transformer-based models, the ones that we all know, the GPTs, et cetera, they predict the next word. But the same architecture can be used to predict the next whatever you tokenize. So they use it for genomics, they use it for many things. We're using it for sports. This is super exciting. You get to have these models that understand, in our case, what the sport looks like and how, so it gives benefit to fan experience, to training, to scouting, to coaching. And all of these things, for us, it's very crucial to be on top of, to be first in getting there.
Yeah. I think it thematically comes back to what you're good at, what is core to your business, versus
Correct.
What is maybe just like part of operating where you want to be.
With the understanding, again, that the field is moving so fast that 6 months from now, things could change drastically. And you always have to keep moving. The important, though, is to move. If you don't start, you risk not being able to do all of the reorganization that you need to do, the change in the way you work that was explained so well here for Moderna.
Yeah. What about at Moderna? I know you moved very quickly, first with OpenAI in many respects, right? Adopting, ChatGPT Enterprise broadly across the organization.
And we besides the regulated areas, which I talked about, I think the rest of the business, we are comfortable experimenting. It's the culture that we have. And we have had some hiccups along the way. We've turned on things like Microsoft connectors with OpenAI and then realized that people didn't monitor or have the right permissions on their SharePoint folders. And it was like an agent's going to go grab stuff. And we're like, hold on. And so you are going to have some hiccups along the way. But I'm just going to double down on what you said around the technology is changing so fast that it is never going to be perfect. And so you have to just be comfortable with some of those hiccups along the way and build that agility into your workforce. That would be my recommendation.
Ilaria, what about from your perspective?
I think it's a mix between everybody that just spoke. I would say for us, we are a follower when it regards our own organization. And why is that? It is because exactly what Trish just said about the data. Inside the organization, what we did is we didn't actually enable the AI on our collaborative platform because we knew that actually if we enabled that, we didn't have the right permissions. We didn't have the right controls there. So we say, okay, well, first we fixed the problem. And I think there was the previous session talking about data. And for us it was, okay, let's clean that business side first, and then let's go forward. Now, when it goes to our product, which is the Olympic Games, that's where we experiment. So to give you some fun facts for the audience, in Paris, we developed the first time. Paris 2024 was 100 years since the Paris 1924. We actually add the videos in 1924. And we say, okay, what about if we actually colorize them using AI? Usually colorization takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and everything. And we say, okay, well, let's throw inside the videos, let's throw some pictures that we actually colored with actually correct stuff. And we actually got a video out where we saw that the marathon back in 1924, when they used to stop to drink, they used to drink wine. So that's something that we actually found out as well. And it was very fun. So when it comes to our product, we are actually very, very going forward. Like to give an example, last week, and I know some of you will look at that and me saying, wow, it's crazy, but it is like we're already looking at quantum computing for the scheduling problem that we actually have. For LA, we will have 38 sports going on at the same time. To give you an example, for events, which is not sports, for events on day 2 of the Olympic Games, the entire day we will do as many events as the NBA playoffs, the entire season.
Wow.
So we need to know the scheduling. If something goes wrong, we need to know how to move it because it impacts broadcasting and stuff like that. And I'm sure Nicolo can tell me that I'm right, but it is like the scheduling problem. Also, when I studied back in university, I'm going to age myself. It is the hardest problem to solve.
Yeah, absolutely. We only have a couple of minutes left, so I want to turn it to some of the audience questions. It sounds like we seeded a few questions around these small language models. You mentioned, Ilaria, that you have invested in building some small language models. How have you thought about your strategy on building versus buying for small language models?
Right now, what we do is we actually have selected our language models that we actually use. So we keep going down that path. So it's really, right now we made a selection of the language model we are going to use, and we keep sticking with that. And we have one for the enterprise as well. But that's actually how we have done the selection.
Yeah. Nicolo, any additional thoughts on your SLM strategy?
Stick with the ones that are provided by the big players most of the time, unless you have very, very specific reasons to use ones made by you. And big players can be also open source, but yeah.
Yeah, I think we see very similar kind of characteristics from our use cases at TR. Well, we are just about out of time, so I want to say a big thank you to our panelists. Thank you for sharing your insights and for giving us a peek into your very different organizations. I think it's fascinating to see what 2026 holds for you in your AI journeys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, make sure you come back after the break. We've got Jimmy Wales, Wikipedia founder, and SJP, as I call her, Sarah Jessica Parker. So we'll see you shortly. Enjoy your coffee.
bringing you pure news that's straight from the source.
Three, you can hear me now? You can hear me now. Welcome back, everybody. A round of applause to make sure you're awake. It's helping me as well. Thank you so much. Right, we've got really an amazing lineup this afternoon. We're going to have a good time. First up, we have the future of news, how creators and influencers are reshaping journalism. Of course, we know the future of news is not just being shaped by journalists, but by these creators and influencers who really command massive audiences. They set the agenda, they do things that traditional media, sometimes struggles to do, but it does all raise new questions about accountability and about trust. This panel is all about that. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage the moderator from the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism, Director Mitali Mukherjee, who will introduce the panel. Let's give them a round of applause.
Wow.
Look at this.
Here we are.
It's so formal.
I know. Everybody's so
well behaved.
Right. And quiet. Hi, everybody. Wow. How are you guys? Everybody's so quiet.
That's my cue. Hi, good evening. It's good to see a full house. I'm Mitali Mukherjee. I'm director of the Reuters Institute for Journalism, a part of the University of Oxford. It's a pleasure to see everyone here. It's been a fantastic day, I think. I've been sort of soaking in a lot of conversations around economics, business, finance, news. And I think where we come from as an institute is that the core of what we focus on, which we think is a critical component, is the audience. And some of our research over the past couple of years has been focusing on exactly what you're going to hear from these bright folks, which is what's happening in terms of a shift amongst audiences towards what we call, as a broad bracket, news creators, but that tends to bring in a lot within it. So one of the things that we have been seeing over the last few years is that increasingly young audiences especially have been turning to spaces that are online, so primarily social media platforms, and turning to individuals rather than organizations, which is news creators. They have an impact on public debate. They have a large audience. They tend to have quite often clear political sides, and our audiences do sort of identify with that. And this isn't a phenomenon that we're seeing worldwide, but it is something that is beginning to grow in terms of its heft. So you certainly saw that in the pre-election campaign with Donald Trump, and you are beginning to see that in countries like France. You're seeing it in other parts of global majority countries like India as well. So very, very fascinating trends. That's what we're going to dive into over the course of the next very snappy 40 minutes. And I've got some bright stars here, some of whom did the introductions for themselves. But maybe I will give this a shot. So please introduce with a generous applause, first and foremost, FTMM founder Tala Palmieri, Daily Wire co-founder, and the Ben Shapiro Show host Ben Shapiro, Lemon Media Network founder Don Lemon, and the David Pakman Show host David Pakman. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining in. So we're going to make the best use of our time, and let's start with a crunchy sort of context-setting conversation. For those who may not have come across your work, Tara, maybe I'll start with you. A little bit about sort of your journey to here, why you chose to, because you are one of those who was sort of in the traditional news media space and then shifted to going solo, why you chose to do that, and how you sort of differentiate or define the work that you're doing now versus what you were doing earlier.
I would say that I am now chasing the audience, because the audience is no longer watching television anymore. Yeah. They are on their phones, they're watching YouTube, they're on Instagram, they're on TikTok. And I started doing this a few years ago when I joined Puck. I was at Politica, where I wrote a newsletter, which was how people were getting their news, and they still are. And then I made my way to Puck, and then I had a podcast with The Ringer there. And this just felt like the next evolution, to have a YouTube show and to have a Substack, when that is how so many people are getting their news, and then creating reels and shorts for X and Instagram and TikTok. And I felt that I could apply the same rigor of investigative journalism, analysis, just seeking the truth, and that being my guiding force and light in this, rather than politics, commentary, identity. I really feel like what I am seeking is the same thing that I did at a newsroom, that like ABC News where I worked, or Politico, or the New York Post, or the Washington Examiner. I now have the ability as an independent journalist to pursue the stories I want to without having to, think about, does this fit into the identity of a network, or is this something that my editors would like? I can just chase the stories that I've always wanted to, and have really anyone I want on to interview and pursue accountability journalism. And I think I've been doing this for 17 years, so I understand standards of journalism, and I understand how to break through with real reporting. And I'm just using creator platforms now. And I'm using some of the tools that they have used and become so great at, like the authenticity, the showing of the process, talking through with the audience, creating a dialogue. I see that has really worked to rebuild trust, and I think, why not do that with traditional journalism?
And what's the story arc, if you will?
I mean, the story arc is that obviously I'm an opinion journalist. My opinion is very clear to people. I'm openly conservative. I don't try to hide the ball on that. I don't pretend at objectivity. I try to separate between what I think are the facts, which very often is relying on traditional news gathering sources, and then my opinion, which I'm drawing on my ideology or my centralized values. I've been doing this for quite a long time. I started writing a syndicated column when I was 17. The Daily Wire launched about a decade ago in my co-founder Jeremy Boring's pool house with a couple of podcasts. Obviously, my podcast grew to be quite large. Our company currently does $200 million a year in revenue and is quite a large conservative media company with a reportorial contingent. We have some investigative reporters. We have a White House reporter, but remains a largely opinion-based outlet. And so our audience understands who we are, and because of that, they know that we're not hiding the ball. We're not trying to lie about where we are coming from. The news is refracted through the prism of our values. And again, I try to be very clear in my own show between what is fact and what is my opinion, but I think that that's part of the trust that I have with the audience.
Would it be fair to say you've moved on from the news creator to a standalone brand?
I think that is fair, although I think that the silos there are probably a little bit overdrawn. I don't know what it means to be a news creator as opposed to a standalone brand. I think you can be a news creator within the standalone brand or vice versa.
Don Lemon.
Yes.
The story. Lemonheads, is that what you encourage your followers to call?
Yeah, the Lemonheads.
Yeah, tell us the story.
So what's the question?
What's the story of why you decided to transition away from mainstream media, space like CNN?
Well, I got pushed out of mainstream media. So.
Just as long as I'm not saying it and you are.
I think but honestly, no, it's okay. I mean, it's reality, and I'm about that and about truth. But I mean, if the CMO of my former company said, that if you open you're a walking definition of a blessing in disguise, because I think I got out at the right time. And I know that in the coming months, in the coming years, there are going to be people who will have to they'll be forced to do what I'm doing now. I didn't have to do this, but I still had more to say. But so what I'm doing is I'm going where the audience is, and the audience is right here on this device or on a tablet, and less so on giant televisions, even though my audience, when I look at my analytics, most people watch me on television. I think it's like 44%, and there's like 42% who watch me on a smartphone, and then it goes on from there to tablets or whatever. But I'm going where the audience is, and I think that people want personality now. They're not getting news from a brand or letters or whatever. They're coming for people who are authentic, people they trust, people they like, and they don't need the filter of a face full of makeup or a cocktail dress or a suit or hair that's over hairsprayed and a shiny desk and flashing. They want to get their information from people they like and trust without all the filters. And so that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just leaning in. I don't even have a desk anymore because I don't want that between me and my audience. No barrier.
David, were you thrown out? Did you write a newsletter when
I
you were
wasn't thrown out, no. Very different path.
I wasn't quite thrown. I was like pushed.
No, I came more from the business world, actually,
Yeah.
and I saw a lot of my MBA colleagues becoming bankers, financial advisors, private equity people, and that did not appeal to me. So I was able to take a year and say, I'm going to try to see if this could be a viable business. And if it's not, maybe I'll end up as a financial advisor after all. And fortunately for me, that didn't happen. And I started early enough that it's been interesting. You talk about the desk. There's been this transition where there are these communicators of authority and credibility that have really changed over time. Because there was a point when I started where if it didn't look like you were on a CNN set, there was an instant judgment from the audience that this is not credible. And that has really changed over time. In fact, to the point where audiences like mine and maybe some of yours, they see that kind of more traditional staid look and they say, this feels stuffy. I actually want something different. And I think that we've benefited from timing and also technologically widespread high-speed internet access, a 95% reduction in the cost of the audiovisual equipment that we used. All of those things happened for me at an incredibly convenient time where I was able to take a shot at this that would have been impossible 20, 30 years ago.
My channel was stagnant when I started. I rented this big studio in Midtown and spent all this money on cameras and lights or whatever. And so it was fine, but it wasn't growing. And one day I said, you know what, I'm just going to sit in my living room in front of the fireplace. And I'm going to do a show every day called Live at 5. It wasn't new. Anyone remember Sue Simmons and Chuck Scarborough back in the 80s or whatever, 70s doing Live at 5. And that's when the audience started to grow. When I put on a sweatshirt and sat in front of my fireplace and just started talking, not at them, but kind of with them and taking the comments and doing stories that they were interested in doing. And that's when my channel started to grow.
Do you have a sense of the demographics of your audience mix? What does it look like?
My audience is heavily women, mostly women, but probably it's about 60% women, maybe even 70% women, the rest guys. The interesting thing is that people in traditional media, corporate media, they're constantly chasing the young demo, which is great because I do have a young demo, but I guess a blessing for me is coming from cable news where the demo is much older. So now when we have like open enrollment for healthcare, they're looking for me. Or in Medicare, they're looking for someone who has an older demographic. So I just think right now is a boon and an opportunity for us. And I don't think I know it's not an opportunity for people who are in traditional corporate media.
Yeah, and I want to keep dipping into our research just to provide some perspective to this conversation, which is that in the US as a market, around a quarter of the audiences that we surveyed said that they turned to news creators for the news, which is almost equal to the number of people who said they turned to traditional news brands. So very much neck and neck in the US as a market. And that still puts it in the middle of the range. There are markets where news creators have sort of outpaced. And of course, there are markets where news creators still remain far behind from traditional news brands. But Ben, let me ask you this. If you were to drill it down to what you think is the USP of what you present and what's resonating with your audience, what would you point to?
Values authenticity. So I think that the word authenticity has come up a lot, and obviously I think that is the correct word. The problem with authenticity is that it is not really a substitute for credibility, meaning there are lots and lots of people on the internet who are authentic and who are absolutely non-credible and spew bullshit all the time, for lack of a better word. And their authenticity can be pure. I mean, absolutely pure. They absolutely believe the bullshit that they're spewing at any given time. And so if an audience links up with that, they're going to get a bunch of bad information. And so actually, I think that the sort of moral duty of people in our space is actually higher than maybe it would be in a system that has more checks and balances, like a major news network or some sort of outlet. And so something that I personally try to take very seriously is the idea that I do have an audience. I'm speaking to them. It's my job to make them smarter, not stupider. It's my job to provide them with some level of context and knowledge, and not just to say the things that may affirm their worldview, even if it feels good to them and feels good to me, and may even, in fact, be helpful to the numbers to sort of just reaffirm whatever the viewer wants to hear.
How do you construct that firewall, if you will, of what sort of the rules of the game are, or what the moral rules are, and are you transparent about communicating that to the audiences? Is that something you sort of work at?
I mean, sure. I mean, my audience, I think, has known me for a while. Again, I'd be sort of the legacy side of the new media because my company is now a decade old, which means it's actually one of the older new media companies in many ways. Because of that, I think that, as I said, my broadcasting and my coverage is refracted through a set of values. I prize my values more than I prize political victory. And so what that means is that I'm willing to call out my own side when I feel that that's necessary. I obviously am conservative. It means I'm going to be more critical of people who are on the left because I disagree with their ideas more. But I think that what my audience expects from me and would be disappointed in me if I did not do is speak the truth even when it applied to figures who are purportedly on quote-unquote our side.
Tara, talk to us a little bit about the platforms and this video storytelling, which happens even in sort of very audio native formats. It's still streaming live on YouTube while you're doing a podcast. Was that an interesting shift to make? Why do you think there is the need to do that, to sort of play to both tracks while speaking to the audience?
I think Tara's streaming now, aren't you?
I am streaming. I am streaming right now, yeah. I think
One wave.
I mean, if you're already recording a podcast, why wouldn't you just put the video on? Yeah. People don't really demand, like Don said, a higher quality in terms of, I mean, I do it out of my house as well. I actually got the advice from Don, don't get a studio, it's a waste of money. I have some lights, could pack them up in a car, and you could do a traveling studio. I do think that the audience, they appreciate seeing you in your home. I mean, I'll get notes about my plants and stuff like that, but they see pictures of me, of my journey through life behind me, my ancestors, my trips, my reporting journeys. I just think it's a way to get into your world. I mean, they're kind of buying into you whether you like it or not. And since I'm newer to the independent media world, people are still getting to know me, and sometimes I think like the audience can be disappointed if they think, oh, well, you seem to be too tough on someone who was on the left or too tough on someone who was on the right, and they're confused. And I think like the audience is trying to understand. I'm like, no. I'm not here to reaffirm your worldview. I'm not here to feed you content that you want or only present facts that reaffirm your point of view. I'm just going to interview the person in front of me the same way that I would no matter who they are. And whatever the facts bring me, I will, bring to you. And this is the problem. Like, you can chase an audience, and you can tell them exactly what they want to hear. But is that ethical? I mean, not to me. If that was the only way that I could have a channel, then I wouldn't do it. But I believe there are people out there that do want information that is based in, just actually traditional journalism, but without the corporate hierarchy and all of the politics that you have to go to just get a story actually published. I mean, I've worked in newsrooms before, some of the biggest newsrooms in the world. It can be really hard, and they are very timid when it comes to the facts. And sometimes you just need to be able to say the facts. And the audiences, they'll figure out if you're for them or they're not. But last time I checked, there are millions, 200 million people on YouTube. They'll find you.
It's the largest TV network. It's number one TV network.
I'd rather be there than on TV.
To piggyback on what Ben and Tara said about making a choice about authenticity, feeding the audience what they want, et cetera. I had kind of a tough moment with a part of my audience in the lead up to the last election where I think it must have been September or something like that, where I looked at the polling and I said, listen, we can kind of feel whatever we want about the way this is going, but the polling is worse for Kamala Harris in the 7 key swing states than it was for Biden in 2020. It's worse than it was for Hillary in 2016. I'm just doing, it's not even arithmetic, it's just I'm looking at numbers and telling you what they are. And a very loud, but I think probably small slice of my audience said that we need positivity, that this is not what the moment calls for. And it was a really interesting moment because I could have just gone back to, guys, this looks great, get out there. But it just wasn't what it was. And depending on where you are in your career and kind of like where your show is in terms of maturity, it could be very tempting to kind of go back to what's the easiest thing for your audience. Because everything is so immediate. If you're doing a YouTube show, I do a live show. When I started, no one wanted video. And it hasn't even been 2 years. That I started about a little over a year and a half ago, and I was pitching my show around, and no one wanted video. And then now everyone wants video. Now people are open to live. People are doing lives. And before it was like, taped content. It monetizes better, and you can, edit it, and it looks better. Now people are open to live. So it's everything is evolving. So I just think that you have to adapt. And he's right. During the election, I would go out because I wanted to hear what people were saying. And I didn't get to do that when I was sitting on a big, shiny anchor desk unless they, teleported you into a certain place. And so I went out to the swing states, battleground states, and just talked to people. And then I started getting calls from Fox News and Newsmax and, oh my gosh, you're getting a lot of Trump out there. You must be really sad. I'm like, no, I'm not. It's a lot of Trump. People are saying they're voting for Trump in places and demographics that you didn't think would be saying that. And I got the same thing. Don, are you curating that? We don't want to hear that. And I say, I'm sorry. I've got to give you the facts. So you can be pressured into having a bias towards
just feeding people what they want, whether that's left or right, and you have to fight against that.
In the short term, it's a hit, but in the long term, it's actually an asset.
A recipe for
because in the short term, the easy incentive is to go for the sugar high of giving the audience precisely what they want, but you actually lose your authenticity. You lose what you are when you do that.
Because after the election, people say, Don, you saw it, you called it,
right.
and they respect you for that, and they come back because then they realize you're actually telling them the truth.
Yeah, let me ask you this, David, and then I can get thoughts from all of you and you, Ben, specifically. One of the other things that we see in the US as a market is sort of the polarized nature of how people identify with some of the creators. So if you were to draw down a list between how people identified politically, they would name a wholly different list of 15 personalities if they were, right-leaning versus when they were left-leaning. Do you think that's reflecting an industry dynamic, or do you think that's how the ecosystem has developed online?
Well, I think it's both. I think from the creator perspective, you're starting with what are your values, and hopefully at least, if it's not contrived, what is authentically you, and then that's going to put you somewhere on the political spectrum. I think without a doubt, the way that algorithms engage directly with what triggers the most emotional response is a direct driver of the hyperpolarized nature. And, I'm guilty of it to a degree because I'm in this space. I also try to be honest with my audience about when it comes to things like gas prices and whether a president controls them. I'm very honest that this is overly politicized. It becomes a political football. And the truth is presidents can do a couple of things related to gas prices, and it's mostly not about that. And so I try to balance the fact that I do have a perspective, I do have an opinion, from a moral standpoint about what I think is best, but at the same time, I'm trying to be upfront about the fact that there are things that are completely political, there are things that are outside of that, and hopefully the audience appreciates that over the long term.
Yeah.
The algorithms are destroying America. This is my informed view.
Sounds like it should go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. Don, look at us come together. As soon as the reason I say this is because the TikTok and X algorithms in particular program for virality.
Yes.
And so they are programming for what is the strongest response, the strongest emotional response. Absolutely can be manipulated by outside actors. You've actually seen quite a bit of this on both TikTok as well as X. But people who are then in the real world use that as a substitute for polling, for example. So you see politicians, and if they get a lot of retweets, they think what they're saying is popular, and then they do more of it. And so you'll see it bleed over into the real world. Trends that you would never get if you just walked around and talked to normal humans suddenly start popping up when you talk around with normal humans because they've been watching it online and it's been really, really pushed. And so when people say, how do we get back to normal, my first recommendation is to do something that actually is the opposite of what our industry should be saying, which is get offline. Like actually turn off your phone and go to a place with actual human beings and have conversations with those people. And this is where I make my non-religious religious pitch. Everybody needs a form of Sabbath. You should get off your phone on Friday night. You should get back on your phone on Saturday night and just be completely disconnected from everything that's going on and be in a place where everybody who you know is bonding over values and over shared things. That the more online we are, the more polarized we are. And I think that's been the opposite of the way that we've viewed politics for decades in the country. The more informed you are, the better the electorate's going to be. And it turns out that because our informational ecosystem is so polluted and because it is actually programming to the id inside all of us, what that means is that probably the more time you're spending on X or the more time you're spending on TikTok, maybe the less informed you are, and also the more polarized you are, and the more out of touch with reality you are.
That's true. People think that they live on. I have a producer who lives on Twitter. And every time I ask him for something, he goes to Twitter. And I said, do you ever do research other than Twitter?
Touch some grass.
Yeah, touch some grass. But I do. It's interesting that, Ben, you say that because I do every single day. I tell people, because I go live at 10 and 5, and I tell them between that, they can be informed without being inundated. They can read. And until then, I tell them, until I see you at 5 o'clock, turn the TV off. And I
only watch you at 10.
But I mean, turn the TV off or turn your and read and pick your moments. But I rarely do content. Every once in a while, I'll do weekend content because I think it's important to give people a break. And I do think that people should be in community with each other, and that's something that we should all be pushing. It doesn't, you don't make that much more revenue or become that much more successful by constantly pushing, even on the weekends, content.
Yeah,
I think you give people a break and make them want you,
And the two big platforms in the US are X and YouTube. That's kind of the spaces where people are driven to the
Although
most.
TikTok's enormous.
TikTok's enormous, but it's probably got a bit more. It's not sort of hardcore news, if you will. It's people looking at lifestyle, culture, other things as well. And within X and YouTube, there is sort of a primary preponderance, if you will, of right-wing identified voices. Is there a reason you think for that? Do you think they've sort of moved ahead of the curve and there's more faces emerging from the left? What do you put that down?
I mean, I think that you see this quite frequently in terms of new technologies, that the right is the first to adapt because they feel shut out of traditional spaces. So, for example, the right was very shut out of TV spaces. Cable emerges, Fox News emerges because the right's like, okay, we need some place to go. And then after cable becomes more balanced, MSNBC comes up and CNN. And once you have all those outlets, then the right is like, okay, well, maybe we'll have to try talk radio. Talk radio is now going to be our new things in the 90s, the early 90s, you get that. So the timeline's off here, but that's basically the idea. When the right feels squeezed in a particular legacy space, they're the first to adapt to a new space. And so for me, my op-eds weren't going to be appearing in the New York Times. And so the idea of start your own online outlet is a lot more attractive than somebody who is going to have access to the New York Times. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when Tara's former employer, Politico, invited me to write a newsletter for Politico, and there was basically a riot in the newsroom because how dare I write the holy and sanctified Politico morning newsletter. And so the right is the first to adapt, and then what happens is that people realize there's a market there, and they move into that market, and then a new market emerges. So I think there's definitely something to that for sure.
I think that's true, but the left has also been very hesitant to really fund a lot of these operations at a bigger level. And that, I think, has held back also the independent left spaces, where it's mostly people like me who are just building slowly over time. And there really hasn't been any large influx, or especially with younger people as they get into the age where you might think about starting to produce content. It's been missing, and a lot of my colleagues have said we all could have gotten going far more quickly on some of these platforms if someone had recognized the potential more quickly, had come in more rapidly to fill the gap that was then subsequently created as the right came in. There just really hasn't been that funding.
It's a short side on the left, or even center. If you're on the right, what is it? Red Seed Ventures or something like a Red Seed.
You're talking about the company that's associated with Fox News.
Red Seed Ventures, and you have pouring money into conservative spaces, and you don't see that on the left or even center left or even center right.
They're starting to. They have these like PACs now. What is it called? That all of these creators are part of. Chorus. They're all getting supported through these
But
PACs.
not nearly to the...
No, they're behind, but they didn't need it because they could just go to cable news and get interviews over and over again.
This is really the key, is that a lot of people who would be funders for these sorts of enterprises are like, well, why do I need to fund that? We already own CNN or MSNBC.
That's true. I think they were behind the curve in realizing that the power of that was diminished.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah. Tara, one question to you before we move from sort of context setting to challenges, which I'm sure there are many of. What also sort of comes through in a lot of our research, and this isn't unique just to the US as a market, is that if you were to map out the top few creators, most often it would be men. And particularly with sort of the political op-ed style of communicating to audiences. Is that a challenge as you see it? Is it a kind of a state of play? How do you approach it?
I just don't think there are as many women doing this yet. I hope to be, there's Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, there are some on the right, and now there are women on the left that are doing it. V. Spare is like a huge star under the desk news. I just think it's maybe taking a little bit longer, and I think eventually it'll be more balanced. I think there will be more women. But all of the polling and everything says that men still will listen to women. Actually, a huge audience of mine is men.
I was going to.
It's actually disproportionately more male than female. Men like politics.
That's correct.
So I hope that in a few years from now, it's way more balanced. But I just look at it as the news industry evolved as well. It started off with all men. And
I think if you were to widen from news creators to alternative news creators, people who do other things but also talk about the news, you'd probably have a wider mix gender-wise there.
Yeah, you're also asking us to go out on our own and create our own businesses, create our own platforms, independent media, small businesses essentially is what you're starting at. And so, women have to be incentivized to see that there is revenue there for them. And I think they are seeing it, and I hope to one day be a model for other women who want to do this.
I think you are already. I think you're really a trailblazer doing this.
Thanks.
It's interesting, though, because in America you don't see a lot of women on the news side. You do, you have like Alex Cooper, right, who does, sort of entertainment. No shade to, but it's a whole different thing. It's more of a creator than a journalist. But I find that, I think in Turkey and in other countries, women who give news and information are huge, have independent voices and independent roles, and they're doing really, really well. It's just interesting here in the United States. it hasn't really happened. So
I think when cable news starts to lose more and more journalists, as they continue with their layoffs, as they seem to do, more women who have. I had a unique background. I was a White House correspondent for a network. I already knew how to do broadcast journalism. I was a podcast host. I wrote a newsletter. It made sense. For a lot of people, they may have only been a print reporter their entire life, or they've only been a broadcast journalist. So it was an easier leap for me to do this. And I just think that you just have to take the leap. And I think it's cool to see women doing it all the time. Who knows, maybe we'll create a lady collective or something.
I'm only smiling because I can pick up a trend here. Cable news is on the wane. Stop watching TV. Listen to me at 5. There's a mood here. Let's talk about the challenges. David, maybe start with you and pick up on something that Tara said. It's a treadmill in many ways, isn't it? It's monetization. It's how do I put out more content? How do I get more engagement? How do you manage all of that when you're kind of a one-man, one-woman machine?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of options. One is you really do everything yourself, and you kind of have to enjoy the business side of it. The other is you start to take on a structure that is a little more corporate, and you start delegating in that way, or some combination of the two. I enjoy the business side of it, but I also can't do it myself anymore, so I have a team. There are a lot of people that don't. I think one of the challenges is, as it becomes clear that the independent news space can be lucrative and it can be interesting and you can build a large audience, legacy and corporate media is going to want to come into it, and to a degree they already have. You look at some of the largest YouTube news channels, they are legacy companies that have just dumped huge money to rapidly scale YouTube channels. And so you might start to get that same 80-20 or even 90-10, where overwhelmingly those who come in with the funds are going to very quickly kind of scoop up market share. The other thing that's interesting is for a long time when I was doing this, when new people came into the market, I didn't really see them as competitors in the sense that the pie was growing so quickly that it was just great for everybody. I think now it's starting to get to the point, especially as people can only consume so much stuff in a day, there's 24 hours in a day, et cetera. It's less clear to me now. I do think the spaces are starting to get a little bit more crowded, where there's more of a shift between creators rather than we're just growing the pie at the same time that everybody's getting their slice. So I don't know where that goes in the next 5 to 8 years.
Don, you
yeah, I don't know either. I don't look at people as competitors either. It's interesting because I would look at the folks on other networks when I was in traditional media as competitors. But, we support each other. Tara's on my channel all the time. If she invites me to do something, I'll do it. I can call people. I use my own Rolodex as, instead of a booker, and I get people to come on who have their own independent channels, and we support each other. In some
ways, is it because you don't have the framework or structure or support that a traditional or legacy news organization could give you, that it's scrappy, of course, but you need to sort of hold each other close?
Yeah, and in terms of what you said about creating the channel, creating channels and legacy media, I don't think that they really had gotten that. I shouldn't probably give away the secret that they don't need to use so many resources to do what they do, because I put on coverage. Jim Acosta, Joy Reid, and I did coverage of 2 different things: a huge protest and I forget what the other event was, and we did it with my small team, which is a team of 4 people doing it. Tara was part of it and we didn't have to have 30 producers and a writer and a control room and all of those things. And it was network quality coverage that people tuned into, and it was actually more interesting because we didn't have it wasn't seen through a corporate filter. We went pushing through a corporate filter and saying, can I say this? Is a boss going to be mad if I happen to insult Donald Trump even inadvertently? Is he going to call the company and say, get rid of that guy on the anchor desk? We don't have those challenges.
Yeah, sure. One is the financial burnout, and the other is the creative burnout. Ben, do you want to jump in on that? WTF shut down.
Yeah, so I believe I have not missed a day of work that was not a company holiday in 4 years, including vacations with my family, right? Because if you're not on the air, then it's not like there's a substitute host on my show, for example. And so, yeah, it can burn you out. Plus, this news cycle has been increasingly frenetic for over a decade. And I keep looking around going, when is somebody going to take a breath? And nobody has taken a breath, and it just gets more psychotic every single moment. And so at a certain point, it went from being, fun to kind of a drag. And sometimes it goes back to being fun. But the reality is that like anything else, on a daily basis, it sort of depends on what you're covering, whether it's interesting. The news cycle is so fast now that a cycle that would have taken 2 weeks now takes 2 days. And by day 3, you're kind of bored with the topic already, and you got to move on to the next thing, and so is the audience. And so that's very difficult. In terms of the business, I will say I'm in a bit of a different position because we actually scaled like a very large scale company. What that meant was bringing on other creators, some for good, some for ill. And I think
talk about that?
Not particularly.
Hashtag no regrets.
Regrets we have a few. I think that that as all of us kind of mature in our spaces, we're going to have to face a lot of the same questions the legacy media outlets face about, who you want on your air. What are the editorial standards? What are the things you have to do? And those are challenges that, thank God we have those challenges because we grew so large, but they are challenges for sure.
Yeah, I realize we're almost at time, and there's so many questions. I apologize we haven't had time because the conversation was so great, but I encourage you to find news creators and speak to them. But let me close with sort of a 2-sentence from each of you, and this is a bit of a challenge. One, how do you respond to the observation that news creators are essentially remixers? And the second, if you had kind of a top tip, aside from don't blow up so many resources, what would it be for traditional news media organizations? Do you want to
Oh boy,
kick it
starting
off?
with me. Well, I think, so on the, tell me the first one again. I want to go.
First one is, are news creators essentially news remixers?
Oh yeah, yes, they are. Yes, absolutely. But I see that as a feature rather than a bug, and I think the audience appreciates that there is still this kind of underbelly of close to straight news reporting, and we're layering opinion, hopefully in an authentic and genuine way. And I think that's actually the appeal and sort of like the parasocial relationship. And does a person's personality resonate with the audience? I think that's a feature rather than a bug. And tell me the second part.
Top tip.
Top tip. Okay, the top tip is just start creating the content right away. Okay. There's so many conversations I have with people who want to start, and they're asking me about publicists, and they're asking me about microphones and lighting and who can print their merch, and all of this stuff is completely irrelevant. The number one thing is get the content onto the platforms as quickly as possible, start getting feedback, iterate based on that. That's really the big thing you have to do.
Super.
I'll say what he said. I do think that certain creators are remixers. And I see a difference between a creator and a journalist. And as long as you say what you are, then I'm okay with it. But there are some journalists who aren't doing journalism. And there are some creators who are actually doing a good job at journalism. So I don't think that there's one or the other. I just think that both can coexist and that we have to adapt to the new environment. What I would say is perfection is boring. And so if you're going to do it, again, what he said, just do it, and don't worry about it being perfect. And don't let, perfect be the enemy of the good? I think that's, and have integrity.
So, yeah, I mean, as far as us being remixers, obviously, we're not the ones who are doing a lot of the core reporting. I think that's always been true. And so sometimes we're spotting a buried lead in paragraph 19 that may be, not elevated in a way that we might find interesting. And I think that is a real service, but to pretend that the legacy media doesn't have a continuing role is silly. I think the question you asked was about tips for the legacy media, correct? So the tips for the legacy media, and I think the number one thing for the legacy media is acknowledge your bias. I think that the legacy media are constantly suggesting that they're fully objective, floating above the fray, fully capable of removing themselves from the sort of day-to-day politics. And I admire the attempt by many people to do that. I actually do think that that's a useful thing, and I think journalistic practices are necessary. But it also happens to be that if you want to know the number one critique of legacy media from the right, and this has been true for decades, all the errors fall in the same direction, and yet we keep hearing about objectivity. If all the errors are going in one direction, and we keep hearing how objective the journalists are, we start to doubt that you're telling us the truth, not just about your own objectivity, but about everything you're saying. And so I think one of the things that, I'll mention my friend Barry Weiss, I think what Barry is trying to do at CBS News is quite good, actually. I think bringing on people of openly political views from different perspectives to discuss issues is really important, and I hope that more legacy media institutions would acknowledge how polarized we are, and the way to solve the polarization is not to ignore it, it's to host conversations between people who disagree.
Tara,
yeah, I would say I still do think about I still think about what I can offer that's new, that hasn't been reported, and why you might find value in my channel. So I do actually call sources. I do try to break stories. Some days they're big, some days they're not. Some days it's news analysis. Some days I'm just calling sources on the Hill and trying to make sense of the last election. And I'll write something on Substack and I'll host a show. Obviously, the Epstein story has been really big, but I also was covering that really closely when a lot of people weren't for the past 6 years. So I've been able to offer new reporting, new analysis, and exclusives. But yeah, I believe the legacy media has a huge value. I do use their reporting as support for my reporting, and often it leads to future reporting. And in some ways, yeah, we're remixers. But like you said, people want to feel like there is, they like you. They like your personality. They like the way you call shots. I think we need more referees, honestly, than we need to have people on tribes online. And I try to be a referee. That's how I see myself in this game. And yeah, I'm a person, of course. We all grow up with our biases just by the fact of, being a first-generation American. I'll have a bias because of that, and it's subconscious. But I try not to bring it, into everything. So that's my angle for this world. And my tip is to do it. Exactly. How many people? I'm sure it's the same thing. People ask all the time. I want to do what you're doing. Okay, well then just put a camera in front of your face and start talking. That's the first step.
I didn't hear the question. You said what was
to legacy
advice to legacy media? Oh, well, my advice. I agree.
Don't fire non-line.
I agree somewhat. Well, that's true. Thank you very much. We agree on a lot. And I do agree somewhat of what you said. So this is a conversation that we used to have when he would come on my show. But I don't think that journalists are as biased, maybe as you think. I have a different opinion of what's happening at CBS, but my thing would be for the corporation to get out of the newsroom.
Yeah.
Because the problem is not with the journalists, it's with the gatekeepers. And if the corporation becomes the gatekeeper, then there's going to be constant influence from the people that we're supposed to be holding accountable, like the people in Washington, D.C., the people who own things, the wealthy people, the oligarchs, the billionaires. Those are the people that we're supposed to be holding accountable. Sure. And if they are filtering, if we are getting information that's filtered through them, and we must do that, or legacy media, then the game is over.
And also just the deal making for just to get the interview, the scoop, it's just so political right? inside of the newsroom.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing about what we're creating. We create our own newsrooms.
And lose the desk. Completely at time. Big round of applause, please, for our news creators today. Thank you all very much.
All right.
Wow, amazing discussion, everyone. I want to mention that the Reuters journalists have to adhere to the Reuters trust principles, which is something that, having come from many years as a broadcast journalist behind an anchor desk, has been very impressive to me. And I would even point out, I spoke to a newly appointed reporter who covers the beauty beat. She can't even receive like an eyeshadow for free. That's how committed we are to making sure that we are free and fair in our reporting. Next up, a fantastic discussion, more to come. Next up, we have Reuters editor-in-chief Alessandra Galloni, who is returning to the stage, this time in conversation with Wikipedia founder Jimmy Wales.
Hello again.
Hi. Hello. Not again for the first time.
Not again for you, but again for me. Feels different in the afternoon rather than the first thing in the morning. Jimmy, thank you so much for joining us today. I mean, obviously, Jimmy needs no introduction, founder of Wikipedia, and also the author of a new book, The 7 Rules of Trust, which is being translated into 20 languages. And in this book, Jimmy uses his experience of 25 years of Wikipedia to, in a sense, reverse engineer or decipher, what the ingredients of trust are. And, one of the things that's that's interesting about this book is you're reminded how different the world is in just 25 years. 25 years ago, when you founded Wikipedia, you would never think of stepping into a car with a total stranger. You wouldn't give your credit card, to a site to buy something, and God forbid you would not hand over your home to a perfect stranger. And yet now, Amazon, Uber, Airbnb are part of everyday life. So, the world has really changed, and this book kind of tries to distill what it is that is the basis of trust in human relationships, in corporate relationships, and in society. But the book actually begins with a very personal tale that led to the philosophy behind Wikipedia. Would you mind telling us about this sort of difficult personal decision regarding your daughter that was in a way the inspiration for Wikipedia?
Yeah, so this was back in 2000, December. And Kira, my daughter, was born on December 26th. And at the time, just to set the context, I had been working on a project called Newpedia, the same vision of free encyclopedia for everyone, written by volunteers. But I didn't really know how to build an online community, and I wasn't sure what I was doing and so forth, and it wasn't working. It really wasn't working. Progress was very slow. And one of my employees showed me Wiki just before the Christmas break. And Wiki just means it's a type of software. It's a website anyone can edit. That's the basic idea of a wiki. And I started to think about, maybe we could use this wiki because the Newpedia system wasn't working. It was too hard, too slow. Then my daughter was born, and when she was born, she had meconium aspiration syndrome, which is a problem with the lungs when she's born. And I'd never even heard of this. It wasn't even on my radar as a thing, and had to make a decision, very quickly as to what to do. And so they said, we've got like the world expert on this disease, and he's at UC San Diego. We lived in San Diego at the time. And so he came and, he explained, okay, we're doing a clinical trial. I mean, this is the scary part. If you say yes, I'll go back to my office and I'll pull an envelope, and you have a 50-50 chance of whether you get the new treatment or the traditional treatment. The traditional treatment is just try and keep the baby alive to sort of suffer through it, and there's usually lung damage and long-term problems. And his new treatment was to basically stop the baby's breathing and use this new fluid, protein-based fluid that he had invented, to basically pour it in the baby and rinse out the baby's lungs 4 times. I mean, terrifying. And we had to make a decision, like right then and there. Is this guy a lunatic? Is he a sensible person? Like, what is it like? And so I asked him a couple of questions. I asked, like, okay, she's on this machine and there's this number. What does that number mean? And he just got my personality. So empathy, one of the key things I talk about. And he realized I wasn't the type of person to sort of talk in vagueness to, I needed to know a little bit more about the science and what he was doing. And he didn't tell me this. It turns out he invented the machine. So that also raised some trust. And so we had made the decision to go with the treatment. And she was lucky. She got the experimental treatment, and she's completely fine now. And that's great. As a part of all that whole situation, I sort of rushed home during part of it to get on the internet. Didn't really have internet on our phones back then. And I searched for meconium aspiration syndrome, and there was nothing good on the internet. I found some academic journal articles. I found some possibly crazy blog posts and things like that. And it sort of really doubled for me, like, the world does need this. It needs an encyclopedia. Also, life's too short to not be bold and not to try something. So when I got back to work on January 15th, I'm like, you know what? We're just going to do it. I downloaded some wiki software, put up the wiki. I typed "Hello World," the first words of Wikipedia, and we got started. And that was kind of the early days. And so, it's that moment, which I didn't talk about for years, but it really did sort of, it brought home to me, like, okay, this could be really important, and people really do need clear, high-quality information that's accessible, written to a level of an educated adult and so forth.
So in your book, you write that when you founded Wikipedia, and I quote, "This was a time when the internet still felt young and with endless possibilities. There was less cynicism. People were open to new ideas, even ideas that sounded a little, well, nutty. Volunteers showed up to give Wikipedia a try, and in just a few months we had hundreds of active volunteers, and articles were pouring onto the internet by the dozens every day." That sounds like an alternate universe to the America of 2025. In today's political climate, war on facts, historic distrust, right, of news and not only, could you still create Wikipedia today?
Well, I think so, yes. But I'm a pathological optimist, and so I always think everything's great. But I use the word pathological to acknowledge I'm not always realistic. That's just how I am. I think everything's going to be fine. That gets shaken from time to time these days. But, I think, there was that moment of great optimism and, all of that. But we also have to remember, even going back before Tim Berners-Lee invented the World Wide Web, there was this giant message board system called Usenet, which was mostly unmoderated and unmoderatable because it was a distributed system on lots of different mainframe computers and so on. And it was unbelievably toxic. It was horrible. I mean, it turns out people don't actually need algorithms to be horrible to each other. We can just do it for free, And there's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of the elements that we have a better understanding of now. Anonymity doesn't always lead to toxicity, but it is a component often. A lot of atomistic interactions. It's like a drive-by trolling, and you're never going to see the person again, and people don't behave. So there was that moment of great optimism, but you could already see actually the internet could be a horrible place as well. And so, when I reflect on this, I just it's really hard to think about, okay, what if Wikipedia hadn't started? Could you start it today? Well, gosh, what would the world be like without Wikipedia today? I mean, what would the internet be like? It's become such a part of the infrastructure of how things work from, searching online. You search because you're going to find something. And when you find something, it's probably Wikipedia. And AI is being trained on Wikipedia and all of that. And so it's hard for me to even imagine a world without Wikipedia now. So.
I'm going to go off script here. How many people use Wikipedia in this room more than 10 times a day?
Oh, more than 10 a day? Come on.
More than 5 times a day?
You're slackers. You're all slackers.
Not curious enough, people.
In the book I quote DVF, Diane von Furstenberg, who told me, she says it all the time, actually. She says, we all use Wikipedia more often than we pee. That was pretty good. I don't think that's 10 times a day, but I mean, if it is, go see a doctor. But
maybe people aren't drinking enough water is the moral of the story here. Anyway, but it's interesting in what you're talking about, sort of toxicity on the internet and with people you cannot see. That is a theme that you explore in the book, which is it's very easy to be toxic, just sort of in an ether, as opposed to people who are next to you and human beings. And that, I mean, I don't know if you ever thought you would be in agreement with Ben Shapiro, but that sounds remarkably like what Ben was just saying just in the panel before us.
Yeah, I was backstage listening, and I don't know much about Ben Shapiro. I've heard of him, and I just thought, oh, well, what's this guy going to say? And I sort of tune in and start listening. I'm like, oh, yeah, that actually completely makes sense. And in fact, when he suggested doing a sort of non-religious Shabbat and taking Saturday off from social media, I chuckled because because I'm a geek, I've just been redoing my internet at home and a new network and I've got a new router and a new blah, blah, blah. And I said to the children, I'm like, oh, look, I was thinking about maybe I can set a schedule. And I'm thinking maybe we'll do like a family Shabbat, and every Saturday we'll automatically block all social media. And they nearly threw me out the window. Like, it was a very conscious. They're like, what? Saturday is our only day that you're allowed to. Da, da, da. So I'm like, okay, well, just take it easy. Maybe we'll just try 1 or 2 things, or an hour on Saturday morning or something. But anyway. I think it's not a bad idea.
These are the same kids, by the way, who just now, behind the scenes, Jimmy was online fixing internet for them back home remotely. Yeah, That's the last time you're going to do that.
I mean, it's I am sort of IT support at home. Once my wife was on a call with Sadiq, the mayor of London, and her internet was messing up. And so Jimmy, come and help with the internet. And I'm like, oh, hi, Sadiq. I'm just IT support.
So in the book, you talk about several controversies, that have sort of played out on Wikipedia, and that, extreme positions that have been debated and battled on. But one thing I found interesting is you say that often it's not the biggest, most controversial issues, like, I don't know, like abortion or, big ticket, hot ticket issues that get the most off kilter because, and this proves your point about community, lots of people pile in and there's a balancing out. It's the smaller, sort of more obscure topics that become these big issues. What is the most controversial debate that was the most instructive to you and that played out on Wikipedia?
I mean, there's one that I think not many Wikipedians would actually remember, but I remember it very well because it caused me to think about things in a slightly new way. Someone said to me, oh, you've got to go look at this article because there's a massive fight and it's been brewing for a week and people are really getting upset and so on. And it was about a particular breed of dog. And it was a breed of dog that has not been recognized by the American Kennel Association or whatever it's called. But some people are trying to get it recognized as a breed, and some people think it's nonsense and it shouldn't be recognized. And anyway, these people were having a huge fight. And I went in and I'm like, this is really unusual. And what was unusual is as I looked through it, I was like, oh, I don't see anybody I know. I don't see any regular Wikipedians. And, the people who are real regulars at Wikipedia, who are there all the time, they're quite good at conflict resolution and trying to calm people down, talking about policy, talking about, it's not up to Wikipedia to decide this issue, so what you need to do is write fairly about the controversy and so on. And I thought, oh, it's really interesting because where did these people come from? Turns out they came from, I don't know, I don't remember now. It wouldn't have been Twitter. This was too early on for that, but some dog forum somewhere. And it's like, oh, people don't automatically come to Wikipedia understanding what it is. And we still see this today. Like, it's very common. Somebody will sort of launch an attack on us on Twitter or somewhere, and then all these people rush in, and oftentimes they're just completely confused about what they're doing, and they're completely misguided about how to talk to people and how to sort of think about these issues. And like the classic kind of example is, I can't believe Wikipedia has an article about this person. We hate this person. Let's get their article deleted. We'll go and start a vote, and we'll all vote and get it deleted. And the way we vote in Wikipedia is we call it a not vote. It's like we don't vote. We have these discussions that look something like a vote, but when somebody comes to close it, they actually just look and they say, are there policy-based reasons being given and all of that? And so you can come and say, delete, this person's a jerk. And whoever's closing it will go like, that's not a reason. In Wikipedia, there's a lot of jerks. And they're, Adolf Hitler, he was a jerk. And he's listed in Wikipedia. So that's not really how you do it. And so it is like this, there's nothing automatic that happens if you get people to come and work on something. It does take a lot of ideas, a lot of philosophy, a lot of coaching, and people do get it. Actually, people get quite enthusiastic about it because finally it's like, oh, we're not just going to bash each other. Great, actually, that sounds a lot more interesting. I think I heard Ben Shapiro talking about the need for, a diversity of opinions and discussions and discourse as opposed to just whacking at each other. It's very instructive, even though it was about a silly dog breed.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I shouldn't say a silly dog breed because half of that group.
You're going to get into trouble for that. So clearly Ben Shapiro has made an impression here, but Wikipedia has often been the target of conservative critics, right-wing influencers, many sort of Republican congresspeople, accusing it of being too liberal, accusing you of being too liberal. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, so I think broadly, if you when Elon says that we're Wokepedia and that the site's been hijacked by left-wing activists, this is just not true. I know the Wikipedians, they're mostly super nerdy people, not particularly political and so on and so forth. And so broadly, no. However, my sort of approach to this is to say, okay, anytime we get a criticism, our response shouldn't be just to be defensive and say, no, we're neutral. No. We should say, okay, let's talk about it. Let's help us figure out how do we improve? Like, where have we got it wrong? What are the issues that we may have? And, some of it can be, the way Elon puts things is always a little dramatic. But when he says things like, Wikipedia just reflects mainstream propaganda, I'm like, that's a really odd pair of words to put together, mainstream propaganda. But if you say, gee, the media broadly may have a left-leaning bias, lots of people think that, therefore Wikipedia would naturally also be susceptible to that. And that's like, yeah, okay. Like, actually, we should grapple with that. We should make sure that we're not doing that, make sure we're getting it right. Then there are other cases where, in the case of really difficult emotional conflict in the wider world, then obviously it's harder for people to be sort of that calm, reflective, neutral Wikipedian because it's really personal. So I think you wouldn't be surprised if you sort of looked very closely at Ukrainian Wikipedia, and probably it's a little bit more negative about Russia than it might have been otherwise. And that's just human. That doesn't mean I think that's okay, and I don't think the Ukrainian Wikipedia shouldn't just go crazy and start bashing Russia everything. But you can understand it, like it's human. And so it takes time. When we've had Wikipedia volunteers killed in the war, probably on both sides. I don't know about Russians. But actually, the community tends to do a pretty good job, even under those tough circumstances. But that's where it gets really hard.
We're going to come to some of the questions from the audience, but just quickly turn to AI. You and members of your organization have complained about AI models that are training off the backs of sources, like Wikipedia. And in your case, it's almost like a double whammy because humans are contributing information to Wikipedia, and you have an infrastructure that can handle traffic when there are spikes, as there's huge interest in one topic. But when you have bots crawling, not only are they taking information from those people who have voluntarily, given it, but also it costs you to manage that spike in traffic. Mm-hmm. So, and you're having to pay for that. I know you've signed a deal with Google, which now pays you. Are you working on other deals with the big tech?
Yeah, we are. So we've got our enterprise product, which you can buy a feed from Wikipedia. We actually have the ability to clean it up a bit, so it's sort of more trusted volunteers. The most recent edit might be vandalism, so we give you the most recent edit, that sort of thing we can do. And part of the argument with them, so everything in Wikipedia is open source, freely licensed, and so it's not like we're in a different position from publishers who also have a lot of copyright concerns. For us, it's really okay. It's freely licensed, but one of the requirements is attribution. Also, just from an ethical point of view, attribution is really important. Like we teach teenagers this. It's like, oh, you use something, you should put a footnote and say where you got your information from. Like, that's important. And the large language models are pretty bad at attribution. But also that traffic spike thing is actually worth just going a little bit deeper into because it is kind of interesting. So the way humans, use Wikipedia and big traffic spikes that we get are typically to very famous articles that are in the news at that moment. So we just put out the list of most read articles in Wikipedia for 2025. I guess to date, because we don't know what people are going to read in the next few weeks. And number one, Charlie Kirk. So Charlie Kirk would not have been in the top. He would have been, he's a known person and all that, but obviously spike up after his tragic assassination. But that was like millions of people all coming to read the same page, which means we generate the page once, we hold it in memory, and we just fire it out. It doesn't cost us a huge amount. Whereas the AI bots that are crawling Wikipedia are going across the entirety of the site, reading obscure pages, which means we have to go to the database, construct the page, compute what it's going to look like, send it out. So we have to have more servers, we have to have more RAM and memory for caching that stuff. And that costs us a disproportionate amount. And, the thing that's really in terms of fairness, like simple human fairness, like Wikipedia is supported by volunteers. We're a charity. And the average donation, I was just told this the other day, the average donation to Wikipedia is $10.26. So don't quote me on the figures exactly, but $10 and something. So the people who are donating Wikipedia, they're donating because, like people in this room, you see a banner once a year and you're like, oh yeah, Wikipedia. I love Wikipedia. And, the theme of banner that we have found works the best over time is a reciprocity type of message of like, hey, I use Wikipedia all the time. You should probably chip in. And people are like, yeah, I probably should. So then they cough up their $10. And, well, those people aren't donating money. They're donating to support Wikipedia. They're not donating to subsidize OpenAI, costing us a ton of money. Like, that doesn't feel fair, even though it's fine if they want to use the content and all of that. So we're just kind of saying to them, and so far...
Yeah, so what are you doing? I mean, what's the legal action or stopping the crawling?
We're very nice, and we're very relaxed, and we... we're slow and...
Until you get angry.
And kind. Then you better watch out. Like the Incredible Hulk. I don't even know. That was almost a punchline, but anyway. Cloudflare's just come out with this product for publishers to block AI crawlers because there's so many of them and there's so many ways they can do it. We aren't using that yet, but it's the sort of thing, whether we do it ourselves or with Cloudflare, I don't know, but it's the sort of thing that we might consider. We're a little bit funny because we're quite ideological about certain things. So free access to knowledge is really important to us. And so when we started the enterprise product, we started charging for the API, but we have like very generous limits for researchers and nonprofits and open source projects and things like that. And we'll continue that. But we do think, there are these cases where it's like, well, you're really slamming our servers. You should be using the API and you aren't. So at some point, we're going to have to say, really, you have to. Would it go to legal? I don't know. I mean, I feel like our ability of soft power to just shame them is probably pretty powerful, particularly because they're chock full of engineers who love Wikipedia, and I don't think their staff are going to like it if you're like, it just doesn't feel good stealing from babies or Wikipedia. So
we have to close, but there was actually a question about those who donate. I don't know if we can scroll back down to it, which because you raised it, because you get the banner on, especially now on the 25th anniversary. And it asked, do you know the demographics of those who donate? I think that was the question. Right?
Yeah, it's pretty diverse. I don't personally know. I think. I would say the thing I do know is geographically, the majority of the money comes from the U.S., and I would say per capita more from the U.S., and that's partly because the U.S. has a much stronger culture of giving and donating to philanthropy and so on, whereas a lot of Europeans think the government should pay for it, and that's just a cultural difference. Obviously, the wealth level of a country matters quite a lot. But in terms of age demographics and things like that, not so much. Now, I want to answer this other question because I like it. Why does the Wikimedia Foundation keep asking for donations, even though it's managed by Wikimedia and they have more than enough funding? Well, so the Wikimedia Foundation is a nonprofit, and we don't have more than enough funding. We are doing okay. The typical advice for nonprofits is to keep between 1 to 2 years of money in reserves in case of any issues or problems. And the last time I checked, we were at like 20 months. And then we also have a separate endowment fund, which is more like a university type of idea of an endowment fund, which is really money that's for keeping Wikipedia safe for the long term. It is true, of course. We could completely stop asking for donations, and we would run out of money in 18 months. We could also stop most of our activities and just keeps the servers running. But people need to understand, we do a lot of work supporting volunteers, recruiting people, talking to the press and all of this kind of thing, accounting, finance, legal, and all that. So I very much defend our fundraising strategy.
And so the question, if you were to start Wikipedia today, would you pursue the nonprofit route?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting thing. I used to joke when people would ask me this, when reporters would ask me this, I would joke and say, well, it was either the smartest thing or the dumbest thing I ever did. And then there were a couple of headlines, Jimmy really regrets putting it in a nonprofit, but I'm like, that's not my point. It was a joke, I think Wikipedia is something that I hope will be remembered, in 500 years, people will look back on this time and they will say, that was a pretty horrible time, and people were really mean to each other at the beginning of the internet. But there was this one group of people, and they were doing something really nice, and they were working together, and they argued a lot, but they tried to do the right thing. And I think that's great. I mean, I think it's really a wonderful thing to be a part of. And so, yeah.
And the perfect way to end. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you
Great.
so much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
I believe you're going to exit off this way. Jimmy, sorry. I did a quick wiki, actually, to try and find out what that dog breed was that was so controversial, and I couldn't find it. ChatGPT reckons pit bull. No, okay, we're going to have to do a little bit more of a deep dive on that one. Right, we've got 5 minutes now, but I want you to all get out your phones. Right now, everybody get your phone out. Is it in your hand? We're going to put on the screen a QR code. That QR code is going to take you to a poll. And that poll is necessary because we've got some very important questions to ask you. Right, first off, everyone. Phones out, QR code up. There we go. It's going to take you to the Reuters Events app. It's going to take you straight to this poll, and it's going to give us the poll answers in real time. So first off, the first question, is your business better or worse off now compared to a year ago? As you vote, we're going to get the answers in real time. I'm going to call it. I'm going to give you a few minutes to tell us. Slightly worse off seems to be pretty much the winner there. It's a shame we don't have the real numbers of how many people are voting. Actually, I can probably find that out. This is probably something you've all been discussing among yourselves outside our hope. Okay, I think we're going to call it there. Slightly worse off. I think in these types of polls, people don't ever go to the extremes, really, do they? Okay, we're going to call it slightly worse off. Can we bring up the next poll? I know you're all just here to see Sarah Jessica Parker, but I want to get some intel out of you first. By the way, if there's not enough seats, which there's not enough seats, there are some seats up here down the front if you want to come up and take a seat. Otherwise, we are also streaming in the LSEG lounge, but I know you all want to see her in person. That's why you're here. Okay, so the next, you've already got it. Question is, what will shape global markets the most in the next 12 months? Try and put in like 1 or 2 words. I think they call this a thought cloud, to give us your sense on what you think is going to happen. AI crash. All right, interesting. Bitcoin. AI, pretty significant there. Trump, yes. I don't mean to just fill time, but also, Reuters World News is a great podcast, and if you're not already listening to it, make sure you do, wherever you get your podcasts. Actually, earlier, Don Lemon was saying perfection is boring, and interestingly, we segued from doing audio to video in the space of about a month, and it now is recorded in my back garden, in a shed in Wanganui, New Zealand. And you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it. But you can watch us on Spotify. So check that out if you think perfection is boring. Okay, yeah. AI, Trump, war. It all makes a lot of sense. I'm going to go on to the third and final poll question of the day. This one, we need a little more info from you. So where do you get your news? And we want you to rank these answers. So what you do is you just drag your answers to the order you want them in, and then you hit submit, and then we'll get your answers on screen. None of you should be looking at me. You should all be looking at your phones. Which brings me to another point when I think it was Don saying, we don't want to see cocktail dresses or over hairsprayed hair. I was kind of like, oh, God. Okay. Am I in the wrong place? Okay, so we're still going to traditional news outlets. We're also, I want to see podcasts and video channels a little higher. But it makes sense, traditional news outlets, that we also want, trust in our news. Okay, we're almost ready. Yeah, traditional news outlets. I think we're going to call that as the winner. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you all for participating. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you. I appreciate it. Before we move on to our new session, our last session, a few reminders. we have drinks in the gallery at 5:10 in the Grand Gallery, so please join us for that. Tomorrow we have a packed agenda again. We've got NBC Universal Chairman Perlina Igbokwe and the producer of The Good Stuff and Parks and Rec. If you're interested in that, if you like that show, I love it, Mike Schur. We've got discussions on the geopolitics of space. We're talking about luxury, how that market is expanding. Is it AI ethics? We've got insights from the CEOs from Estee Lauder, The Honest Company, Tapestry, SAP, Cohere, and many more. So that is going to be a fantastic day as well. I'll be helming the tech and AI stage. So that's everything dedicated to those two things. Sure to be a really interesting morning. We wrap up there at about 2 p.m. tomorrow, I believe. But without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage someone who feels like a very good friend of mine from the amount of time we've spent together, but I'm on one side of a screen and she's on the other. So we have actor, producer, publisher, and businesswoman Sarah Jessica Parker alongside Reuters editor-in-chief Alessandra Galloni.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
What a treat to have you here.
I'll see how you feel afterwards.
Oh, yeah, we'll see. Well, I'll see. So, obviously, Sarah Jessica needs no introduction, but those of you who have been living under a rock for the past many years, Sarah Jessica Parker is an actor, entrepreneur, book publisher, Booker Prize judge, film director, style icon, and mother of three. I didn't miss somebody.
3, but not a film director, just a
producer.
But, yes.
And of course, books are a major character in Sex and the City.
Yes.
You know, basically by the end of the sequel, which finished this year, Carrie Bradshaw, the main character, has written 7 books and spends a lot of her time in the series writing, admiring the smell of old library books, attempting and failing to get married in the New York Public Library.
Yes.
So books are a big theme in Sex and the City.
Yes.
And so in a way, it's fitting that your first foray into documentary production, right?
We've done a few, but we've done 2 this year, and this one's sort of just been birthed. So it's of the moment.
Of the moment. So is The Librarians. And it focuses essentially on a group of resistance fighters, if you will. Freedom, F-R-E-A-D, librarians who are fighting against book bans by local school boards and in school libraries. And in some case, you know, coming under extreme duress because of refusing to ban the books. And of course, I don't know. I mean, I did a bit of research on this. Actually, there's a rich history in the U.S. of book banning back to the Puritans. In the 50s, Catcher in the Rye was targeted for promoting communism. Other classics, Charlotte's Web, Goodnight Moon, New York Public Library, I think, The Wizard of Oz, The Hobbit. So, you know, there's quite a tradition. But anyway, this is a remarkable documentary. I really do urge everybody to look at it. And you've pointed out in interviews, some people don't realize, you know, how much book banning actually exists. And so I guess my first question is, why was it important for you to be involved in this documentary?
I think, first of all, because perhaps like many of you in the room, I was sort of raised in a library. I lived in Cincinnati, Ohio until I was about 11 years old, and we had a wonderful public library. We went a couple times a week. It's where all of our books came from. We didn't have a television in our home. We had to have a book with us at all times, whether we could read or not. My mother was an educator. She grew up in a library. And so libraries were just very much a sort of a necessary and fundamental part of our lives. And the idea that there would not be available to me books that I might reach for, want, need, you know, don't even know about, that might change the course of my life, or, I don't know, maybe cultivate compassion, curiosity, interest, help me know people far away, people who are different religions, political beliefs, ideologies, any number of things, all the ways in which information and access to information can change a person's life. The idea that that wouldn't be a possibility for perhaps millions of readers in our country seemed devastating and dangerous. And so when the filmmaker came to me with a producer and asked if our company at HBO would participate in producing and fundraising, I was immediately interested. They had some footage. There was a representative in Texas in the State House who, a man named, I think his name is Representative Krause, who had released a list of, I believe it was 850 or 880 books that he deemed inappropriate and therefore was banning from public school libraries. And it was at that point that these librarians in Texas got together and decided on their own, in the face of, yes, danger, personal risk, professional risk, to fight for the fundamental right for freedom of information. And thus the story began. It took us across the country back and forth to the state of New Jersey, to Florida, I mean, every place in between. And I think the film probably finished, it was edited and done by December 9th of last year. And in that time, there's only been more book bans in our country. I think as recently, fairly recently in Tennessee, with the exceptions of Nashville and Knoxville, we have some pretty draconian book bannings happening.
One of the things that's remarkable about this documentary is the books that are actually banned, and because many of them are children's books. So we're talking about schools, right? And cartoons even. And I was struck by even the Diary of Anne Frank. Can you tell us what the issue was with the graphic novel of the Diary of Anne Frank?
I think there was something that they deemed explicit in her entries in her diary. I think just about her own feelings about her body or the way she felt about another person in hiding with her, if I recall correctly. I don't want to get that wrong because it's too important. But that might illustrate how insignificant this kind of idea is. If it's not something that I can recall specifically enough to say correctly here today, I think that kind of indicates how we're deconstructing books and deciding that what is inappropriate for you is therefore inappropriate for me. And I think, the irony, or perhaps that's not the right word, the thing that most confounds me is that nobody is pressing these books into anybody's hands. We're not forcing anybody to read a book. We're not, no librarian that I've ever met, and certainly I've met many librarians at this point just through, the work on this movie. No one's forcing anybody to read a book. It's the availability of the book. And that's what I think we all thought was kind of who we were as a country, this idea of access to freedom, the freedom to read and know other people and perhaps know ourselves better.
I think in the documentary, if I recall correctly, and I may be wrong here, there is an image from the Diary of Anne Frank of her, Anne, and you see her back, but she's in a garden, and there's classical and I think there's, kind of Michelangelesque statues or something, naked.
Yes, and they're interpreting that as lewd, is it?
Yes, something like that. I think that was
I think you have to question the person who's seeing something like that. Maybe that's the concern. I don't know.
I think it's fair to say that many institutions right now in the United States are coming under attack. As we discussed, libraries, universities, cultural centers, the press. What concerns you about this? Is it a concern, and why?
Where to begin? There's a laundry list of concerns. Cultural institutions, it's problematic because when you start defining what is art and what's appropriate, and then you threaten dollars, and you threaten access, and you threaten what can be produced and how, and the kind of language that can be used, not just on stage or on a canvas, but the way we talk about it. I just think it's really dangerous, and I think it doesn't allow us to be this rich culture that we should be. Cultural institutions are one very specific thing. Nonprofits are one specific thing. University, it's so it's so complex that I don't want to take a stab at all the ways in which it's been handled poorly. And I think in some instances there are people that might, that have concerns for probably legitimate reasons that they think are sensitive and compassionate, humane. I think it's the way in which we've gone about talking about it, and I think maybe one of the most consequential concerns is the way in which we just talk to each other, that there's, that everything is black and white, that the nuance and the hardest parts of things are not being discussed. And my experience as a parent, as an employee, as an employer, as a sibling, as a daughter is like the most productive things come from that part in the middle, where things are much more complex. But that's not the way we're talking about any of this. And it's not been helpful to students. It's not been helpful to academia. It's not been helpful to institutions. It's not been helpful, to what we, I don't know. I think we were a country that exported a lot of really exciting things, and art being among them. And I think it's just really limiting people. People are afraid. People are afraid in classrooms. Professors are afraid. Artists are afraid. And it just feels like it's paralyzed us. And I just think it's going to take a long time to course correct. And I don't know how one begins to do that. I'm not equipped, but I'm worried.
Yeah. I mean, in the documentary, the librarians who were standing up against these book bans, one of them, in fact, her face is obscured. They talk of online abuse. They talk of these horrible things, being said to them. Taking precautions. There's this one of the librarians talks about having her brother sleep, I think, near her door because she was afraid. And then their
lives have been threatened.
Right. And so, was this a consideration in the making of the documentary? How to keep the subject safe, but also the maker. I mean, you were involved in it. You, the director.
I never felt that I was on the front lines and in danger, but certainly everybody wanted to do anything possible to, to keep them safe. I think documentaries are that very peculiar thing where you can't impose yourself on a subject. But if anything, I'm certain if anything had ever felt dangerous or unsafe or threatening in some way, everybody would have been there to provide the kind of shelter that would be required to keep those subjects safe. But I think it really is a portrait of how very real these threats are. And in many instances, inside their own communities, they didn't have support. They didn't have support even if they had just been, awarded best librarian, not just in the county, but in the state. All of a sudden, they were alone with nobody speaking up on their behalf and allowing them to be called all sorts of unthinkable names. Amanda's just had a fairly big apology. I'm not sure if anyone's aware of that, if you were aware of that, but one of the most egregious threats and most kind of libelous attacks was recently settled. I believe she settled for $1 and an apology from somebody, which I think was more important to her than a financial windfall, which I think is
it says a lot.
Says a lot about her character. Yeah.
And what has been the reception been? So I think you're presenting it this evening.
Yeah, there's screenings everywhere. It was just accepted as an Oscar contender, which is wonderful, and we're very, very proud. It's all because of these extraordinary librarians. So there's a screening this evening. We'll do lots of screening for Oscar voters. And then it will premiere. It's been in theaters and it was held over here for 3 weeks in New York City at Film Forum. And then I think it's going to be available on Independent Lens on PBS, if PBS can keep their funding, but they will. And these librarians are 12 or 13, I think. We tell the story of, I can't recall if it's that many or less, but there's many more like them. And there's been a lot of support for them because of people seeing the movie all over the globe. You know, in the UK, it's had a huge, wonderful reception because of their own political climate that they're also dealing with. It's not unique to us anymore, unfortunately.
Just checking if there were any questions, you know, in the audience on this. What would you say to the next generation of librarians? I mean, my mom was a librarian, you know. Was? Yeah, my mom was a librarian, and I think it's a beautiful thing in Italy. In a public library in Italy. Wow. Yeah. When I was
where?
Born. In Rome. Well, I'm from Rome. Yeah. So, you know, but what would you say to a new generation of librarians?
I hope that they're all willing to put in the time. It's really, really difficult to become a librarian. That's a very hard degree. It's much harder. My mother wanted to do it once she had finished having children, and she said, I'm not up to it. It's a really hard degree. So I hope that more people continue to be interested in it, and that you know, we do right by them, that the ways in which we can support our local libraries, our local librarians, also supporting American Library Association is an amazing organization that stepped in, especially in the last 4 or 5 months, with cuts to libraries and librarians, cuts to hours and services. Libraries are, in many cases, the heartbeat of a community. You know, I always say they're warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and they're not just for books. They're nerve central, and to lose time, to lose the kind of smart, inspired thinkers that choose to be librarians would be a loss for all of us.
So ultimately, as we've been discussing, Librarians is a documentary about First Amendment, about culture wars in the U.S., and I think it can be said that, you know, you've waded right into those culture wars throughout your career. I mean, well, maybe not as Annie on Broadway, you know, but of course, you know, Sex and the City was such a huge success in part because it tackled, sometimes vividly, the concept of women treating sex more like men do. And now your publishing company, SJP Lit, recently published a book called I Am You by Victoria Riddell, which I've read and is also brilliant. And it's this beautiful sort of searing novel that takes inspiration from the story of the Dutch painter Maria van Oosterwijk and the complex relationship she has with Gerta Peters, who's her maid, her assistant, her lover. What did you love about this book?
Oh my gosh.
Why did you want it? I know you wanted
everything.
it. Yeah.
I got that book. It was submitted. I stayed up all night reading it. It was submitted by an agent who I admire so much, and I knew it was dead serious if he was submitting it, and I knew we'd have a lot of competition. I think the period of time is so exciting. You know, it's the golden age in Amsterdam, the greatest painters. And this woman moves there to try to be a painter. She brings her servant from home who is behaved as a boy in order to work from a very, very poor family, is revealed to be a girl. This young servant becomes her mixer, which at that time in Amsterdam was a very skilled and very hard job. She becomes incredibly skilled at it. And over time starts painting for Maria van Oosterwijk, whose first painting was just hung in the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, who was a massive success in all the courts across the globe and had great success, but becomes ill and can't paint. They have this really colorful relationship. There's a plot twist I'm not going to tell you because it's pretty amazing. But just Victoria is a researcher. She's a poet. So, you know, she spent so much time. These are two real people. All the research is there, but it's so effortless and it's so vivid and it's such a dramatic story, but it's based on real lives in a real time. And I think it's just spellbinding because of her talent. She's just an incredibly talented writer, and I think the book is a great achievement. And it's had so much success, and I'm so thrilled for her.
And how do you now choose? You know, you've obviously done a lot, you know, on stage and publishing and judging the booker. How do you now choose your ventures, like your next ventures? You know, do you, you know, what do you think about primarily in saying, yes, I'll do this, and, you know, no, I won't do this?
I think things that are completely foreign and scary, you know, what is going to take me away from my children and for how long, and is it worth it? And I feel very fortunate that I can ask that question because I know millions and millions of working parents cannot make decisions that way. They don't have that freedom. So I take it really seriously. And, what feels like something I haven't done? And where do I get to go? What food do I get to eat in another country? And things like that. Who will I be working with? Is it somebody new? Is it someone whose work I've admired? Will it ask something different and new of me? Kind of a curiosity that seems like never quite sated is, kind of the way I make decisions.
Sex and the City, of course, in the sequel, and Just Like That, just ended. Yes. And I know it's very important for you because it's been such an important part of your life. And Just Like That was met with mixed reviews. Some of them, including bruising, it was variously called.
I don't read reviews, so you don't have to tell me.
Oh, okay, I won't tell you. I know you don't actually.
And it was a great success. So
it was a great success.
That must have really bugged them.
You also don't actually look at the series. Yeah, so you've never actually seen.
I don't look at my work, and I don't read reviews.
But what would you say that do you think that And Just Like That, just putting it into the context of now, right? Because and sort of some of the culture wars that we've been talking about, in a way, would you say that Sex and the City, the first one, was easier than putting out something that dealt with
the first one, people always shared with me how poorly it was received and how much people didn't care for it and how much they enjoyed, bickering over its merits. It's just, I think, the nature of particular kinds of programming and originally had never been done, and women weren't talking that way, behaving that way, being intimate in that way. And it was very curious this time round that people didn't want women of a certain age on television, and they didn't like the kind of problems that they were communicating or the kinds of conversations they wanted to have. On the margins, like on the periphery. But the truth is there's always been this extraordinary, gang of 10 million plus who were there, for 27 years. And I think it's hard to ignore that there was a real connection, and I think that's kind of the greatest gift of all. You don't want to work for yourself. You're doing something every day, 16, 18-hour days, 100-hour weeks, because you're wanting it to be as good as it possibly can be and make a connection with somebody. And so much work as an actor doesn't get seen, it doesn't kind of cut through all the noise. So we always felt so lucky and so touched and so appreciative of the kind of connection the show made, and didn't really pay attention to the peripheral chit-chat because it didn't really penetrate what we were doing every day.
So notoriously, you got to keep all the outfits.
I did.
I mean, that lawyer, we should all have that that agent who's a judge.
That was my lawyer.
And I imagine that it's a hard question to ask you, sort of, which outfits you loved the most. So I'm going to ask you, was there one sartorial faux pas or wardrobe malfunction, something that you were like, well, you don't look back, but you don't look at them, but was there one that you think,
No, because even the ones that I can recognize might be considered a miss, I loved all of it. It was such a wonderful circus, and those fittings were 4 hours, 5 hours long, at wrap at 2 a.m, and there was so much that was interesting and yet to be done and new ideas. And so if you did something that was ridiculous, who cares? I mean, Carrie loved fashion. She had a fever relationship with all of it. And that kind of person does things that people have a lot of opinions about. And I might not wear it. I probably wouldn't have the courage, and not really physically, I don't really feel like a person that can do that. But she could, or tried, or wanted to, and so I sort of enjoyed the whimsy of all of it, even the ones I knew people would be like, what are you doing? I didn't care. I mean, I was legally, contractually obligated to put all of it on.
Okay, so that explains.
It was my pleasure.
The real answer comes
Yes.
out now. So there's a lot, obviously AI has been a big topic. We have just a few more minutes, but AI has been a big topic of today. And there were a number of questions on AI. And so I'll try, the AI boom is clearly reshaping how people consume content, what they choose to read, driving lots of sweeping changes, in the entertainment industry as well. What are your thoughts on the impact of AI-generated characters? The Tilly Norwoods, on the future of entertainment. How do you think about that, or what do you think about it?
I think I don't even understand actually how that is multiplied. I think it's a real concern because I don't really understand. When do we fade out and that becomes, and also I don't know that I completely understand the human appetite for that versus what we know to be a real performance. Even if it's been through an editing room and even if it's been touched up, we're still, I think a majority of us are relying upon a human exchange. So I don't know if it's just time and erosion where our eyes adapt, but I do think it's a concern because I think there is something so unpredictable about the human and the inability to repeat. And I think that's what makes the theater so special, is that it's completely out of control in many ways. There's an audience and there's an actor and they rely on each other, and one day you have a great show and one day it's lousy and one day you forget a line or all sorts of things. And even on film, even though I know that there's so much now that can be fixed and made prettier or better or tighter or faster, there is still this human element. And when we talk about the movies that we love, we typically talk about the performances by great, great actors or brilliantly funny actors. And I'm not sure yet that AI will be able to replicate that kind of live nerve, living kind of thing. So I don't know. I'm very uneducated about AI. It terrifies me. Long answer to a short question.
No. That's no. I mean, I think we all. I mean, part of what we've been talking about today is, it's still the unknown. It's a question still for all of us and for all of our industries. I mean, for media as well. So I think all of us are in the same book. There are lots of questions, but I'm going to end with. So I'm actually not going to ask the last question.
Okay.
No, and that is because in a recent interview, I heard that you would have liked to, or perhaps would still like to be a diplomat, that you would love to work in an embassy. And so I have invited a real-life ambassador here to ask the last question. This is Jane Hartley. Now, Jane Hartley has been ambassador to France and to the UK. And an ambassador to the UK was only the second woman, and the last one had been something like 50 years ago. And so I thought that she could ask the last question. I don't know what it is,
oh my gosh,
but there you go.
I'm going to trip over it and make a fool of myself.
Jane.
Hi. Nice to see you again. It's a pleasure.
Can we get the mic?
We're not going to discuss Russia and Ukraine. We're not going to discuss.
It's easy. By the way, I was the second ambassador in the UK. I was the second ambassador in the United Kingdom, and after we had one for about a year, 50 years ago, and I was the second ambassador in France also.
Woman ambassador.
Second woman, and only 3 people ever have done both France and the United Kingdom. But one of the things I care deeply.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Well, thank you. And I cared deeply about women's leadership during that time, as you can imagine, and promoted women and cared about bringing women into all of the discussions. Actually, Carrie Russell and I have had many discussions because, of course, the diplomat comes to talk to me and says, "Is this real? Could this happen?" I'm like, "Probably can't, but you can put it in the show." But one of the things I said to her, which I would say to you, is as much as I've wanted more women in the Foreign Service, I actually think, ironically, what the diplomat is doing will get more little girls to say, hey, I want to do that as well. So my advice to you is these jobs are difficult, they're amazing, you can change the world, and you would be great at it. So.
Oh, you're very kind. Wait, and your question is, what embassy? What embassy? Your daughter's studying Putin. You said
my daughter's been studying Putin. I think I need to go to George Washington University for a while and enroll in school there and be better equipped to answer what embassy. I would work anywhere, starting, licking envelopes, collating whatever papers are.
I wish I had known this when I was in the United Kingdom, because I would have called you.
I think that's the best way for anybody to learn. It's the way I've learned any business that I've been involved in is you just start learning the whole thing. And I had no interest. I didn't ever mean to communicate that I wanted to be a diplomat, more that I wanted to work in foreign service. And I still believe in soft power and diplomacy and conversations and, the way we can be our best selves and represent our country. So I'm so grateful to all of you and all the work you all do. I really could not mean that more. So
I respect your commitment, and you are right. Soft power or soft diplomacy has made a difference in this world. And just one slightly political comment, I'm worried about its future at the very moment. But
likewise.
If you ever want my career advice, I'm here for you.
I will. Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you again.
Thank you. All right. And with that, we have gone way over over time. No. That's my fault. And so thank you to everybody. With that, we are closing the first day of Reuters Next. And we're back tomorrow. But for today, we are done.
Thank you so much.
And so thank you so much for joining us.
It's been
a real pleasure.
Smart, intelligent questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everybody. Thank you.
Can I ask everybody just to stay in your seats just for a few minutes? And Ms. Parker, if you do need a diplomat job, New Zealand would be a great first place to come. Very easy, very straightforward. Oh, well, it's a beautiful country. You're welcome. No more hurt am I, anytime. Now, everybody, thank you for coming. What a fantastic day it's been. We've had some incredible speakers. I hope you've taken a lot away. I've also just had some very important news that not only are there drinks in the Grand Gallery, there are also oysters. So join us for that if you are interested. A reminder that the sessions start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Obviously, some big speakers here on the main stage, but also the technology and AI stage, where I will be from 9:40. So I hope to all see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Let's close it off.